4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Take a sip.
Ooh woo.
All I'm gonna say is, fuck Phil Burnell, marked one goat, yeah?
Oh wow. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for killing it for me. Hey, make sure you That was so good. Yo, that was amazing.
Right, the rivals for once are actually kind of nice people.
What the fuck, game? The hat spawned below the guy.
Stir up a bunch of old.
Oh my god, it's Fred! Everyone shut up! Shut up! Roll out the red carpet! 600! Six hundred. That's an interesting number. Hey Ann, what's up, big sexy? Like, dude, you would be so weirded out. Like, what is Dingus doing?
It didn't go so well today because of the fan blowing. I got a max fan today. That was a giant bubble. A big bubble cluster. The bubble cluster. Sounds like a Mega Man weapon. Bubble cluster buster.
No mercy.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's obviously an item. I don't know how to do this. See this?
Picks up the water bottle. Picking up the water bottle suddenly has to have some meaning because this happened.
Why did you do that?
He was telling the detective about Nick.
I have that set to an hour cooldown.
When he seemed uncomfortable.
I fucking hate you guys.
Based on behavioral observations, Taylor and
what was the point of that? A refund.
Strong suspicions that Nick was up to no good when he left that.
She's not even in the game yet.
He told you something. He said he was gonna go and
Taylor is looking down and avoiding eye contact, showing that he's clearly nervous.
Oh, emote only 10 minutes, praise that son. I completely missed this and no one cared enough to tell me about it. 11:45.
Notice that the detective leans in very close to him when he starts stuttering and hesitating.
Frank's forum post, it's public, so I'm not doxing him. A goon titled this GPM pooping on Starfield. That is his file name, not mine. Okay, so this is a GPM on Steam. You can't fly into planets nor land on them without seeing cutscene? This game is mediocre as hell, ATM. Even though he just said in my chat right now that he likes the game. I can't even land my spaceship myself. Everything is a loading screen, and grab jump is another loading screen. There's no flying on the planet nor landing on them. This sucks. He just said he likes it. Hosting privileges. Only members of Starfield are allowed to post.
This is how it's
What
done.
accent is that? That's how Frank Castle sounds like Delorio.
Fight again.
God damn it! Give me
Oh, nitro sailed. Fuck me. Yeah, I'm the bottom of the leaderboard, motherfucker. I got nitro
Alright, drive to the
sailed.
Krishna quarter and
I got
run
nitro sailed and I
down
ran to the ash
some
twice.
little
I'm
orange.
mad at myself about it.
I probably don't want to finish that sentence.
Dude, I can never get any kind of political seat with like all my PKA quotes.
Frank's forum post, it's public, so I'm not doxing him.
Ladies and gentlemen,
A goon titled this GPM.
we're ready to party. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Dude. Okay, so I set everything aside. I'm like, okay, I have everything ready for the stream. It's not gonna be
Expandon,
too
how you doing, buddy?
hello, Preska. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for the random DSP greeting. So I set everything aside for the stream, right? I think I have everything in order. And then I start the stream, and turns out I don't have everything in order. I missed literally one thing. It's the We Love Lady Bow redeem, or Bow. I keep saying, I always said it Bow because she's like the prim and proper princess. So like she's bowing, but obviously it's Bow because she has bows on. Either one works in my opinion. But I added this. I haven't tested it either because I'm extremely lazy. But Egg Gang did it. So let's see if it works. Okay, almost. I have to. I forgot to switch the sound effect to the filter that you can't see. There we go. More time. There we go. Look, I found the human version of Bo with the crown on. You got a little behind-the-scenes sneak peek there at how my sound effects work. Sus fan art? Well, I don't want you lusting after an inanimate object because she's a ball. That's basically what she is. You guys wanted We Love Lady Bo, and she's just a ball. So I should at least give you like a human version. So I tried to look for one. Most of them were more suspicious than the one I just displayed. How does Ralph look the best out of the three? DSP's camera and lighting and his haircut. He's got the kind of like the dumbhead haircut. Ralph's kind of got better lighting, and it's not like the worst haircut he's ever had. Like that's not. If that was bald Ralph, then if that was like bald Ralph era, then Ralph would look the worst there.
Pizza Day.
Big ups on the Pizza Day gondola. Now Boogie just has I call that stanky lighting. Like you just know he's in a place with bad lighting. It's yellowed. He's looking yellow there. It's like he's got jaundice all over him, even though I don't think that's how jaundice works actually. but yeah. So that's why Ralph looks the best. Yes. That's just a little realistic lighting. They'll go a long way. But, hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to Swollen _ Dingus stream on a Detox Dark Side Dave's day off. There's no night stream today. But either way, I'm getting an Algin up resub. for tier 1 at 15 months. I didn't sub for 15 months. It's not true. No, it's not true. If I had to guess, it's probably you re-upping for 15 months, motherfucker. Thank you. And they say, Dingus playing a Nintendo game? Imagine that. Well, I was called out last night by Juzzy. We finished Zelda Oracle of Ages. Another game off the conveyor belt, baby. We did the Hero's Cave, the last dungeon, and the Big Black Tower finale. Gave the Dingus review over the credits. Probably have that up by tomorrow. I liked the game. But I think I preferred Seasons more ultimately. But I didn't dislike Ages. I just think Seasons was a more well put together package there. But while I was playing it, Juzzy was demanding from me to know my plans for Dingerween. This is relevant to your resub notification. We do have non-Nintendo games planned for Dingerween. I know it's hard to believe, but yes, non-Nintendo Halloween games are planned. Now, non-Nintendo does not mean non-Dingus. I shall have you know, those are two different. Do not use those terms interchangeably, sir. They can coexist. But non-Nintendo, but still Dingus games are planned for Dingerwing. So there you go, Jesse. But hello to the Solon ones who are coming in, like Egging 1738, Golem, Mr. Pun, Algernaut with his re-up, Gondola Game, and Geriatrics. How you doing, man? Shroom Dukem, Perez again with his wonderful raid. Dude, I love that guy. Cerulean 86, among many other such people and the like. Dingus style spooky games planned. Pretty much is what I'm getting at there. It's kind of like last year where it's like, oh my god, I'm gonna play a bunch of scary games. And then I play like Muppet Monster Halloween Adventure and Gregory Horror Show. I might do the female run for Gregory. I don't know, because I don't have any footage of that playthrough. I didn't save those VODs, and I thought that was a very fun game. It's not too long either. A big up Shybot. Welcome in. I'm doing great. We had our... I am continuing the Dingus dedication, the Swole dedication promise. Contractually obligated lap in the park there. We are continuing to our commitment to fitness on the Dingus stream. But I'm feeling fit now, fresh and fit, if you will. I'm ready to continue with Advance Wars. Was I surprised by Varen's true form? I thought, look, I did that whole phase, that whole boss, without dying once. I'm pretty sure that was no death. No death, no save states or rewinds for that boss. I did end up using a save state for Ganon. That's fair, because I used a save state for Ganon and Seasons, and Carl said it was okay. We had a good clip from there too, with the puzzles where I was changing the blue tiles red. I apologize again to Mr. Pun, but I don't apologize to anybody else who was yelling incorrect puzzle solutions at me. You guys were being mean, and guess what? It turns out you guys were wrong anyway. Mr. Pun was the only person who had the right idea. Now, to be fair, when I tried Mr. Pun's idea out the first time, it wasn't working. I don't know why it worked the second time. Maybe because the first time all the blocks weren't red or something. But obviously he looked up a guide to figure that out. But yeah, okay, we're gonna continue Advance Wars. We're like in Advance Wars 2. And y'all know how Advance Wars is. It's just gonna be me tactical shit. So we're gonna be watching videos. We're gonna start with a new dreading. Man blames disability for relationship with 13-year-old? Huh? We're starting off strong. Maybe true crime is pretty fitting for the holiday. Holiday? Well, I guess Halloween is a holiday. Yeah, it does make sense to say holiday season or Halloween season. The voice of Dustin McFetridge and decoy 13-year-old.
Hello.
Hey, is Dustin there?
This is him.
It's Laura. How are you?
I'm doing all right, ma'am.
I'm pretty good.
I wonder if you lost my number.
No, I'm sorry. I just had to find the phone.
Uh-oh. Did you lose it already?
Yep.
Uh-oh. You better not lose that phone.
Oh yeah, I did 100% it. Now we're moving on to the second game, that's
Mom
right.
asked you why you got off the computer without her telling you to?
Ow. 38%?
Oh, okay.
I can't stay on long.
Okay, where did I leave
don't
off?
want her to find me on the phone.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Thank you for letting me call you guys.
Well, I wanted to hear your voice and everything, sweetheart.
Got mission 14
I'm
there.
glad you called me.
I like the way you sound too.
I'm glad. You can call me whenever you want to, just don't get in trouble for it.
Okay, I won't. I better go before I get caught.
Yeah, this is already
I gotta go
sickening.
start
I
the
can see why
laundry,
they
so
just
it'll be
decided to
a
open
few
with
minutes
this.
before I get back online, but I'll be back online.
Alright, sweetheart. I love you.
Okay. Bye.
Decoy, like real 13-year-olds don't sound and
voice you
like
just
this,
heard
nor
is
are they that articulate. There needs to be more slurs, obviously. Alright, let's start with this mission. The enemy bombards Colin, I see. Colin, you're in command now. Britt and I are returning to HQ for 2 weeks to plan our continued strategy. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll guard these properties for the next 14 days. You can count on me. You don't have a thing to worry about. According to our intel division, there's no chance of the enemy striking here. You're perfectly safe. But our intel division ain't the most reliable bunch of fellas. I'd give it a 50-50 chance. Big up to D-side. Always rush yellow comment when it opens up. Kanbei is nice to have for the Blue Moon Factory mission. I did see I could do these in any order. I guess I could break it up. So you're saying I get Kanbei early if I do that early? Hang in there, son. We'll be back to get you in 14 days. That's a whole fortnight. I won't let you down, sir. I'm a Blue Moon CO after all. I did see the factory mission was coming up. Commander Colin! Sir, I mean, wait, yes, soldier. Oh, it's an attack! The Black Hole's army is here! Seriously? What? Just like that? Okay, Colin, stay calm. Just stay calm. Must not panic. I must be strong! Dive into the fences, soldiers. Alright, let's fucking do this, man. God, it's been a while since I've played this game. I think a whole month. We had to give it. We gave it a little hiatus there. Man, this game has been. Me and this game have like an on and off relationship since April, I think. Hello. I like it, but it's definitely a game to play when you need a day where you're just watching videos, like something to have while you're catching up on a slew of videos. And big up son of We Love Lash, Egg Gang 1738. How topical! She's right here. Hello, is anybody home? Looks deserted. Oh well, guess I'll just capture everything then. Excuse me, ma'am. But, that is, I mean, not so fast. These properties are under my protection. Oh man, I've seen Dujins like this before. What? Oh my god, it's Vikes. Big ups Vikes, the 50 bits. And they reassert that they are a 50-bit bitch. I disagree. I think Vikes is a very positive person. Nevertheless, I thank them for the 50 bits. It could have went anywhere else, but they chose to drop them here. Big up Spin Pam. That's right, we're a general now. This first time playing Advance Wars in like a month. I beat the first one, so we're on 2 now. The better one, I hear. Well, reinforcements are on their way. And when they get here... Yeah, like 14 days, right? Wake me when they arrive if I don't die of boredom first. Come on, my little monstrous minions. Fire at will! Okay, Colin, you can do this. They would just have to protect the HQ for 14 days. Yeah, it sounds simple enough. Alright, it's also true crime time. But welcome in Pim Pam, and welcome in Vikes.
Dustin McFetridge, a 26-year-old man. He had given his phone number to whom he believed to be a 13-year-old girl so he could verify her age, and after deciding he likes what he heard, he traveled 5.5 hours to see them. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be reviewing the police interview of Dustin McFetridge, a man who was caught in one of many stings done by Perverted Justice in a television show To Catch a Predator. This video is made publicly available by the Cappening channel here on YouTube and will be linked in the description box down below.
Got a crossover. Does that
like
happen?
This, I would want to include the footage of Dustin being confronted by Chris Hansen, but due to copyright issues, I will not be able to place that footage in this video. However, I will include a link to it, should you want to see his behavior for yourself. This video came highly requested by our subscribers, specifically.
Damn, I should have probably made infantry first.
Rouch, which we will similarly link in the description box down below. As always, if there are any cases you would like to see explored on this channel, or any stories you would like us to bring attention to, let us know by emailing us at dreading.official@gmail.com. With all of that said, let us begin. Dustin McFetridge was a 26-year-old former supermarket employee when he began talking to a girl he believed to be 13 years old online. However, this wasn't his first time speaking to children.
They have so many buildings already.
Earlier, he had a different, incredibly explicit conversation with a 14-year-old in which he tried to coerce her into sexual discussions and being his girlfriend. This conversation was later discovered by this unknown 14-year-old's mother's boyfriend, who was a part of law enforcement. According to Dustin, this police officer was enraged, unreasonably so.
Snurgle. I literally, what? There is, how can there be losing? I just started.
He made threats against Dustin, telling him he was going to file charges.
Fire Emblem or Advance Wars, which is better.
However,
I like Fire Emblem more. I guess I'm a little bit biased, but I just feel like I identify with the characters better in that game since they're in your units in this series are disposable. There is an upside in that you feel like them not having identities makes them better meatbags, I suppose.
And consequences didn't exist for him.
You don't feel distraught for, tossing them at the enemy to die. It's like the Pikmin, honestly.
Named Laura. However, Laura wasn't actually a real person.
Fucked up?
She was the alias of an adult working with the group Perverted Justice, who went undercover in online chat rooms to expose
we got Among Us up in here.
Online. Dustin began the conversation normally.
That's why it's all the more pertinent that we kill them all.
He was informed that the person he was chatting with was a 13-year-old girl. Knowing that, discussing anything sexual with the child was illegal, as he had already done so in the past. He kept the conversation light, talking about movies and video games, and discussing how she liked her hometown. At least that was true for the first 15 minutes. After getting through some vague pleasantries, he began calling the child Sweetie, Babe, and other pet names, before making sure that she was primed not to tell her parents about who she was talking to. He asked her what her living situation was.
This guy should already be put on the wall.
Paying attention to what she was doing on the computer. When she said no, and that she was chatting with him in secret, he rewarded her with praise, making sure to put the onus of responsibility on her, should he get in trouble for talking to her. This two-pronged attack of creating a fear within the child of their family, while also showering them with praise, is one of the most common tactics for online predators, as it isolates the child incredibly quickly. In most cases, the child has never been talked to in this way. They have never been in a relationship, never been called sweetie, love, and darling, and it makes them feel cool and important. They feel like an adult, as if they were more mature, and for the first time in their lives, they have responsibility, which most children jump at the chance for. Then, when the person giving them that feeling tells them that their parents would probably get mad if they knew what they were doing, but they would likely hate them for trying to keep them from talking, it creates a sense of urgency and desperation. In order to keep the positive feeling associated with the conversation going, the child will go to extreme lengths to hide it from their parents. They will learn how to delete their internet's history. They will give out their home address so they can accept expensive gifts, like burner phones, to talk to the person undetected. And they will act out of their best interest because they are a child and don't know any better. And immediately, that is what Dustin has done. Dustin entered this conversation knowing how he was going to proceed. He knew how to manipulate young girls, how to isolate them away from their families, and how to get them on the hook for him, so to speak. And shortly thereafter, he began sending the decoy 13-year-old girl a kissing emoji and telling her that he wished he could kiss her in real life. He told her that he loved talking to her, that she was his favorite part of the day, and within the span of 5 conversations, he was pressuring her to take her mother's digital camera and take naked photos of herself to send them to him. In that time frame, he also asked for her address, which she directly denied, saying she knew she wasn't supposed to tell him that. The decoy stated
at least she knew that
never had
much.
someone tell her they liked her before, and that she didn't know what to say to him in response. So he upped his game, telling her that he liked her as more than a friend, and wanted her, someone he believed to be a child, to be his girlfriend. He immediately followed up that question with asking her what her bra size was and what kind of panties she wore, providing her a list of acceptable answers. Following that exchange, he officially tells her that he's falling in love with her and asks her if she will let him take her virginity. He is forced to ask this question multiple times, as the person portraying the child makes it clear that she doesn't know what he's talking about, which he states makes him excited. He asks for her address directly after telling her this, and she ignores his question. But it's clear that he wants to see her in real life, and he wants to make the heinous things he is talking about a reality. As the conversation continues, Dustin begins to undermine her parents even more, saying that even though she likes him, they won't because they think he's a predator. He's going as far to tell her that she is starved of attention, specifically because she doesn't get enough love from her parents, and only has him
It's weird how, like,
to
she
rely
sort
on.
of understands
The decoy
she's not
fully
supposed to be
rebuffs the
communicating
statement,
with this
saying
dude,
her
and yet
parents love her. They're just really
continues
busy
anyway.
presently. But Dustin doesn't stop. He wants to isolate her and create a divide in her mind. He wants her to view her parents, the ones who love and support her, as the enemy. They just don't understand her. They don't spend enough time with her.
understand
and
our
it's their fault
love.
that they can't be together. He asks her to run away with him shortly thereafter to be together, and he tells her that he wishes her mom wanted to get rid of her so he could be her guardian. Continuing his grooming, he tells her to watch porn by herself and think of him, and continues to goad her about giving him her address. Dustin tries to pressure the decoy into giving him her social security number and sending him a pair of her underwear after she wears them for a couple of days. After she talks about her sister, he asks if she would be open to having a threesome involving her, despite the fact that said sister
I guess it is a
8 years
decoy,
old.
so the
full
whole
chat
point
will
is
be
to
linked
keep
below,
him on the
but the rest
line.
is fairly repetitive.
I'm just saying
and frankly
it sounds,
gross. The way every
it's pretty
conversation with a
inconsistent.
child
Like, you
this
know
would
you're not
be.
supposed to
But
talk
after
to this
nearly a
idiot.
month of
I know you're
talking
not
with this
real,
child,
but, you
Dustin
know.
finally gets what he's always wanted. Her address. She tells him that
Today's
her
the
mom is
8th
going
day.
out of town
It's
for a
over
bit,
halfway
and
there.
that if he
I
wants
gotta
to
keep
meet
it
her,
together.
he can
We
come
can hold
over
out for
and see her
14
the
days.
next
I
day.
know it.
And despite living states away and having cerebral palsy, Dustin makes the journey, completely unaware that he's walking into a sting. Again, due to copyright issues, I will not be able to put the footage on screen, but I will link the full version in the description box down below if you want to watch for yourself, then return. You can skip to this timestamp if you were already aware. However, for those of you who want a truncated viewing experience, I will simply explain what happened. After traveling nearly 6 hours across state lines to meet with and assault a 13-year-old, Dustin was delighted when he was met with an adult woman playing a child. He immediately entered the home and sat down, and she asked him if he planned to follow through with everything he said online, that being shaving her genitals and having sex with her, and he enthusiastically confirmed.
So I've seen the show before. To my understanding, the decoy was always one of the Perverted Justice members. Just so happened to be a small lady. So she fit the profile, at least height-wise, for if they ever needed a decoy to appear and like kind of delay the predator before Hansen shows up. But come on. I don't think, like, you hear the voice and then you see her and she's like small, but you can clearly see that's an adult. Like, these predators are stupid.
Immediately after, Chris Hansen.
I guess you kind of have to be you kind of have to be deprived of some brain cells to travel across state lines to like do something like that, huh?
And he had only traveled this way to make sure she was okay. When Chris rebuffed his statement, reminding him that he had just stated he brought a razor for the express purpose of shaving the child, and he had also brought lubricant, Dustin admitted that he was planning on shaving her, but it was okay because he thought she was 17, which Chris immediately debunked. Dustin then began to do what most of the predators do in this case, that being blame who they believe to be a child for their own actions. Dustin began to claim that he only sent the child graphic porn and asked her to be his girlfriend.
That's already
and
a
brought
crime.
lubricant to her home when her parents were away because she had asked him to, and he, as the adult, was unable to deny them. He admitted to doing this before.
Advanced Wars is back, and we're catching up with videos. First off, true fucking crime, man.
Took pity on him, and then continued to blame the
It's a
decoy,
TCAP
saying
special,
he only did
baby.
it because he didn't want to disappoint her. As usual in these stings, Dustin isn't told he's going to be arrested, and when he leaves the home, He actually seems a bit pleased with himself. He
Now, why
believes
did you
for the
send that
second time in
dingus?
his
I didn't
life,
send
he's going to
anything.
be allowed to prey on a young girl and get away scot-free. He is a bit
My
annoyed
name
that
is
he's being
Dingus. I
filmed,
wasn't
but
sending
otherwise,
my
he
dingus
views
to
the
people.
experience the same way as his first time. That is until he opens the door to leave and sees at least 6 police officers there, ready to arrest him. His experiences had taught him that if he were to mess up and get caught by law enforcement, he would be given a pass. He was taught that if he was just to emphasize how he couldn't really harm anyone
Oh, I should have put
because
out
of
an
his cerebral
anti-air.
palsy, he would be let off with a warning. But the moment he sees the police, he realizes that isn't true. And we are about to watch the interrogation of a man who has never had to take personal responsibility in his life. Again, this interrogation was made available by the Captaining channel here on YouTube. I will have the original video linked below, and I hope you'll send them some support. Now, let us begin.
I can't hear that word anymore without grinning. Yeah, send them all your support, guys. Who is this dingus? I don't know why you assume it's like 12 minutes into an hour video, and you think I know all the details. His name is Dustin. He was on To Catch a Predator. He's not allowed to show footage from the episode in question, but this was after they caught him and took him in, and this is his interrogation. He was caught trying to send illicit photos and trying to groom a 13-year-old girl who in actuality was a decoy. That's about as much as I know. The stream just started.
This day gets worse and worse.
Waking cut to tension with a
I've
knife
never
there.
anybody, and I never imagined I'd be arrested.
Technically, both of those things are true. In Dustin's mind, he cannot conceptualize what he did was hurting another person. Him pressuring and manipulating a young girl into explicit conversation, getting her to feel comfortable enough to send him her address, and potentially having sex with him, is not something he has ever thought about being damaging, because he is only thinking of his actions through what they will give him, which is pleasure. But let's think about how the girl would feel about that. She is put in a position where she feels like her family, the people who love her and try to keep her safe, are actually out to get her. She no longer can trust anyone but this one person she met online, who was only interested in her body and what she can give him. She does whatever she can to keep this grown man's attention, and eventually has sex with him. And then he grows tired of her. Sure, he continued to say that he wants to get married to her, and that he wants to be with her, but he doesn't want the responsibility of a child. He doesn't earn enough money to feed both her and him, and he's gotten what he wants from
Calling
her.
him
He
fat.
slowly stops participating in their conversations. Over time, she realizes what happened. She realizes that all that talk of love, caring, and respect was all a lie, and now associates sex with manipulation. And with his manipulation still in her head, she feels as if she can't talk to anyone about what happened to her, because they would somehow be mad at her. She begins to see herself as something to be used, not someone to be respected and cared for, and over time, that turns into more self-harming behavior. There are countless ways for their interactions to go, but this one is the one that psychologists see most often with girls who've been preyed on online. But Dustin does not see it that way. He only sees it through the lens of it would be fun, and he could get off. He is also being honest when he states that he never thought he'd be arrested. We will see it later on, but because he uses a cane and has cerebral palsy, Dustin was used to people treating him with kid gloves, so to speak. He was used to people giving him special treatment, as if he were incompetent, and completely unable to make his own decisions. But that is not true. He figured he would be let go, or at the very least, his chat logs and images wouldn't be used in the sting
Yeah, we need an
operation.
anti-air
because it
out
would
for
make
that
them,
helicopter.
the arresting officers, and Chris Hansen look bad. Look at them, bullying and picking on the struggling young man. He is very aware of how he's viewed by others, and is trying desperately to hang on to any bit of sympathy he can use. To be clear, this 26-year-old wanted to have a threesome with 2 people whom he believed to be a 13-year-old and her 8-year-old sister.
Ran to jail. Police station.
So he's gonna use his disability to like excuse himself or try to get out of it? Sorry guys, I'm like mentally retarded, so I didn't know. You gotta let me go. I'd probably work in Canada. I didn't know you guys.
Alright.
You should have tried the entrapment excuse. That's what all the TCAP idiots were. Yeah, that's what they would always say. They were entrapping me.
Can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I even...
Well, stuff happens. We'll have a chance to talk about it.
I've never hurt anybody, sir.
I never hurt anybody,
I'm not saying
man.
you're hurting anybody.
Yeah.
Just slow down. I might have to get some information from you, okay?
I've got Derek-itis. It couldn't have been me.
No.
Well, you're sitting here telling me your whole life story. Just hold on a sec, okay?
They already not
immediately
interested.
tries to befriend and gain Dustin's trust, but that isn't necessary in this case. Although many officers benefit from rapport building with the person being interrogated, Dustin wants to be perceived as a wounded puppy dog. He wants to be viewed not as a contemporary, but as someone who couldn't possibly hurt anyone and will try to farm sympathy throughout the entire interrogation.
I'm too honest about everything, sir, and...
Well, we'll get a chance to talk all about it.
You should see that.
You want a water?
No.
Okay.
I don't want no water, man.
Well, it's there if you want it. Well, just relax, man. Just relax, okay? Just calm down, all right? We're just gonna talk a little bit, all right? I'm gonna get
Oh
some
yeah,
information
yeah.
from
That's
you
all
real
you're gonna
quick.
do with them. You're just gonna talk. He can't talk. He's regarded.
I'm not with Dateline, okay? I'm not with Dateline. My name is John.
Yeah, I bet you wish he was with Dateline though.
I'm with Kentucky
Being on
Bureau
TV is the
Investigation.
least of
I'm
your
the Attorney
problems now,
General's
you
office,
fucking
okay?
sicko.
I'm an agent, which means I'm a policeman, okay? Ain't no reason to be all nervous or anything. All we're gonna do is we're gonna
God,
talk.
look
I'm
at
gonna
his
get your name and
pants.
Stuff, all right?
Look at his shoes.
All right.
Look at the white striped Christian-esque shirt. The haircut.
My mama.
Yeah,
Within
you
the first 3
deserve
minutes
to
of the
want to cry
interrogation,
and call out
Dustin
for your
has
mama
stated
there.
He is too honest, he's an idiot, and that he is nervous about the situation. Not because he is selfishly scared to take responsibility for his own actions, but because he is selflessly scared for his mother. He is throwing every possible sympathy card at the officer and trying to see what sticks. At the same time, he has begun to cry with the hopes that the officer will be uncomfortable seeing a grown man shed tears. All of this is done
It
in
ain't
order to
nothing
make
they
the
haven't seen
officer
before,
feel
I promise
uncomfortable,
ya.
labeling him as a criminal offender. He is trying to establish that sure, he might have said he wanted to sexually assault that child, but he couldn't have possibly done it. He's much too soft and sensitive to do such a thing.
But I'm an only child.
Well, let's do this. You sound like you want.
I still gotta hold out for 3 turns?
Okay. And I want to hear what you have to say, but until I tell you this, we need to.
I don't want to go to jail because I couldn't deal without having this.
I can't function in jail, baby.
Because, I mean, I can't walk without this.
I understand. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry. They got accommodations for
Before I
freaks
ask
like
you
you.
questions, you gotta know your rights, okay?
They're
You have the right to
non-existent.
remain silent.
Yes.
Anything you say may be used against you in court or in other proceedings. You have the right to have an attorney before you make any statement or answer any questions. You can have your attorney present during questioning. You may request a court to appoint an attorney for you if you cannot afford to hire one. All right? If you start talking to me and you want to quit talking, you can stop at any time by refusing to answer questions.
Oh, don't use your power.
Or by requesting consultation with your attorney.
He's gonna use their
All right?
power.
I don't like lawyers.
And it's the
and
superpower. No!
You don't like lawyers?
No.
I'm fucking done for, man.
All right.
This is about the worst thing that Dustin could have done. I have said this in nearly every video I've made going over police interviews, but the worst thing you can do is talk to the police without a lawyer present. The police are allowed to lie to you in interrogations. They are allowed to pressure you and make you think they have you dead to rights when that isn't true. And a lawyer's one job is to make sure you get a fair shake. And to be clear, the police are not infallible. They can and have gotten things wrong countless times. With that in mind, if you were ever brought in for police questioning, even if you are 100% innocent, you should always request to have a lawyer present. The police will try to infer that means you are guilty, or that means you're hiding something, but they are not there to protect you when they talk to you. Dustin stating that he hates lawyers and will gladly talk to the police is the worst thing that he could have done in the situation, but that tracks with the rest of the things that he's done
Why
so
would he
far,
deny a
in
lawyer?
that he
Because
can only
he's
manipulate
actually
children.
mentally regarded?
What this says here is that I've read you your
always
rights.
ask
Do you
for a
understand
lawyer
them?
and don't say anything,
You
even if you're
understand? You can
100%
stop
innocent.
talking at any time you want to.
There's
You can have an
documented
attorney. You can have an attorney
instances
with you
of
during
100%
questions.
innocent people getting fucked over
It's
just because they
11:09.
were too nice. They knew, oh, there's nothing's gonna happen to me. I know I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, we're on Central Time.
I'm an idiot.
I'll stop pausing every other word in a moment, but think about the last time you talked to someone as self-deprecating as Dustin. The last time you were talking to someone and they couldn't help but interject with comments about how stupid they are, or how idiotic they can be, and how ridiculous their own actions are. In most cases, that person is looking to be comforted. They want the other party, usually a stranger, to assure them that they aren't stupid. They just made a mistake. They are fine and normal, but the officer is refusing to give that to Dustin, so he will continue his pity
Wow,
party.
rude.
I did a lot of runs.
That's every VTuber I've met. Yeah, me included.
If you understand your rights, as I've
Oh,
read them,
guys,
if
I'm
you'll
so
sign right
bad.
here for me.
I don't know how to
Just
play
say
any
you
of these games. I suck so much, guys. Now pat my ass and buy my merch. Right.
Okay. Now this waiver down here says that you having the above statement of your rights read and explained to you and you fully understand them, and that's correct, right?
Correct.
You hereby waive these rights at 11:10 p.m.
He seems
And
like
you
he's
want to
easy
talk
to
me, correct?
intimidate.
Yes, sir.
Seems. He obviously is. I lost.
You know the really bad part of this? The Daylight on the NBC guy said I wouldn't be under arrest. I could leave.
Hold on a sec, just sound right there. Well, Dateline doesn't.
The first game over of
doesn't
many.
work for us. They're not policemen. They're news people.
I know, but that's just wrong that he lied to me.
Right. Well, we'll
Which,
talk,
I mean,
we'll talk
understand-
about that in a minute.
I understand why I'm here,
Right.
but he shouldn't have lied to me. You know?
Right.
He should have said, well, you are under arrest.
Sure, Dustin, that's the worst part of all of this. Not the part where you traveled nearly half a day to go have sex with a child, or you manipulating someone who you believed to be a child for over a month, that you were the only person in their lives who truly cared about them. It was Chris Hansen telling you that you wouldn't be arrested, and that's the real issue here.
Well, you know, that's neither here nor there, you know. Come on, the real issue here is that he was lied to.
I'm gonna tape recorder.
Not really
I'm
seeing the
old-fashioned.
forest for the trees there, are you, Dustin?
Why'd you go digital?
Yeah. I didn't know what this was when I saw it. I was like, where you put the tape in?
Yeah, I was supposed to buy my buddy one
Yeah,
of
he has to
those
be
this week so
spoon-fed
he could write
everything.
his book.
Oh, yeah? He's gonna write a book?
Yeah, he's a wrestler. I won't mention no names because that don't need to be.
All right. Well, it's 23.
But easily intimidated people like this don't last in interrogations. They're gonna scare him
What's your last
with a
name,
bunch of
Dustin?
shit that probably isn't even true, and he's gonna fall for it because he's an idiot.
Okay.
So the whole world will find me easily.
All right.
He's a gross fucking PDF file, so he fucking deserves it.
I don't like trouble. I'd have never hurt her. I was gonna meet her. I wasn't gonna force her into anything. And this morning, I think it was 11, 12 Eastern time.
Oh, unnecessary details.
Please,
They always do this. They always do this to obfuscate.
Out of town, please.
This, of course, is not true, but let's proceed for a moment as if it is.
Pick up Century
Other
Slayer.
times
It is
when I
true
have covered
crime time.
Predator stings, I get a
We're
significant
also
amount of
doing some
comments
tactics in the
stating that nearly
background
every
here.
man
Been
featured
a
in
while
this
since we
segment
played
was
Advance
entrapped.
Wars.
They say that the decoy all but forced them to come to their home, and had the decoy not been so alluring, these men wouldn't have tried to sleep with them, which is a ridiculous notion. As an adult, you have a fully developed brain, and you can properly assess right and wrong. You know
I've already
what is
got one
dangerous and
game
what
over,
isn't,
so let's
and you
see
can make
how many
decisions
more
for
we can
yourself.
get the rest of the
If you
evening.
want to get that surgery to make your neck longer, or remove your feet, you can do that because you would be able to assess the medical risk associated with that decision. But a child could not. A child
Got
is
done
not
working,
able to
going to relax
properly
before making
assess the
myself
consequences
mad
of
with
their
the
actions
last
and
boss of
fully think
Liza
through
B.
things the same way
Well,
an
congrats
adult
for getting
would.
that
With that
far.
in mind, a child can be attracted
hopefully,
to an adult and
hopefully
attempt
you
to
have a
flirt with
swell
them
time.
because they don't know why that's wrong. They don't know the issues associated with that, and it's up to the adult, the person with the fully functioning brain, to say no, this is wrong.
This interrogation
you're a
here
child,"
is from
and
one of the
remove
guys from
themselves
To
the
Catch a
situation.
Predator.
There is no blaming a child for the
He
actions
claims
of
he
an
can't
adult,
be
even if the
convicted
child
because he's
was the
mentally
aggressor,
disabled.
which they rarely ever are. That doesn't take the personal responsibility away from the adult.
I'm like, okay, I was gonna call. I thought you was gonna call and we was gonna talk and discuss stuff and everything. Cause
Solid
she has called me a
defense.
few
Oh,
times.
let's see how it works out for him.
And I mean, it was out of the ordinary, and I, like the NBC guys said, she
It's
said
a pretty
she's
unique
13, I
defense.
thought
I'll
she
give
was
him that.
17.
Usually they go
And
for
I
the
have a bad
entrapment
memory.
angle.
I know 17 under the limit too. I was talking to her.
Does he
saying the other
drive?
day she turned 17, and then
No mention was made of
when she
anyone
turned
driving him
18,
to this
I'll
sting
meet her.
operation house, so yeah, I would have to assume he does
and
drive.
if anything's meant to be then.
Well, you're kind of starting. Like, just tell me a whole story out there, but not from the beginning. Why don't you start from the beginning of how you met her and.
Okay.
Telling me
I
all
can.
these stories,
I'm just
man. I
being
don't care
honest.
about no story.
I'll be honest from the beginning. Like I said, you jumbled it all up there for me. Start from the beginning. How'd you happen to meet her?
Okay, I was in a Yahoo chat room, Tennessee chat room.
Pick up Splam.
Yeah, it was a Tennessee chat room.
What,
It was
True Crime
probably
Thursday there?
1, 2, 5, 7, or 9. That's usually ones I go through. And I mean, I've only talked to one other underage girl, and that was a problem, like I told the NBC guy.
Well, we'll get to that. Tell me about this girl.
Yeah, okay, I am. I'm just trying to explain everything, and I'm bad at telling stories.
From a medical perspective, that's fairly telling. Driving requires a certain amount of
She's
awareness,
real
planning,
friendly,
problem
real
solving.
nice and
Yeah,
everything.
he has no problem driving, then you'd think he'd have enough
Like I said, I thought
cognitive ability to determine
said she
right
was
from
17.
wrong. Especially when it comes to something like,
there's no problem with
driving a
talking to
bunch of
somebody
miles
or
across,
calling somebody.
state lines
That's
to
the
go
thing.
meet a, what
don't
you
think there
assume is a
is,
13-year-old girl. I think you'd have the mental ability to discern whether that's a right or wrong thing to do.
17,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, well, I'm asking a lot.
Yana, you have to
because
understand
I'm
how
not-
mentally regarded. I
can't
don't know
do
any
nothing with
better.
Anybody under 18 if you're over 18. I know that much.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was bad for me to pick up the phone and talk to a 17-year-old and say, hey, how are you?
Just how he
I didn't
speaks and
know.
carries himself, I already know he
So you're
knows.
talking to her.
He knows right from
Yeah,
wrong.
We're friends and everything. She's being sweet. And
He don't sound nearly schizo enough.
joking around and stuff. And I mean, it's in
Did
the,
you ever see her?
I seen photo of her or something on her MySpace.
Okay.
Like, even here, even from what he's
Did she ever
saying
see
here, trying to recall the situation, I can
gave
tell
her my
he's
MySpace
deliberately hiding information and not telling the whole story.
Right.
I'm a very open person. I mean, it's like I told her a few days after we started talking. Yeah, I have cerebral palsy. I walk with a cane.
Oh,
I
boo-hoo.
told her about my hand or not.
My hand.
Stuff like that. I'm very open. I don't want to hurt nobody. And
I ain't
like
trying to
my
hurt
friends.
nobody,
The
man.
internet's the best way I can make friends because people look bad upon me like I'm retarded or something in person. So it's hard to be friends other than that.
This could very well be true, but using your disability as an excuse for why you felt the need to talk sexually to a 13-year-old is incredibly vile, and once again shows how manipulative Dustin is. He has done this before. He knows right from wrong. Just because making friends in real life is difficult for him, that doesn't justify him preying on minors. Also, I didn't say this previously, but he continues to state that he believed her to be 17 years old, and that is patently false. She stated that she was 13 within a minute of their initial conversation.
Yeah, they have the chat
Moreover,
logs, so why would he
talked
even
about
bother
her
saying
age
that?
frequently, saying that he loved that she was just 13 and that he didn't want to wait 5 years to meet her.
You guys see TCAP whenever they show the chat logs, the decoys make a very, like the decoys repeatedly state how old they are. Multiple instances in the chat log. Like I guess to attack against the potential allegations of entrapment, they give the predator multiple instances, opportunities, and chances to walk away, to walk out, to realize what they are doing is wrong, and the crime, sick degeneracy, and they all just kind of don't care, and they just keep on going. I work in a field that interacts closely with the medical field, and you would be surprised at how many people will tell you that they're cognitively impaired if they think they will benefit from it. Oh no, I believe you.
There's a lot of bad stuff that happens on the internet like this, and people lie, but you can make some good friends on there. And
I don't. It's just. And then we just started talking, and I don't know. I lost my head. I done something stupid, and
I see your head right there, man. It's attached to your body.
I egged it on, and she encouraged, and she egged a little bit, and I mean, like I said, today, she egged me coming up here. I didn't have no plans of doing it.
Yeah, but you went anyway.
But she's a sweet person, and I didn't want to upset her. And that was stupid. I should have told her no, and if she got mad, oh well. But I wasn't thinking. Like, okay,
Clearly.
y'all meet her, hang out. Nothing bad. I mean,
We just wanted to hang out, man.
the stupid thing is, I've heard reports like this in Virginia and other states and stuff like that. And these weirdos will bring ropes and knives and stuff. I didn't bring.
Do you have anything like that in your car?
Yeah, did you bring anything?
Would you mind if we looked in your car?
And you're familiar with these sting operations too, and yet you still went.
Well, what I'd like to do is get you to say it's okay for us to look in your car.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because
Oh
we
my
need to
God, why
verify
did you say
didn't
that?
bring
Well, I
nothing
mean,
to
it's
kill
good
her
that
or
he said that because
the only
it's sick and we
bad
know
thing
he's
about
guilty,
was
but
my
why
electric razor.
why would he
She said
give
she
them
wanted
consent?
to be shaved down there, and I don't know why I did that. And I think I can't remember. I thought I brought some hand moisturizer or KY jelly. I don't know which it is.
Okay.
I can't remember.
What was that for?
I don't know. I don't know why I even brought it. I wasn't thinking. I just picked it up.
Hey, Justin, if we're gonna talk and be honest with each other,
I am.
okay?
I am.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
It's hard to meet people, okay?
Yeah, I mean,
get on.
I picked it up.
Okay, hold on a sec. I know how hard it is to meet people. See that? I'm 40 years old. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I try to meet people all the time.
Never
I
mind.
understand what it's like to get on the internet. You know what I mean? To meet people. Okay? I understand what it's like to go visit people. But I never get in my car and throw KY jelly in there without a reason. All right?
But I'm being honest.
Why did you throw the KY jelly in the car?
I don't. Like I said.
Why'd you throw that jelly in there, man?
Okay, what were you going to use it for? You can, one's for sex, one's for washing your hands. You weren't going to wash your hands with KY, right?
No.
What were you going to use
I mean,
it for?
like he just gave you an out right
I
there, and
guess.
you didn't take it. You could have just said it was for
Was
washing
it
your
because you had
hands.
sex with her?
Yeah, but I was going to try to.
Why
not
did you
to.
say
I
yes?
understand that.
I'm being honest.
I understand you got.
I mean,
I'm a man too. You got to try and resist, right?
it's hard.
But if it would have happened,
Never understood that. There were
you
multiple
had
people
the
that said they
KY
know
jelly,
this
you were
what the
prepared.
operation is, and they
Yeah,
still
but
do it
I
because they
mean,
think it won't happen to
I
them.
ain't gonna lie to you, and I mean,
okay. Well, let's.
It really is a weird phenomenon, especially the more the show went on and as popular it got, you would get more and more people to say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of the show before. Oh yeah, I've actually seen it before. I'm a big fan." And it's like, well, why did you go anyway? Was the desire for was it like was it the thrill, the thrill of the chase there? Like you have to be really you have to be really fiending there. I'd have to say.
I don't know.
Let's do this right here.
Like I said, I'm an idiot.
He is an idiot, but not for the reason he is trying to put forth. Again, he is trying to play up the angle that he simply didn't know any better. The evil 13-year-old was the one who forced him into driving nearly 6 hours to her house to have sex, and he was powerless against her. He's just too nice, too trusting, and too lonely to tell her no. Meanwhile, he did bring a razor and lubricant for the express purpose of having sex with her and fulfill his fantasy. Not hers, his.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, I'm not calling you an idiot, you know?
I'm calling myself.
Well, I'm not going to call you one. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen to your story, okay? And we're going to talk about a few things that are in your chat just to make sure everything's okay. What kind of vehicle are you driving tonight?
A 2005 PT Cruiser, and it's actually in my mother's name and my name.
Of course, it's in your mother's name.
What color is it?
Depends on how the sun hits it. It's a bluish purple.
Okay.
I'm being honest. It's
No,
a
you're
weird
obviously
color.
lying about
I
that
only
part.
seen one other one like it.
Tennessee tags?
Yes.
It's good memory.
Well,
come up with the same good.
I couldn't tell you the plate number of my truck, and I've had it for 5 years. If somebody ever steals it, I'm in trouble.
I'm gonna use that perfect memory against him when he starts lying later.
That's the second vehicle I had.
Classic
and that's the only
tactic.
vehicle I've locked, so.
You can't remember why you went to visit this little girl, but you can remember what your car's plates are? That's kind of suspicious,
I'm
sir.
with the Attorney General's office.
I mean, please don't arrest me because it's. I can't survive in jail.
Well, we're gonna talk about some stuff, all right? So, just
Doesn't answer the question
stay calm,
there.
Drink your water, relax.
I can't drink water.
We got time to talk.
He's the one guy in the world that can drink water.
We're not gonna get in a hurry about anything.
What's the camera recording or something?
Yeah, that's so that protects both of us. You can't say I did something to you in here, and I can't say that you did something you didn't do.
I mean, like I said, I'm gonna cooperate because
I'm gonna cooperate, man.
I'm so guilty. I mean, I'm under a rock.
Okay, what this states is that
I did anything but physical.
You hereby consent to a complete search of the premises, property, or vehicle located at.
I need a Neo tank out to help me now.
Why was all those cameras here? Was that NBC or what?
Yeah.
They have to get my permission to use it, don't they?
No, they don't.
Well, you're gonna have to discuss that with them. I don't have anything to do with that. I'm with the police agency.
I thought you all had done it before. Like I said, I've read about.
Okay, this states that you consent to a complete search.
Again,
of
if he knows
your
they've done it
vehicle
before, why
located
would you?
at Bowling Green Police Department, and more particularly
He
described
claims
as
he's
a
familiar with the
2005
premise of the
PT
show.
Cruiser, bluish purple. You grant this consent to John Dudinsky, known to you as an agent of the Office of the Attorney General, and to such other officers deemed necessary to assist. You know that you have a right to refuse consent, and you voluntarily give up that right. You know that the agent does not have a search warrant. You have not been threatened or coerced in any way, nor have you been promised any favor or benefit. You have read this consent form or had it read to you, and you understand it. The date is 20th day of October 2007, and the time is 11:21 p.m. Is that correct? And you're gonna allow us to look inside your vehicle, right? Okay, I just need you to sign right there.
And I mean, honestly, that's all that's in that bag. As far as in the back, they might be 2 pairs of shoes. It's hard for me to clean, so.
Right, are there any weapons or anything in there?
Can't remember what's in your car, but you can remember the plate numbers. Very suspicious.
Because I don't know about.
Okay.
There might be a few DVDs in my buddy's wrestling promotion, but that's about it.
Could you print your name here for
Oh,
me,
why does it
please?
always come
And
back
then
to
your
wrestling?
address.
I mean,
I mean, if there was any kind of question to his competency, any signature release waiver would not be enforceable. Yeah. The fact that he has to, the fact that he says, don't they need my permission for that, already kind of gives it away. Like if you were truly that mentally deficient, it wouldn't be enforceable anyway.
Okay, because I was gonna say if y'all are, let me at least call my mom and tell her what an idiot I am.
Right. Well, this is just for your car, okay?
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
No, my throat.
Man, how am I gonna last 3 turns?
Well, I didn't know what your medical situation was.
No,
If you needed something to eat to keep your blood sugar level.
As upset as I am, I might have a panic attack. That's the only thing.
Do you
Oh,
take
the
any
panic
medication or
attack.
anything that
Classic
you do
tactic.
for it?
No.
Well, I'm gonna leave this here just in case you end up needing it, okay? Anything for me? I think they're gonna let you. Whenever you're ready, come take it. Need something, John? Give me a
So, you met, just take us back. You meet her online. You talk for a while, send each other some pictures, get to know each other, get to chat
I
on
guess
the
to just
internet.
spam infantry to have more meat bags.
You throw KY jelly in the car, and just
Not to say shit like that hasn't happened. Have I watched any of the West Memphis 3 stuff? Sounds familiar, but I want to say no.
I wouldn't force myself on
I'm pretty sure I've heard it before. The name at
Well, let
least.
me ask you this.
I couldn't force myself.
He absolutely could force himself on someone, especially if that someone was a child, which is why he likely targeted children. In their conversations, Dustin asked the decoy how tall she was, how much she weighed, and found that he had over 100 pounds on her. He was also quite a bit taller than her, and he hoped that he would be able to overpower her when the time came. He is blatantly trying to use his disability as a sign of his innocence. He wants the officer to see him as meek and unable to commit the crime he was caught red-handed committing.
Ask you this. You said you talked to another girl that was underage one time.
What? What?
And what happened?
Not even the first time?
I had originally talked to an older lady, 30.
3 teenagers, one or possibly 2 of them were developmentally delayed. Basically, there was a murder in their town and the police were under pressure to solve it, so they pinned it on these kids.
It's
Ah.
Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol. I can't remember which city it was.
Okay. All in Tennessee.
Yeah. They're all right.
Kingsport, Bristol,
and Johnson City.
Okay.
They call them the Tri-Cities because you can hit any of one from the other.
Not the first time I've heard of a case where the details were roughly similar to that.
Tri-Cities. And she had me start talking to her 14-year-old daughter, and I said, I didn't want to. And she gave her daughter my name and everything, and her daughter was wanting to date me, and she was wanting me to, the lady was wanting me to date her daughter, and I was like, no, and I tried to
Got
be
very careful with the narrative here.
They
They have his chat logs.
I said, all I want is sex. And
did you tell that to the daughter or the mom or what?
They coerced the confession out of the definitely disabled kid. They had him in isolation for like 12 hours, camera off, trying to get the confession until they broke him down. Kinda crazy. I think time like that could have been more spent, you know, trying to find the real killer.
How old were you then? 21, 20?
Now, why do any investigating when you can pin it on the slow kid who can't, you know, speak for himself?
And then the mom wants you to start dating her daughter?
Yeah.
Dude, this case is basically the opposite of that.
To date her daughter?
I believe so, and actually I told the mom was asking me what I was doing for my birthday. I told her I was going out to dinner at
I was talking earlier about why you should never talk to the police, even when you're completely innocent. And the case I'm referencing when I was talking about that was this case in Canada where they... a black dude. Ah, yes. A black dude got off a bus after work, and he just so happened to be like at the wrong place at the wrong time, nearby where a robbery took place. They basically found him where they thought the robber had fled to. They didn't find the actual guy, but they took him in. He's completely 100% innocent. He complies because he thinks, oh, there's like, I got a strong alibi. There's no way they can detain me here. Like keep me, like put me under arrest. And he's like completely honest, but because of his personality was so, like he didn't really emote well. He was just completely blasé, pretty normal about the whole thing. They thought his personality was weird, and that coupled with the fact that they couldn't find the real guy, they kind of just, you know, okay, that's our guy, take him in. Yes! Big ups, Pupuku, me, and Dwight_race. Dwight, I know you've seen TCAP. This is To Catch a Predator. Not the show, but like one of the guys from the show. His interrogation. So he's mentally disabled, and he is going to use his mental disability to excuse attempting to pursue who he thought was a 13-year-old girl. Now, obviously, it's not gonna work.
Japanese steakhouse.
Totally agree. Watch the lecture from a defense attorney where the message was that basically there is zero benefit in cooperating with police, basically without an
He can't
attendant
remember
present.
because he's lying
Yeah.
about this happenstance, not because his memory is bad. He's
Can be
trying to claim
detrimental,
that the
even
years
if he didn't
prior
do
to
anything
this,
wrong.
he was
Yeah,
caught
like, at
talking to
least get the
another
lawyer
minor,
in there.
But only because that child's mother wanted him, an adult, to date her daughter. She forced him to talk to her daughter in a way he believed was inappropriate, but instead of simply not doing it, turning off his computer or blocking
There was
her
one case
and her
we watched
daughter,
last
he
year,
decided that the best way forward would
around
be to
this
act
time,
like a
actually,
pervert and make
where
sexually explicit requests
the
of the
dude
child
being
so the mom
interrogated
stops
had his
pressuring him,
mom
which
for a
makes literally no
lawyer
sense, and no one in their right
because
mind
his
would
mom was
believe
the
that to
judge
be
of the
true.
county.
The
Like,
reality is that
coincidentally,
Dustin, of his own volition, sought out the
it didn't
minor,
work out there
engaged
either.
in inappropriate conversations with said minor, attempted to isolate them like he did in this case, and was caught by that minor's parents.
I mean, it's part of cerebral palsy, I think, is a little damage there. Yonder, there's some kind of Chinese or a Japanese
I'd say I held him off well here.
I told her. She shows up looking for me.
The mom.
With the daughter. That was a little strange. And the man was the woman's boyfriend was a cop. And I mean, I apologized and I cleared it up without going to.
What'd you have to apologize for, though, if she wanted you to date her daughter?
I was trying to cover anything up just so I didn't go to jail or anything.
Well, it sounds like you should go to jail, man.
People.
There's something missing.
What's the origin of suck a dog off? It's from Pasta Derek.
So you got online.
Pasta Derek. Wait, Pastor Miller, the former tractor turned lol cow.
You wouldn't. So she
Was
wouldn't
one
want
of
you to date
one
her
of the
daughter.
things he said. He would say the most kooply kind of shit, but Meerkat clipped it, and it kind of turned into a meme from there.
That's all you said.
I believe so. I didn't go.
All right, looks like we held off. Hey, you winning out here, son? Brit. Tisk tisk, my time is up. All I'll gain from fighting any longer is sore knuckles. Guess it's time to disappear, right? Not too shabby. In fact, you did good holding out against a superior force like that, I mean. Commander Grit, does this mean I'm worthy of being a commanding officer now? Why, I say, that was nothing short of the work of a top-of-the-line CO. And you can take that to the bank.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, I will, sir. Take that to the bank. I mean, thank you, sir. But did we get the S-Rec, though?
I'll continue to do my best.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like those points there. Obviously, I gotta retry that. With a better CO, maybe. Look, the C stands for cool. Obviously.
It's showtime.
What? Big ups, Bearded Biscuit, the Prime. Thank you for the Prime Gaming. 4 months. And Bearded Biscuit says, I'm waiting on the Mark Dingle voice actor arc. Maybe one day. Colin is one of the best CEOs in the game, Dinger. I have had a smooth ride using him. Okay, you mentioned one with the factory. That was this one. And you said, yeah, I can do Kanbei if I wanted to. If I wanted to. Yeah, that shit was fucking pattern play, man. Mash, mash, jab. Oh, spam your forces. Spam your forces. Pattern play, pattern play. Nature walk. Kanbei's units are more expensive, though. But you know what? Yeah, just for positivity and doing something different. Yeah, 3-star difficulty mission. This'll be easy for me. It's a race to the missile silos. Secure them first and launch away. What are the conditions of this terrain, Sonia? Wait, what's that there? Those are explosives. Sound the alarm. We're in danger. Oh, Father, do calm down. They pose no threat to us. Those are the missile silos I had installed. With those in place, our country's defense network is practically perfect. Yes, I see. While attacking from afar may not be to my liking, it is at times unavoidable. While we await the enemy, instruct me in the use of these silos. Hey, Sansa. Our forces have been ambushed. 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 I can't be a voice actor if I can't pronounce shit. What? The enemy is here? There's no way we're under attack. Impossible. It can't be. Intel reported no enemy troops in this region. No. The silos, they're unguarded. The enemy is trying to take them. Do not worry, Sonia. I will go. But what if the enemy reaches them first? You'll be... I am the leader of this country. I shall not fail in my duty. Convey's forces ride. Move out. Big up Sansa. If you can hear the sound of my voice, let's wish Samurai Sansa a happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. It's your very special day and all that. I hope you did cool stuff.
Wait, Father.
Father, listen. The missile silos can only be operated by infantry or mech units. If your troops reach them first, you'll be able to launch a single missile. I understand. Do not fear, my loyal subjects. Kanbei rides with you. Alright, so if I recall from the first game, Kanbei's gimmick is that his units are a little bit more expensive than other COs, but he's got a good CO power. It's a straight buff if I recall, but a pretty good buff nevertheless.
Pounding the
Oh
peaches
my
with
god,
DDT
it's
asshole.
Peaches and Keem! Featuring the new Peaches and Keem entrance MP4. We're no longer sourcing it straight from the YouTube video, so there is no more lag in the Peaches entrance theme there. Yeah, there is a new dreading. TCAP guy, to catch a predator, idiot, mentally disabled guy, attempts to use his disability to excuse his pursuit of a 13-year-old, or who he thought was a 13-year-old. We're about, where are we in here? We're like approaching the midway point. And big up Slaw Power. 30% attack and death buff for 20% higher costs. Yeah, that was what I was trying to remember. That's pretty decent. As long as if I beat these, I can use Kanbei in the factory mission then. I don't mind that. Yeah, we'll just get us out of Blue Moon for a second. Hey, it's my Sunkiss. Sansa, that's better than like any birthday I've ever had. Oh, what did Sansa do? Got Pikmin 1+2 for the Switch. Won 1,000 on a lottery ticket? And had a fajita dinner. How do we celebrate this? 1,000? 1,000? Dude, Papa Dingus is like the biggest lottery junkie ever. And even I've never heard of Papa Dingus winning 1,000 in the lottery. A whole rack? Big ups to Sensa Croy. Oh, come on. I know I got something for this. Hold up. We're gonna celebrate. One whole band? Is it a band or a rack? Or are those interchangeable? I'm not black. I'm not black, guys. I don't know. Dude, where's my sound effect for this? And thank you for the... We love Sammy Law Power. Band is 1,000. Thank you for asking the question I was too afraid to ask. Ah, yes. What are friends for? Yeah. We'll give Sansa a yeah there, and we'll also give him a money yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations. What are you gonna spend it on? That's what people really want to know.
Go into no details like in
Let me turn the ceiling fan on.
thing over there. I guarantee that.
He was about to say, I didn't get into details like I did with the last child, but he stops himself, which is strange, given how he has already admitted to the crime multiple times over.
I had never met the girl or anything like that.
Okay.
I mean...
Going straight to the bills.
When you said you just wanted sex, what happened next?
That's what I would put it on, honestly. I would put it some... it would go straight to the bank or the bills. You can't leave. You can't leave me with bands for too
I
long.
didn't say this at the restaurant. This
Okay,
was,
you said this on.
This was after. Yeah, this was after the restaurant. They didn't find me at the restaurant.
Okay.
Paid off your
We
new
was back
monitor,
around
put it
the
on my
back
card.
at a
Oh, that's cool.
Far end table, I think, and they didn't see us or something. I knew what the mom looked like, and I can't remember if I seen a picture of the.
I hope we're able to entertain you for the remainder of your birthday evening here, Sansa, here on the Dingus stream.
I never met them. Okay. The mom asked me, I think it was a mom, asked me where it was, what I was doing for my birthday, because I mean, yeah, my birthday's November 15th.
Whoa, is this dummy's birthday
people
too?
ask, right. That's a common thing online.
No, say it ain't so.
When's your birthday?
Right.
And yeah, without saying, they try to get to know you. What do you do for their
But what I'm saying is, before this birthday
Have you played
thing,
Pikmin yet?
Before the birthday thing,
Hopefully you can use my playthrough as a hand-holdy guide
After the birthday thing.
of what not to do.
Found me there.
Yeah.
A little strange, and I mean,
Okay, so you told her after that.
Yeah.
Then
Good
what
true
happened?
crime suggestion sometime? If you
She
have
was
the link, you
upset.
can
I
go ahead
tried
and
to
suggest it as
resolve the
a
issue,
video suggestion.
and I went to.
Although it's kind of, I was gonna go back and forth between true crime, maybe some rough updates, Fuentes updates from the Kino Casino. They still got stuff from their clip channel, and the clip channel does censor all their naughty language, so it's Twitch safe.
What?
And then maybe I was kind of curious. We'll probably go back to that Ricada clip channel too.
It wasn't a sheriff, it was a police officer, and he said that they are thinking about filing charges. And Mom talked to him.
Your first Pikmin experience, I would definitely start with 1 first, because 2 is just
It's like if he apologizes
two
for
kind of
it,
assumes you've played 1 already, that you're at least somewhat familiar with the mechanics.
Because I don't like trouble.
So
Not to say that it doesn't have tutorials and guides and all that, but it will just be a smoother experience if you go first. And 1's not even that long of a game anyway.
The girl's name?
No, I do not, sir.
How old was she?
It was this JF guy that possibly Minecrafted his wife. Worski's former business partner from the Worski Live days, his old co-host. Worski did a documentary on him.
Because, I mean, I thought it was weird that the mom had me talk to the dog.
Samurai Sansa is flexing his $1,000 rack and forwarding the gift sub he got from the one and only Mr_Pun. And it went to Flame. So big ups Flame and big ups Sansa. Flexing that dollar, as they say. And thank you very much, Bian.
If you knew, why did you talk to this girl?
I'll talk to anybody on the internet, but I didn't mean for anything to escalate.
Well, it sure turned into you talking to that lady, Mr. Man.
And I mean, you say things and you don't think. I mean, we all do. I'd say, and I know what's in that. And
You got time to think about it now on what you said, on some of the things you said, correct?
yeah, and I mean, well, I egged a lot of it on, and she did a couple things. So,
What did she do to egg it on?
like, she called
Like,
me today. wanting me
she's
to
like
come up
13.
here.
How is she gonna egg it on?
But you were telling her you were her boyfriend, right? You wanted to marry her.
I don't recall
After she
saying
got
that
done?
necessarily. I don't know if I
we
can
got along.
co-sign
Yeah,
that.
if you read that.
Okay.
Big ups, Corona. We are advancing. We've beaten 1 mission so
Here's
far.
the problem we got.
Yeah.
Ready for the problem?
Yeah.
Is
Big ups, Corona. Welcome
you
in.
don't want to go to jail for a long time.
Detox Thursday
Alright.
continues, man.
I want to know the story on what your intent is and what you're planning on doing, okay? And some of these things I'm going to need you to explain because a jury and a judge are going to be looking at these things, right?
Okay.
And they're going to say to themselves, this guy here might have been willing to kill this girl or something. Because
Bit
some
of an
this stuff
escalation
looks
there,
pretty bad.
but a possible scenario. They're trying to get into his head and fuck
establish
with
right
him.
up front. You knew that she was 13.
Yeah, we're dirty cops. We're dirty cops. We're gonna assume you had plans to murder her, so you better fess up now.
Hold on. I told you we're gonna be honest with each other, all right?
I'm just being honest.
I've been totally honest with you and upfront.
Yes.
Were you lying to him before?
Okay. If you'd have thought if you wouldn't have known she was 13 or something, why were you right away worried about a cop and telling her I can't talk to you?
It's almost like he does know right from wrong.
And telling her how to. I mean, I can read this chat right here, and it talks about.
Those are edited chat logs, dummy.
Later on, and that is 13 days ago. And you're telling her how to get rid of stuff on the computer so nobody knows what you're talking about.
Did he really think they didn't have the chat logs available?
Get in trouble so we can't even speak.
Okay.
And I don't.
Did you not want her to get in trouble, or were you worried about you getting in trouble, or both?
I was worried about her getting in trouble.
You weren't worried about you getting in trouble? When the first thing you say is you're making sure there's not a cop or anything because you don't want instant trouble.
Dustin has overtly stated throughout this interrogation that he is just an idiot. He didn't mean any harm. He's just too trusting online. And
I'm
shouldn't
just
have
so
listened to the
stupid,
child
Your
who
Honor.
said she
There's no
wanted to
way
come
I
over.
could have
And
known.
that is his main and really only
big ups
fault.
Bearded Biscuit
He has
for the
played
video
all of
redeem.
his cards, from saying he believed
Oh,
she was
dude, this
17.
one's
He only
famous.
came over there because she pressured him.
All right,
and
it's an
couldn't hurt
oldie. It's an
anyone
oldie,
due to
but
his
it's a goodie.
disability. But the moment the transcripts are shown to be in the room and Dudinsky begins to read them, his lies fall apart. He was extremely calculated, pitting her against her family members, teaching her how to delete their chat logs and make it look like they had never talked to each other, and how he was telling her that he wanted to marry her. He brought her age up repeatedly, unprovoked, and at times stated it was so hot that she was so young. All of his lies immediately fall apart, and he is shown to be an incredibly calculated predator.
We saw that one on stream last year, but I don't mind watching it again. That one is magical. I even bring it up from time to time. Steven!
The part about showing her how to clear that was so she didn't get in trouble with her parents because she said she wasn't supposed to be on the internet chat. I didn't want her to
Strange
get
at
in
the school
trouble.
the next year. See, I had never gone into.
Like that, and I mean,
if anything came out about how the,
if
you know,
I get in trouble, I mean,
what happened in the aftermath. That stuff I don't know about.
Deal with the consequences. I'm dealing with them now, and I hate them, and I made some stupid choices, and I don't want to. I wish I could take it back, and I don't want to hurt nobody.
I'm not trying to go to jail, man. I'm not.
I said some stupid
You guys are
things
just
in
you
there,
You pigs are bullying me, man. Maybe you guys are the real pig roaches here.
You want to hide the stuff that's on there and how to archive stuff. You know, a lot of this leads up to you wanting to protect yourself more than worrying about her. Am I pretty accurate on that?
Don't say yes.
Yeah. I was
Oh my
thinking more of
God.
her, but yeah, it was for me too. And like I said,
A lot of her classmates failed the bar, and I could understand why. Yeah, it's a pretty wild thing to have shake up your school.
Okay.
I'm being honest with you, son.
I've got to get to the bottom of what's going on. And when you tell me
I'm being honest, sir. I didn't do
and then
nothing.
the other half of the truth later on, and I got to ask 10 more questions, all you're doing is make it hard on me. And like I told you, judge and jury's going to hear this. You have things in here asking her if she's had her first period yet.
I know.
Yeah.
You have things in here that sound as if you want to take her off somewhere.
Never be seen
Buy her
again,
from her
perhaps.
mom.
Yeah, that was a joke.
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay, it was a joke. That
I
makes
mean,
everything
I said
all
a lot
right.
of things.
That you're willing to take her, marry her. You want her to send her panties.
What?
That one was. I don't know.
I don't know if I can co-sign that. I think that was a joke
Like I said,
there,
so that you can
investigator.
find her. If something happened after, if we lost contact between now and when she was 18, that's what that was for. I'm being totally honest.
I don't know why Dustin.
Honestly, for someone so easily intimidated, and you know, he's not like all the way mentally deficient. He does know he's not cognitively impaired. He knows right from wrong, but you can see, yeah, he's got some issues with them. interesting to see what this is like, and this is truncated too. We're like 53 minutes in. Interesting to see he hasn't completely broken down yet. You think if he was like completely mentally impaired, you know, he doesn't know anything right from wrong, you think he'd be like on his fucking hands and knees, breaking down, crying. It's all, you know, he can't hold his own, but he's he's trying there. The attempt, he's making an attempt, and this sadly is proof that he knows what he's doing.
Believes that makes it any better, because if they lost contact
as if
between
his
when she was
answers
13
alone are
and when she turned
enough
18,
of that.
did he expect that she would want him to track her down using her security number and randomly show up? He essentially admitted that he would stalk her and potentially kidnap her, which I'm sure he would be surprised to know is also a crime.
And the paintings was a stupid thing, and I was just to see if she was real.
All right.
And that's being honest.
On the 13th, you knew she was a 13-year-old girl, correct? By what I just read you, and you just told me that, right?
I'm guessing so. I'm bad with dates.
Okay. That was 7 days ago. And she'd been supposedly is what you're thinking, or whatever. You're saying, I can't
She
wait.
said she was.
You're saying, I can't wait to get your cherry.
Yeah.
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm an old man and I might have been out of the system for a while, but that means that you're going to
take her virginity.
You're going to take her virginity.
Why did you validate that? Why did you clarify that? Why?
You came up here.
What's wrong with this dude?
I didn't have
at 11 o'clock at night to meet
because
her.
I couldn't get here any faster. I'd have been here.
I'm glad he's, you know, helping the officer, you know, get the rope around his neck, but this is pathetic.
You've sent her pornography over the internet. Is that correct?
Photo.
Which that alone is the crime.
Because she said she'd never seen a penis before.
Mm-hmm. And why did you send it to her?
I don't know. I don't know. Because she said she'd never seen one.
Okay. Oh, that's a good enough excuse, I'd reckon. About a good enough excuse as any.
If somebody asked me a question out of curiosity or how do I do something, I'm stupid enough to tell them.
You're stupid. What?
I try to help.
What kind of answer is that? Okay, he just said, if somebody, it's a pathetic defense anyway. But even when you parse that, it doesn't make sense. It's like if somebody asks me if they need help with something, I'm stupid enough to help them with that. But what? Why would helping someone in general be a stupid thing? But you're relating that. It's because he's trying to relate that to the penis thing. But even when you look at statement isolated from the penis thing, it still just doesn't work out. Is he like saying he's not a nice guy? He's nice enough to show his dick off to anybody who messages him in an AIM chat room, I suppose.
People, I share knowledge if I have.
You don't get it, officer. It was penis inspection day.
I know.
Okay.
I'm being honest with you.
Let's be honest, okay? If somebody asks you how to build a birdhouse, you might send them a diagram, okay?
Yeah, but that's...
A girl that age asks you or says she never seen a penis, and I don't recall her asking you. I've read the entire string of chat. She never
Different times back then. Oh yeah, obviously. It's just a culture shift. That's why I find it gross.
Hold on. But she's asking you, or telling you she's not seen a penis.
Oh, back in the day, you could just DM your dick to anyone, and nobody said anything about it.
Nothing, right?
Correct.
Right.
Were you trying to get her excited about sex? But
no, sir.
How many of these chats do I have to read out loud for you to say the truth of what you were doing? You're asking her to touch herself. You're asking her if you show up, will she touch you? If that's not trying to get somebody excited about sex, what's it trying to do? You're not sending a birdhouse.
There was a few of them that was...
Did you send that pornography to introduce her to sex?
No, sir.
Why did you send it then?
Because she said she never seen one, and I mean, I'm being honest.
Okay. Why does a girl that age have to see one?
I don't know.
But, well, you sure you knew enough to send it to her.
There is
and he just laughs about it.
Subconsciously, I guess so, because I mean, I didn't think that when I was seeing it neither, and I was just...
She was your
I'm just a complete idiot, Your Honor.
can appreciate that. A girlfriend, you know, you're thinking, you're gonna have a girlfriend for life.
Thinking you're gonna get a long stroke there, aren't you, buddy?
I mean,
Yeah, this is the second
a
one.
lot of people look down upon me for my disability, and it hurts. And
hey,
I've had mental breakdowns.
Again, Dustin brings up his
Gameplay-wise, not too dissimilar
disability
from
as
the
a way to
first outside of the
negate him
introduction of the
grooming a
Neo Tank.
child. There are plenty of people with cerebral palsy who do not feel the need or desire to go on the internet and tell minors that they want to be their boyfriend. There are plenty of men and women with cerebral palsy who don't drive nearly 6 hours to see a 13-year-old to have sex, and I am sure they would be offended at the idea that that is somehow an acceptable action for them to take.
You're looking at a chubby bald guy, buddy. It ain't
Well, you ain't chubby. I'm chubby.
It ain't easy. I know it ain't easy.
You trying to butter him up now? I need to try this one again. They got to the missiles first.
You met her. She was your girlfriend. You were gonna come up here. You were gonna meet her. You're gonna watch some movies, right?
Yeah, that's what
movies were you gonna watch?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're gonna see all 3 of the new Halloween movies and both of the new Scream movies.
Based on everything you said, were you gonna have sex with her?
You want the honest truth?
That's why I'm sitting here.
I was gonna meet her and
tell her that it's bad to meet people online.
If we got along, if not.
Why did you bring the KY jelly? It was to have sex, correct?
If it led up to that, because I mean, like I said, if it led up to that, if I didn't plan on having sex, I didn't come up here planning on not having sex, having it either way. Like I said, I picked it up. I grabbed a few things real quick.
You grabbed, okay. If I'm going out on a first date, my first thought isn't throw some KY jelly in the truck. If I know that this girl is a sure thing, I'm gonna throw some KY jelly in the truck.
The way he talks to him, though.
KY jelly in the truck because you're pretty sure you're gonna have sex if somebody.
Yeah,
wants
she's
you
a
to
sure
go
fucking
that far
catch, right?
to see them.
No, sir. I mean,
You didn't take it that she wanted to have sex from. Do I have to read the chats?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
You pretty much knew that you were coming up here for sex, correct?
No, sir. It was one of those 50-50 things, and I understand where you're coming from.
Pretty sure he said yes to a similar question earlier.
I understand what we said, and
okay.
I asked her if we was.
Where do you want my sperm first?
What?
I don't know.
Mouth, pussy, or ass?
I mean, that wasn't in reference of meeting today.
Okay. I want
Oh, I need to hear that one again.
sperm first.
What we said, and
okay.
I asked her if we was.
Where do you want my sperm first?
I don't know.
Mouth, pussy, or ass?
I mean, that wasn't in reference of meeting today.
Okay.
I'm imagining that that's just the officer telling that to him straight up. And big ups to Juzzy for a video redeem. Spiral 1 had one of the coolest anti-piracy measures. I've seen that video before. I actually have a crash video in my watch later list. But you may or may not be alive by the time we finally get around to it. But hello, Juzzy. We are commanding Asian troops as we try to recreate World War II, I think.
All I want to do, okay?
And this guy was on To Catch a Predator.
Is get on with this interview, but we got to get over this hurdle.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
We got to get to the truth.
I'm
Can we swap the Spiral one with the Crash one? It doesn't matter. Both ones are similar in length. We could watch both.
Because of her emails back to you. And you saying you want to have sex, and she's like, yeah, sounds cool.
Yes!
No, sir.
She's like,
it was
yes!
one of those 50-50 things she wanted.
50-50.
If we could have had sex, we could not have had sex, and I mean...
But you would have had sex if you hit it off with her.
If we got along and I thought it was a meaningful relationship...
GBA games with them together?
Honestly,
yes, that's right. Spiral Orange and Crash Purple.
But if we didn't get along...
Of course, I fell for the grip.
No.
I bought a GBA cartridge that had both games in one.
Be naked for you to get
It's just a bunch of party mini games. The Crash Purple plays just like the earlier Crash GBA titles that I actually liked. They're just the Naughty Dog games from a 2D perspective. I told Juzzy to play them. I don't think he's played them yet. The Spyro GBA games are good too, but the Spyro Orange didn't play anything like those games. It's a isometric Spyro from a bird's eye point of view. Plays just like the classic games.
This is a 12-year-old girl. Do you know the drinking age in Kentucky?
18.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't say
21.
Oh, it.
But let me tell you this.
Yeah,
Let
it's
me tell you
21,
this,
but I
okay?
wouldn't.
Remember what I told you before about a judge and jury's going to hear this.
I know.
This sounds to me like you wanted to hurt somebody. Would you be mad
GBA
if I
Spyro,
got
Jesse.
you drunk and had sex with you however I wanted and the next day you were in pain? I want to F you really hard one time. Now, when you were coming up here,
I forgot I even had that conversation.
okay, that's what you want to do. That's what you're telling her you want to do.
That
Okay.
was not.
If you have a meaningful relationship, were you wanting to have a meaningful relationship and make love to this girl, or were you wanting to just do her real hard and treat her bad and beat on her?
I was wanting to have a real relationship with her.
Yeah.
That was meant for much later on, and I don't even know why I even come up with that one and said that. You know?
But if things would have worked out, you'd have had sex with her tonight.
If we got along and stuff, and I mean, I don't know.
Alright.
I mean, I've met people offline before, and I've met people.
You spend a lot of time on the computer?
Yeah, because I mean, I sit there and I play games on the computer and on the Xbox 360, and it's, I mean, I don't have much else to do.
The
because,
Xbox
I mean, I've tried
there,
to look
man.
for a real job. And it's impossible to find a job. It's going to be real impossible after this. But people look so down.
Computer's a good thing. You know, if used correctly, a computer's a good place to meet friends.
Yeah, and I mean, other than this situation, that other one I told you about, I've never done anything like that.
So basically he's saying, other than the multiple times I have done this, I've never done this. Also, what he is saying is untrue. He'd been employed during his life, but he'd been fired for not doing his job. There are plenty of jobs for people who suffer with visible disabilities, and though it is harder to find employment, it's not impossible. However, it fits Dustin's self-pitying narrative to pretend that he has never had his own job and is incapable of taking care of himself, because it would be harder to view him as an adult. Dustin is banking on people viewing him as less than, in order for them to ignore the fact that he repeatedly stated he wanted to have sex with multiple children. In this interrogation, he is admitted to going to her house with the want to have sex, but is hoping that because people view him as being incapable of harm, they will let him off with a warning.
What chat rooms do you visit?
The Tennessee ones I listed earlier, like 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, I think.
How do they look on the internet? Is it Tennessee 1 or something?
Yeah. You just sign in, and then a wrestling chat room.
Wrestling chat room. Have you ever met anybody in any other chat rooms that you've had sex with?
Yes.
Any of them underage?
No, sir.
What's their screen names? Do you remember any of them?
I can try to. XX, Perfect Drug, XX, I think.
Where did you meet these people at? Which chat rooms? The same ones?
This has been over years and years, so it's hard to say. And she was talking to me about she had moved back to Tennessee and she would like to see me again, and I was like, okay. I talked to her some, and then she disappeared again.
The one you, not this one, the one you had sex with.
Yeah, and she was, what would you say, 21?
21. Nobody underage.
No, sir.
What's your cell phone number?
And if I had the phone in front of me, I could tell you who's who. If I had anything with them, how would they?
Where do you live at right now?
At home with my mama. And I mean, like, I would rather break the stupid news to her first.
Okay, what city is that again?
I mean, like I said, I don't want to go to jail. I can't live in jail, and I don't want no problems. And
Dustin always knew that this scenario was a possibility. He always knew when talking to the decoy that he could wind up sitting in an interrogation room with Officer Dudinsky and be on his way to prison, but he didn't care. He willfully made the choice to engage in sexually explicit conversations with a child, then drive hours to see that child with the hope of having sex with her. He even admitted to being open to having sex with her had he not been stopped. His desire to not go to prison didn't stop him from any of his past actions, so his anxiety about this is purely self-serving. If you only care about the consequences of your actions when they become your physical reality, you don't actually care about the consequences of your actions.
Now, when you live there with her, is that your computer? Is that her computer?
Oh shit, was I muted? God damn it.
Where's it at?
Okay, I think I stopped the wrong goal asking me for Halloween games. Halloween games. I think I have a
living area.
I checked the list earlier. I think I have enough for the week, so I'm gonna say tentatively no. But if I look at the schedule and there's not enough room, or like, because I think some of the games are like small and short, like just to like check them out, not a full playthrough. I figure 1 or 2 nights we might do like kind of like a different game every couple of hours or something. You know, showcase that kind of thing. If that's the case, then I might need more games.
So it's you and your mom just live together?
Her third husband.
He lives there too?
Yeah.
Does he use your computer?
He's used it a couple times to look at x-rays, and he's used hers a couple times.
X-rays?
He's got a bad back and neck.
Oh, okay.
And he's not very computer literate.
What kind of computer is it?
Just one
Hey, Joe Blunt.
ordered.
And Almighty _7, the guy, he's here.
I had a friend to help me build it.
Big ups.
Oh, really?
I said hi to you already, but again, I was muted.
parts of it, but I can't
Because
do a
the
few
stream is great.
things with it.
Yes.
Computer savvy though.
Somewhat
I know
depends
Tevin's a
on
big
the
To
subject.
Catch a Predator fan, obviously.
I mean,
Up until 2 years ago, I didn't know there was a caps lock button. Didn't know what that meant. So
Urban, did you know this guy is mentally regarded? Yes, and he's trying to use that to excuse his pursuit of a 13-year-old girl that landed him on the To Catch a Predator program. Pretty fucking disgusted, right?
I had a
This demeans and makes a mockery of all truly disabled people.
on TV.
Disgusting.
I played it up once to see what it was about a webcam.
Halloween marathon.
Yeah,
I don't want to call it a marathon because it'll just be me checking out a variety of dingus-style horror games. They're all gonna be short and bite-sized. I don't want to say anything more than that. There may be 1 or 2 nights of that.
I don't think so.
If it does turn out that I do need more games,
How could you not
I might
know?
open suggestions then.
Did you ever see any underage on your computer, or view any images
I viewed images before, I think.
of underage people?
Not meaning to, and I don't know what else saved on it.
What do you mean not meaning to? How can you not mean to?
I mean, you go on.
Hey,
on
big
the
up Century
internet
Slayer,
and
meeting
look at
Liza
porno,
Pig.
and you don't know if they're
Now you get to do New Game Plus,
of age
right?
or not. Some are.
Well, remember, I just told you, I just found a caps lock button a couple years ago, so I'm not real computer savvy. So explain to me how you get porn on the internet. I understand you can punch in porn, but what I'm talking about is underage people. Do you exchange porn with other people?
No, sir.
Okay, how do you...
I will change that story a small bit. I have a female friend that has sent me a couple female photos of a couple of her friends on Adult Friend Finder or something like that.
Okay. So the porno that you're looking at is off of websites?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, and off of Emulex, and I mean...
Off of what?
A download program.
Download program? What did you call it just now?
Emulex.
Emulex?
It's Emule, but you don't have to share stuff to send.
So that could
Still
be
want to
just
get that
other
game?
people sending
You might as well see.
Yeah.
Do you save porn on your computer?
Yes.
Really fantastic. Look, it's a Soulsborne thing. You guys know how I feel about the Souls style game style.
Need to delete it.
And lady, wake up.
Do you burn any CDs or
There we
anything
go.
of it?
I think they have been.
Model's being finicky
CDs
today.
Of it, and I don't know exactly where they are. I don't know if they're on the desk, if I throw them away or what. I can't.
So Dustin has now passively admitted to viewing child sexual abuse material online, but he tries to downplay how involved he was in the interaction. To be clear, no one accidentally views the material he's talking about, especially if you somehow get sent links through an email service. You have to seek it out. But despite Dustin saying he built his own computer and is actually incredibly smart, he is saying that he might have accidentally viewed CSAM only because he has no way of verifying the ages of everyone involved. And sure, he downloaded it, but only because he didn't know what it was. And okay, yeah, he did burn it onto a couple of DVDs, but that's not terrible because he doesn't actually know what he did with those DVDs. And, just as a reminder, he believes that he will be allowed to leave a free man. He fully believes that his manipulation with this officer will allow him to walk out of the station without charges being pressed.
Yeah, manipulation in air quotes. Doing a good job so far, buddy. Really good, actually. Not only are there different weapons, amulet stats, and leveling, but there's also perks. So depending on how you want to do things, you can do a number of synergies. Interesting. Now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't know. Did Century Slayer beat this game before Fraga? That's the real question. Is this another game that someone has beaten before Almighty _ Fraga?
They're his matches. I mean, I can't lose the computer because I can't help him if I lose the computer, and I help him with his website. And, I mean, I'm being honest with you, sir.
Fraga was done already? All right, fair enough.
As soon as I get
I didn't
I'll
know.
go home and delete any porno off the computer. Go through every DVD I have, CD, whatever. I say DVD and CD, and it's the same thing to me.
He was a lot farther than me like a week ago. I have to assume he beat it. Well, looks like he did. Looks like he did. I was gonna be such a Almighty _ Grinch if you had beaten it before. Nah, looks like he caught up.
And you told me not that you know of. What is the likelihood that we're going to find something that's somebody underage?
There's probably a few photos. And
Well, yeah,
a few
on the
videos.
subject of Dingerwing, I don't know, we don't have the details inked in yet, but I mentioned the possibility of a costume for Shy Gal for Dingerwing. I am in discussion, talks if you will, with the guy Big World Order. Potentially get something for the lady in time for Dingerwing. I don't want to make any promises yet. The details are not hashed out. This is all conceptual. So take this not as a promise, but as a something cool may or may not happen in the future situation.
You don't think? I'm asking you what the likelihood is. Do you remember ever burning any?
The only ones that I've burnt to DVD.
But I had a couple of ideas, so I was like, well, you know, I don't. As long as he doesn't mind, I may as well ask.
No, I don't share porno. Period.
Once you get it yours.
Nice carrot dangle. Is this the
You
level
have to
1
find it yourself.
dingus?
And I mean, because I don't know.
No,
who-
it's the swollen
who would
dingus
be on the other end.
How is that a
Dustin seems to
carrot
think
dangle?
that this is noble and also funny. He's laughing about the idea
Just do
of
a
sharing
hand
some of the
cam or a
CSAM
leg cam
he has
costume.
with other people.
We're not getting
because
a
he,
hand
quote,
cam. Hand
doesn't
cams
know
are too
who would be
expensive.
on the other end.
They're like
Initially, when I heard
$800 or
this,
something.
I believed he meant he didn't
I
want to
mean,
share
that's just a number I
materials
pulled
with
out of my
other
ass. But
predators
what
like
if that
himself.
was the case?
However, upon watching this for a second time while recording, I realized he is stating he doesn't
No,
know
Tevin's
if a
putting
police
me on
officer
ice.
would
He's
be on
seen
the
this
other
too
end
many
of the
times all
interaction.
before. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if I got a green screen to put on behind me, guys? I got a green screen and we can like green screen in like a news background, and I can get like a desk and maybe a suit, the DSPN news segment there, and we can get some lights and have some new, fixture in the background there. I'm being called out. I'm literally, you know how we do like, how I say ding SP, you know, now it's a little bit more literal than ever before. Dingus, my hand cam was $20. Shut up! They don't need to know that!
Would lead him to being caught. Similar to how he repeatedly stated, he didn't know
The
if decoy was a
MSI is
child
out of
or a cop.
USB
And he
ports.
said
Where
that
would I
without any
plug it
sign that
in?
He realized how horrible it was.
Costumes
So
on the
your mom,
amiibos?
and I guess your stepdad, and you live in this house. Is there anybody
I
else?
would probably have to send that guy, send the amiibos to a suspicious guy in another state to get them custom painted or something.
Her niece was
Or maybe I
staying
can
with
get
us
like
and
dog clothes for them.
Your mom's niece.
Yeah.
I get like dog clothes of like a Halloween cloak or something. I can put it on Robin or Lucina here.
6 to 8. And I mean,
Sounds like I've already researched it. Maybe I have.
God, no.
What's her name?
Look, I can't carrot dangle anything now. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should have just made it a out of nowhere surprise. Now everybody's gonna expect
Changed
shit,
over the
right?
years, and, if they don't change it, it's gonna be Earthlink because they have messed up my credit card bill.
Can't do nothing for anybody.
When's the last time you get on your computer to receive pornography?
To receive porn. Been a while.
Been a while?
Been a long time.
When's the last time you chatted with a girl other than the girl that you got picked up for tonight?
And what man?
Why is he answering all these questions honestly? You really are just tying the noose around yourself.
I was aggravating a.
Put the IRL hat on. Brother gave me his green screen.
20-year-old.
Was he an on-the-ground news reporter?
Aggravating her about sex. I think she was joking around about MySpace, and she said, "Oh no."
MySpace. That's how you know this shit is old. As if To Catch a Predator doesn't date the story
I
enough.
said, "No, but what's your favorite position?" That's all it was.
That's all it was.
He wasn't.
This statement is vitally important because it links back to what I said earlier about his manipulation of the child he thought he was talking to. In their conversations, he stated he was her boyfriend, he loved her, and that she was the only girl for him. She repeatedly said no one had ever told her they liked her before, and that she had never had a boy make her feel important the way that he had. And he was saying that to multiple other people.
Wow, what a
Had he really
sad,
been talking
pathetic
to a
decoy.
child and they had had sex, he would have gotten exactly what he wanted from her, and he would have moved on to the next person. She wasn't special, he didn't love her, everything he said to her was a lie, which obviously would have negatively affected her when she realized what happened. She would likely associate romantic
Obviously, the
words,
decoy needs to get
affirmation,
arrested
and
for
love
lying
with
to him.
being
That's the bigger
manipulation.
crime here.
But that doesn't matter to him, because he would have gotten what he wanted.
And I said, what was it? Would you run away with me? I think it was. Just joking with me. I mean.
Oh yeah, just joking. Just joking. Haha. Tee. Tee. Just joking. Tee.
I would never do anything like that, and I mean, it's.
No siree, I wouldn't do anything of the sort, man. I would never dream of doing something like that.
Your driver's license real quick, okay? And then I'll be right back. We'll finish up and we'll get you taken care of so you can get out.
Oh yeah, he's finished, all right.
What's going to happen to me, sir?
Well, I'm going to release
What a
you as a
question.
transport officer. We're going to take you over to the jail.
You're going to
And then
jail,
you
buddy.
Make bond. All right?
How much is bond?
I don't know. We don't set that.
Do I have
the jail sets that?
I can't make bond.
Well, there's a lot of different options on it too, but I don't know what they're offering tonight or what it's going to be. Well, like people can sign for you or they can OR you, but it's all up to the judge and up to the jail. I don't have any control on that. Okay? But let me get your driver's license. I'll come back and talk to you just 1 minute, okay?
Why does he have his hand like that? I'm just now noticing the hand. Why is his hand like that? Or is that his cane? Okay, I think that's his cane. I was like, I thought that cane was a wristwatch. Okay, I see. He's trying to support his cane there. But the cane kind of blends in with his shirt, so it almost looks like he's just holding his. He's like holding his hand all weird like. Yeah, I see the cane now, Manny. Hey, not.
Okay, well,
Who's this murder guy? It's someone from To Catch a Predator. Basically the aftermath. He wanted to is sex who he thought was a 13-year-old. It's pretty disgusting, and he needs to go to the gallows right away. But he's like a little bit mentally deficient, so he's using that as an excuse to get out of it, and it's not working, and he's still going to jail. Yes! Another one for the PD, man. Yeah, we were shit talking this drip earlier. Like, look at this dude. He's like a fat white guy from the 90s. Fat with a PH.
We're gonna fill this out right here. Let me ask you this: on your house,
He's actually one of the more well-known participants. Participants in air quotes.
Not a duplex, nothing like that. It's a single house.
Yes.
I'd only seen a couple of TCAP
Mom had
episodes.
changed it. I can't do nothing. Yeah, get this. Okay, they put red light, the cameras up there in Kingsport had a couple red lights.
Yeah, that 05 drip.
I ain't saying nothing bad, but they changed the timing on it from like 5-6 seconds to 3 seconds.
Got one from Skeeter today. The guy was crying all about how his life was fucked up or whatever. I just don't feel bad. Yeah, never look at that as you not having empathy. These people did fucked up shit.
I
Fuck
get
them.
halfway below it, and it goes red. Because, I mean, 2 hash markings, you're going to slam on your brakes and probably hit the steering wheel. So I had to go through it, and I mean, on the registration it says...
You're not heartless, Knock. Don't worry. Despite what JC might
the
say.
ticket only come in Mom's name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And
Mom probably wasn't happy, was she?
She said, she was like, well, you owe me $100. Oh God, that was me because another car ran the red light at the same time on the other side.
Yeah. Well,
I like how he knows he sealed the deal. He knows this dude is going to prison, so he's kind of just, you know, laughing it up, chumming it up with them, if you will. Just fucking around. It's just a couple of pals. They're just messing around. A couple of jokesters.
is it
Nothing to lose. His life's over anyway, as it rightfully should be.
Is it vinyl or wood or?
It's siding. I mean, vinyl siding.
Vinyl siding.
What are y'all gonna search it now?
Well, I gotta know where it's at and what the description is, and
before you all do, could I please call her and let her know?
No.
Well, you're gonna get to make a phone call at the jail. And
You're going to jail, buddy.
You know.
You're going to the big house, right?
Big is.
It's fucking over.
Well, I mean,
I would guess, yeah, but I have no control on that.
I mean,
I'm not going down there to search it. Okay.
Why
But
not,
somebody
you
might,
fucking dick?
And I have no control over when you get your phone call at the jail. Okay.
well, I mean,
I understand.
she's gonna be pissed off either way. Sorry to say
So
that.
your house is vinyl siding. Is it 1 or 2 stories?
Yeah, I like how he just talks
One
over
story?
him.
Is there a garage on it or anything?
Carport, gravel driveway.
Oh, Rocket's here. I gotta be careful. Isn't this the guy that was like, it's a question? If you're referencing the show, I haven't seen many episodes of the show. I didn't know
Is
this
there
was
a
one of the
number
more well-known guys that got caught.
Or on a mailbox out front or anything?
Should be. I'm trying to think if it's still there or not. There's a.
This guy sure gotta think about a lot of shit. Oh, it's like exactly what I said earlier. When he can remember the precise, you know, what his plate. He can remember what his plates are, but he has trouble remembering what's in his car.
Think about your house. If I wanted to pick it out, what would I look for?
Can't remember what his house looks like. Oh, his memory starts to fail him out of nowhere. What a shock.
I believe so. And I mean, you ain't gonna miss it with that description.
What about the other side of the street? Are there ones with gravel driveway?
No houses. I think one trailer has a gravel driveway.
Any other ones have carports?
There's a couple, but it's the only vinyl I think with carport.
This stepdad of yours, has he ever been arrested?
I don't know.
Okay. Are there any guns in the house or anything?
I like that. The infantry just refused to attack me.
I think they might be
They know it's worthless.
rifle BB gun behind the door.
But you've never seen any guns other than the BB gun?
At one
As long
point,
as I
Mom
can
had, like, a
approach the
little
rocket,
Gunt, but I think
I'll
she
be
either
fine.
gave it away or threw it away because it didn't work. That was on top of the refrigerator.
A Derringer, right?
I guess. I don't know. It's to tell about that long. And I mean, guns. I can't fire them, so I don't own any. The only gun I may have is a light gun for a video game system.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with those guns, bucko.
For a controller, but I mean that ain't a real gun neither. So.
You have any dogs or anything?
I think Mom's keeping her brother's dog in there, and there's a cat.
What kind of dog?
Casper.
It's like a 6 or 8 week pit bull.
Does it bite?
Yeah, why they making jokes? This kid he tried to meet a 13-year-old. You're going to jail, buddy. We trying to fuck around?
I mean, can you walk up and pet it?
It's like I said, it's the futility of it. Officer knows he's going away. He's just trying to fuck around.
Alright, well, I'm gonna
And that
do is I'm gonna
kind
go
of
ahead and
like
finish up this
infects
citation and hand it
the
off to
dummy
the
too,
officer
so he
that's
starts
been
making his own
transported.
jokes.
Justin, good luck to you.
Good luck to you, buddy.
Do you have anything to tell me before I leave? Anything else?
Other than I'm sorry that I didn't mean no harm. And
I'm sorry, you guys.
incriminating Stupid
I didn't
stuff,
mean it.
and I'm an idiot. And I
Yeah, that
like
much
to
is
tell the
evident.
honest truth, and I don't want trouble, and I don't want to go to jail, and I don't want to hurt the legal system, and I hate that I'm wasting your time.
It's too late for that, buddy.
But I mean, you're
Good luck to you, Justin.
doing what you need to.
Even in that final statement, Dustin believed he would be let go. He directly states that he hates that he's wasted the cop's time, even though it's anything but a waste. He was going to have sex with a child. He admitted this in the interview, that was his goal, and he still believes that he's done nothing wrong. Following the interrogation, the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office was made aware that Dustin had admitted to downloading CSAM to his computer, and that he had images on a hard drive in the home he shared with his mother and stepfather. The next morning, deputies descended on the home and found over 100 images in his possession. At the same time as the
100?
raid, Dustin was charged with the felony of traveling across state lines to engage in illicit sexual contact, and requested that he be placed in the custody of his mother instead of going to jail. He stood up in court and, like he had in the interrogation, stated that he wouldn't survive jail and needed more help due to his cerebral palsy. The judge, having seen the transcripts in Dustin's owning of child sexual abuse material, ignored his pleads and set his bail at $50,000. In 2008, Dustin was found guilty on all charges and was subsequently sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. 2 years later, he was charged on another felony offense, that being the sexual exploitation of a minor, and was sentenced to 8 years in prison, to be served concurrently with his other sentence. While in prison, Dustin would write a letter to the judge, stating that he had learned his lesson and now knows what he did was wrong. He asked to be immediately released from prison, and said should they not release him, he would like a walk-in jacuzzi placed.
What? No, I know what I did was wrong now. What you already showed your true colors in the interrogation. You already knew it was wrong in the interrogation. That's why you didn't want to be forthright about it. What? Now you understand what you did was wrong. Now you've seen the light. All it took was a couple years in prison. Okay, I'm ready to come out. I'm ready to be reintegrated back in society there. It's time to just let me out already, Yana. I gotta hear that again.
With his other sentence. While in prison, Dustin would write a letter to the judge, stating that he had learned his lesson and now knows what he did was wrong. He asked to be immediately released from
I know now not to text that 13-year-old. Ah, yes.
Prison, and said should they not release him, he would like a walk-in jacuzzi placed in his cell, which is an outlandish request.
What?
He would only serve 4 years total. and would be released in 2014, where he would have to register as a sex offender and placed on community supervision for the remainder of his life. But it would seem that Dustin did not learn his lesson. His name would once again appear in the news when he would be expelled from his court-mandated sex offender treatment program in 2019, with his counselor citing he was not making any measurable progress. In their notes, they stated he wasn't making an effort and routinely lied to them, like he had to Dudinsky. They had done multiple polygraph tests on Dustin and found that during these tests, he was shown to have been dishonest when answering the questions of if he had been alone with a child since his conviction and if he had recently seen porn. Obviously, given his prior convictions, the fact that he was lying about those answers is alarming. It was also revealed that he repeatedly rejected the rehabilitation process, stating that he was not responsible for his actions, and that even if he
polygraphs
was
aren't admissible, but it's not
life
like he
had
was on
already dealt
trial
him
again.
a hard enough hand with his disability. He felt that trying to change was a moot point and routinely mocked his peers for trying to better themselves. His expulsion from the program meant that he would be due back in court in 2020, but the court date continued to get pushed back.
2020, huh? 2020, huh? Ah, yeah, some people just have all the luck.
Due to health concerns and other scheduling conflicts.
You know. He doesn't even need to see it. He doesn't even need to say it. But if he'll cry about his cerebral palsy, if he can cry about that, oh, you know, some letters were written to the judge. Ah, yes, I may get COVID in prison. You must let me go, Your Honor.
He would end up writing the judge on March 31st, 2021. The following is the letter, as made available by Joey's TCAP channel here on YouTube. The link to said video can be found below. To Honorable Judge Ronnie Greer, Your Honor, I am writing this because this pending violation has continued for way too long. I am not the same man that appeared before you in court. I was on a powerful depression medication called Vraylar.
That was my
Vraylar
depression.
made me close to a
Literally.
zombie and extremely emotional, and made it hard for me to walk or get out of bed. I have been off this medication for more than a year, 9/2020. Thus, I have been clear-minded and willing to do anything asked of me from probation and Teresa Fletcher. The combination of Vraylar and me falling and hitting my head on a table and breaking the table on 6/18/17. I have had CAT scans and MRIs and a 40-hour EEG to show there is damage, so I feel the hearing for violating my probation is not necessary. The reason
The
for
absolute
the violation
nerve on
is
this
due to
dude
medical
is
issues and
insane.
medication that I cannot control, regulate,
Every
or help.
fucking
But
excuse
that is
in
not true.
existence.
Once more, Dustin has attempted to make it appear that everything that has ever happened to him, anything negative that has happened in his life, wasn't because of the choices he made, but because of other outside factors. He was kicked out of his rehab program because he had brain damage caused by an antidepressant and a fall, not because he lied about being left alone with a minor, and because he wasn't taking rehab seriously. He's being unfairly penalized, the same way he was unfairly penalized by the police who arrested him and took away
I wasn't
his
in my right
CSAM.
state of mind,
Dustin believes
so it
himself
wasn't my
to be
fault.
the victim in every
That's
situation,
some fucking-
even when he is preying on children.
I was not in the
Nothing
right
he does or
headspace shit
says
right
will ever
there.
be his fault. And anyone who
Now
tries to
wait a
hold him
minute,
accountable
man,
is actually the
no.
person with the issue.
Man,
Continuing
no.
on, Your Honor, I ask that you please intervene on my behalf and give me relief or a release from my supervised probation.
Yeah, I bet you want
I've been
relief.
under supervised probation since 11/6/2014. Other than the violation in front of you in court, I have no issues with any law enforcement whatsoever, not even a speeding ticket in these 7+ years. I have even provided probation with a monthly log of every time I leave the house and what I do until I return
Wow,
to the
you did the
house
bare
every
minimum
month
of what
with
you're
the
supposed to
required
do as a
paperwork
registered sex
that has to
offender?
be sent to probation every month. Additionally, I send a log
I
of
say
every
we
dollar
let
I
'em
get
go.
and spend at where also with the paperwork. I feel I am being more than transparent, clear, and honest with probation.
Your Honor, I will be willing and happy to sign any and all paperwork, legal document, or forms to be released from supervised probation. I will agree to which I, Justin McFedrid, will not commit any more sex crime, nor felony or crime in the rest of my life.
If I commit any said crime, I will plead guilty and be held to life in prison without any
And Dreading
release
likes to have
or
some
more
fun sometimes.
appeals. In exchange for the above statement, I received release from supervised probation. That is very considerate of him. I bet the judge was really impressed with him stating that from here on out, he will agree to not cannot break the law and harm children, despite already
he's-
doing
no,
that,
don't- this is
and
just
not
his- this
following
is
the terms
monsters
of
mode.
his probation. When you think about it, that is pretty thoughtful of him. He is essentially telling the judge that before, when he was expected to obey the same laws that every other person in the US obeys, he didn't really care for that. But now, after dealing with the consequences of his actions, he will allow himself to be governed by laws, but only if they promise to make a special exception for him. I have also been restricted from internet use since my release. I understand that yes, I used the internet to commit my crime, but I am not the same man now that I was when I appeared in front of you in your court, and definitely not the same person I was in 2007. I fully admit I done wrong and committed a crime. I never argued
I
that,
done
and
wrong,
I
Your
truly am
Honor.
ashamed of what I have done. I wish I could go back and fix the issues in my thinking back then. I have changed my thoughts and actions, and how I do everything now since my release from prison, so that the cycle and pattern I was in 2007 is changed, never happens again. Okay, but you could also argue that you were forced to change it because of the consequences of your actions, and if those consequences were changed in a way that you wanted them to be, you would immediately go back to preying on children. It's easy to say you've changed your ways when you have literally been unable to do those things that you were doing before. I no longer drink any alcohol
exactly.
since February 2015. I no longer
Not like he had a
self-isolate
choice.
myself in a room. I have absolutely no desire, want, or
It means more if you're forced to change, but you have a choice to return to your lifestyle. If you're forced into change, it doesn't really matter for much because you got like the state holding a gun to your head.
need for a chat room, Facebook, or any social media outlet, nor desire to speak perverse or sexually to anyone. I have also been finally allowed to attend church. And
I have
attend a
accepted
lot,
the
by not every
consequences of
service.
my
I didn't
actions.
have the
Therefore,
religious
I think
beliefs
everything
then
should go
that I
back
do
to
now,
how it was
nor did I
before.
have such a great positive support in real life social group. I had no such group before 2018. I have also been seeing Teresa Fletch since 10/19/2020 until my probation told me in January of 2022.
Yeah, basically
she
the
don't
moral
count
is
as
consequences
sex
of
offender
actions,
treatment.
man.
Me, Teresa Fletcher, and my mother, plus my support friend Betty Rapier, was under the understanding Mrs. Fletch was to substitute as individual counseling in place of group counseling. Probation has said they did not have funding to pay for this, so I have paid the $100 a session with Mrs.
You
Fletcher. I have
chose
never
to
been
broke
good in
the
group
law.
and hate conflict with
Level
people.
with
And due to my health
consequences.
limitations, I am not able to defend myself if someone gets mad and decides to attack
Stay
or
back!
assault me
Stay
physically.
back!
So I felt
Stay back! We will
one-on-one
defend
counseling
ourselves.
would be safer and a lot less stressful, also a lot faster too. Mrs. Fletcher treated it as sex offender treatment, and probation had sent her a 39-page document to fill out to do with me, completing sexy offender treatment. After doing a lot of it
Sexy
over the last
offender
3 months,
treatment?
they told her not to worry about because she's not contracted with them to do it. Why was I seeing her and paying all this money for it if it wasn't sex offender treatment? And also probation talked to her and sent her paperwork as if it was sex offender
Alright, we're going
treatment.
schizo
So
mode.
if I am understanding this right, he had a sex offender treatment program, which was his group program, that expelled him because he was not taking it seriously and consistently disparaging the other participants, which is probably why they didn't like him, and he was worried about being beaten up. He's expelled from the program, then decides to see a therapist privately, and he communicates this with probation. His probation officer says that she isn't approved, and they give her paperwork to fill out for approval. She fills out the paperwork, but then is not approved, and he's upset by that. There, once again, the consequences of his actions. The probation officer told him that he would have to go to group, which he was removed from. They told him that his therapist wasn't approved, and he would have to pay for it himself. But
Can we just
he once
shoot him?
again is
He's a
upset
lost
because
cause,
he is not
clearly.
given special accommodations.
In Minecraft.
He had the means to
Well, no,
continue his
actually, he's
treatment.
fucking-
The only thing
Yeah,
that
I'm
got
in
in
the
his
right
way
to
was
say
his
that.
own
Yeah,
actions,
fuck
and
this
he's
dude.
still finding a way to blame others for that. I would have spent or
Look
paid
at how
all
many-
this money
look at
of my
all the
limited
resources
income.
being
I'm on
wasted
Social
on this
Security, and
moron.
my check as of 1/1/2022 is $1,130.
Just toss him
Mrs. Fletcher
overboard
can pay
already.
from this $200 to $500 a month, depending on how many meetings we have in a month. Your Honor, by me not having internet limits my job opportunities to almost null.
Does
I need a
it?
desk job
Does
due
it,
to my
though?
physical limitations. I suffer from cerebral palsy, and every desk job requires a computer and the internet. I have 3 computer degrees in repair, and I cannot use them to make money because I cannot purchase parts or get software needed to repair a computer. I also have a programming job. I have a written offer of mentorship and employment of completion of the mentorship. I have some knowledge on programs, but it's way too old, pre-2005. To do the job or learn the job requires internet. to watch
my god, this dude
video
has
guides.
preloaded
I wish to
every
work a job
excuse in
and make more money
existence.
than I am making on Social Security. I only receive $1,130 a month. My job income would be more than $3,000
Dude,
a
we
month
got like a
by
book
me
report
not having internet
situation.
is keeping me from having a real paying job. Thus, this limitation is causing a hardship on me. Also, everything is online, even McDonald's. Walmart has cheaper prices online than in store. Even the ink cartridge to print this is $5
I guess that's
more
true.
in the store. Again, I have to emphasize, this is all the consequences of his actions. He downloaded child sex abuse material. He used the internet to sexually exploit multiple minors. It doesn't matter if he can't find a job. It matters that children are kept safe from him. He doesn't seem to understand that he is being punished, like life is not supposed to be easy for him now that he's out of prison. Even with the reasoning I gave you, probation refuses to stop
What?
the
I don't have a
hardship.
fucking
I even
easy
offered
right?
to use monitoring software and pay for it out of my
It's
own
fucking
pocket.
bullshit,
All right,
man.
no, because monitoring software can be worked around, especially by someone who knows how computers work, which Dustin does. We literally saw this in the case of
Big
Josh
ups to
Duggar
L'Oreal.
and countless other cases
To Catch
like
a Predator
it.
guy
Probation
is
refuses
in
this
trouble
also.
for trying
Thus,
to
why I am asking
text
Your Honor
and meet up
to
with a
reduce my
13-year-old
probation
decoy.
stipulations or release
And
me from
he's crying
probation
because he's
so I can
mentally
be a productive
regarded,
member
and
of
it
society
didn't work
and pay
as a
taxes
defense.
and not be a burden
Still
on the
going to
taxpayers.
jail.
Our Honorable Judge Greer, I appreciate you taking your time from your busy schedule to read, consider, and hopefully grant me relief or release from probation or some of the restrictions they have on me. I have various supporting documents to hopefully help and prove myself to Your Honor. But if you believed him from that artfully written letter that Dustin had changed, you would be in for a surprise. In 2022, Dustin was caught breaking his probation by talking to a group of teenage girls in a video game store and was brought back into court for said violation. He once again wrote a letter to the judge, complaining about his life following his prison sentence and how he would kill himself if he could. As of today, Dustin is still a free man, despite his numerous probation violations. He
What
has
are
been
you
given
doing,
multiple slaps on
Dustin?
the wrist, and chances are more than likely we'll have to make an update video on him later. But let me know what you thought of
Yeah,
the
you
case
know
in
that
the
shit was
comments down
GameStop.
below. Do you think Dustin is responsible for his own actions, or are you of the same mindset as him? That being, he should be given a special pass for preying on children. With all of that said, I hope you have a great day, and remember to stay safe.
Ooh, buddy, that went all over the place. Big ups, Chris Hansen. I know times are tough for you right now, but back in the day, you knew how to deliver good quality TV entertainment, and it was able to deliver us this story. That was a good one. Not surprised he didn't change his ways. Amusing that life is now very difficult for him. You know, he doesn't have a spine or a backbone to speak of, so now doing much of anything without the assistance of his parents is like pushing heaven and earth. He's got to complain to the judge all the time. Those are the best ones, the ones that write letters to the judge for every little menial thing that comes in their life that proves to be a hindrance to them. Oh, I can't get a job anymore. Turns out places don't want to hire former crooks and stuff. Oh yeah, your life's gonna suck now, buddy. That's just how it is. But all right, big ups. That was the dreading. Yeah, life's tough. I don't know what to say, Knock. I want to be treated like everybody else. Well, yeah, he kind of broke that the second he started talking to fucking children. We have one from Bearded Biscuit. This is a classic. Steven McDaniel reacts to Lauren Giddy's body discovery.
WGXA first interviewed McDaniel the day after Lauren Giddings was reported missing in June of 2011. Reporter
I hate to
Michelle
say play
Casada
stupid
found
games
him
when
standing
stupid
outside
prices
the
knock,
apartment
but,
building where he and Giddings had lived, and that we now know was the scene of the crime. He talks about joining Giddings' friends to look for his law school classmate and how they entered her apartment to see if there was anything wrong. It was also the first time McDaniel found out that a portion of Lauren Giddings' body had been recovered by police from the dumpster where he had put it. Knowing now that McDaniel had murdered and dismembered Giddings, the interview provides a glimpse inside the mind of a killer as he builds his story and his alibi. Take a look.
Person that was living there? Yeah, Lauren was my name.
Okay, so like an hour after they filmed this, he was already in the interrogation room. So just keep that in mind. He believes the body has not been found at this point.
Just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean,
obviously,
no
public
one has
bystanders,
seen
and
her since
they don't know the full
Saturday.
story or what details the cops do or don't have.
From her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time or anything like that?
I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't
Also note how he
seen
attempts
anything.
to
I mean,
misdirect
there's always noise outside,
the
but
news
it's
here
just
with false
people
leads.
walking by, pretty much.
And she just recently graduated from Mercer?
Yeah, she and I we were both JD students. We graduated back in May.
Yeah, they never found her whole body.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody that...
So he had planned this out meticulously, and there's some footage too that I did not see the first time I saw the video that Dreading made. He updated it later with actual footage he recorded of the lady as he was stalking her, which is just some of the creepiest shit I've ever seen, period. But he meticulously planned this out. He dumped this lady's lusting after one of his college fellows. He cut her up, displaced pieces of different trash bags, tossed those trash bags in different garbage dumps across the city. But the one they found was a torso, and was just conveniently, it happened to be the same dumpster for the apartment complex, and he was kind of like chill about it because this so happened to be trash day. But by the time the discovery was made, like, the trash hadn't been picked up yet. I guess he didn't figure that the news would want to come in and make a big hoopla about the scene and attract spectators, and that they would start the search in the apartment complex too. That's why he was trying to misdirect the news and the investigators away from the complex. Surprise, surprise, when you go missing, the first place they start looking is where you live.
Any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. I
like the we though.
The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
See?
Because we went out.
Yes, maybe she went out running to the local park, which is like 2 miles away, so you guys should like start the search over there.
We went over. One of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried
I
to
think
see
you
if there
had
was
a key too,
anything
man.
Amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right.
He stole a key from one of the groundskeepers.
By it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here.
I think it was Coggers in the video
we
reading.
just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you heard? Had you seen it?
Hey, let's get an instant replay on that reaction.
The body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you heard it? Had you seen anything?
Look at that dog in the background.
Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person.
You can see, like, look, the color drains from him. Okay, this is what, 219?
Person.
But he's a bit more animated here. You can see him kind of smiling a bit. You can see the folds in his forehead there as he's, emoting.
Do you know anybody that any enemies she might have had?
Very, very chill, very relaxed.
No one has seen her since
the body. Or had you heard it? Had you seen anything?
Then you see his brows furrowing there. He's furrowing, he's thinking. His spirit has left his body.
Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out.
I wonder what this reporter is doing now.
So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Look at him walk. Look at him walk. Why did they have to film him walking away, though? Come on! You're embarrassing him there. Aw, that's tough. Look at him go. Head leaning forward, of course. The good old vulture, the vulture position, as I like to call it. We have Coggers, and then we'll watch Juzzy's video. Coggers has a Drake Bell classic. I reboot Drake and Josh by adding a laugh track to Drake's guilty plea? It's the guy.
Okay.
He also did bad things with teenagers. Nah, he sure looks choked up, doesn't he?
Are we ready? Yeah, we're here on, excuse me, case number 659324.
Oh, that guy sounds like he's got the drip
versus
going.
Jared Bell. Defendant is appearing by Zoom. Mr. Bell, can you hear the court?
I can, yes, Your Honor.
Counsel for Mr. Bell is in the courtroom. Ian Friedman and Madeline Grant, present from the state. Kevin Brigman also in the courtroom. My understanding, there's been a plea agreement reached where the defendant will plead guilty to count 1, attempted endangering children, a felony of the 4th degree. He will plead guilty to count 2, disseminating matter harmful to juveniles, misdemeanor of the 1st degree. Correct statement, counsel? Mr. Bell, how old are you?
Currently 34.
How far did you
Now,
go in
come
school?
on, why we gotta laugh at that?
GED.
Are you presently under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or medication?
No, sir. No, Your Honor.
Are you undergoing psychiatric treatment?
Probably should.
I mean, I've seen a psychologist. I don't know if that's psychiatric treatment. I wouldn't have been able to that, sorry.
Okay. You understand what we're doing here this afternoon, is that correct?
I do, Your Honor.
Very good. Felony of the 4th degree, attempted endangering children, carries anywhere from 6 to 18 months in prison in monthly increments and/or a fine of up to $5,000. Prison time's not mandatory. However, if you go to prison upon your release, you could be subjected to a discretionary period of 3 years post-release control. Post-release control could involve restrictions on your activities. If you were to violate those restrictions, you could be returned to prison up to a maximum of 1/2 of your original sentence. A misdemeanor of the 1st degree carries up to 6 months in county jail and/or a fine of up to $1,000. Do you understand the potential penalties?
I do, Your Honor, yes.
Do you
Yes, that's
understand if you
true.
plead guilty, that is an admission by you that you did these crimes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Even though your lawyer may have discussed your right to trial, it's my duty to explain them to you in open court. First, you would have a right to a trial by a jury or by a judge without a jury, whichever you prefer. You'd have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you could not afford one, the court would appoint one to represent you at no cost.
I joke about Josh walking in as a lawyer, but they're not friends anymore.
Witnesses in open court. And you or your attorney would have the right to cross-examine.
Yeah, you know what? He does
those
kind of
witnesses.
sound like Perry.
You could issue subpoenas to compel witnesses to come into court to testify on your own
Yeah,
behalf.
this is all fake. The log crime
testify
bug
if
there,
you
that's
wish, but you
fake.
could
That
not
was
be
just
compelled
that
to
was
testify
pasted
against
on.
yourself, and the prosecutor cannot comment on your failure to testify. You'd be presumed innocent until the prosecutor proved your guilt by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have any threats or promises been made to you to induce this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your lawyers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you presently on probation, parole, or post-release control?
No, Your Honor.
Having said that, how do you plead to count 1? Attempted endangering children, felony of the 4th degree.
Guilty.
How do you plead to count 2? Disseminating matter harmful to juveniles, 1st degree misdemeanor.
Guilty.
Let the record reflect defendant has pled guilty. The court accepts that plea. Finding was made knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently.
I wonder where he's filming this from.
Sentencing is going to be deferred till July
Oh,
12th
recording.
at noon. The
This doesn't look like a $1 million
provide
McMansion.
a victim impact statement if she wishes, either by herself and through Zoom or through the witness victim advocate from the court.
Oh, the bedroom, you think?
Additionally, counsel can file
Like, this looks like your fucking aunt's house, man.
memorandums as well. Please do it at least 3 days prior to July 12th. Anything further, counsel? Very good. We'll see you July 12th. Thank you.
Oh no. I don't know how to end the call, guys. Well, big ups on the classic there, Coggers. I don't know how Drake Bell's doing now. Guess what? I finished the map because one of the landers decided to fly all over the place and make me hunt him down. I don't believe it. They were stronger than me, Ree. I need to escape. There must be a way out of here. We emerged victorious. The enemy has been successfully routed. I'm sorry, Father. I was overconfident and put us in danger. What? Your silos? Do not be ridiculous, Sonia. It is because of those very silos that we won here today. Father, there's no rest for the weary. Battle awaits, and we must go forth to meet it. But I don't think I got S rank. That lander made me waste so many turns. S rank! Yes! That's right. He's shredded, that's all that matters. Is he really? Didn't look like it. Ah yes, another victory in the Dingy books. Okay, that was mission 17. Well, 18. Are you sure the enemy is here?
That's right.
Affirmative. They should be here somewhere. My reports say that. Are you alright? Blood! Sonia, you're bleeding. We must hurry. To the infirmary. Prepare a transfusion at once.
Sir?
Sir?
No.
Father, please stop overreacting. I only fell and scraped my knee. But I'm worried. If anything ever happened to you, I don't know what I would do. I think it best that you ride in the rear of our convoy today. Much safer for you there. Father, I'm a Gold Comet CEO. I'm perfectly capable of handling this responsibility. Look, I can prove it to you. Sonia, Wait, Father, look at that!
Yes.
What? That's... It's an enormous enemy stronghold. I wasn't there the other day. How dare they build that monstrosity on our sacred soil? It is time to clean the rust from my blade.
Of course.
Patience, Father. First, we need to what? I didn't get to see what that word was. I speed read and I hit the A button. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't know what that was, even though I didn't. But intel is the most important part of combat. Rushing blindly to war just increases your casualties. Leave this to me! I forbid it. It is simply too dangerous.
Conbay, I think you should let her go.
Oh shit. I've seen this dude in promotional screenshots. Ugh, Conbay, I think you should let her go. Sensei, I don't... Sonia is a respected CEO in the Gold Comet Army. Believe in your daughter, Conbay. It's the right thing to do. Sonia, are you truly ready for this?
Hey.
100%. I'm your daughter, aren't I? Right. I'll prove I'm worthy to command. When do I get to use the old dude? I hear he's really busted. He's got the most powerful ability or whatever. Oh, it's Adder, the guy who I titled the stream after. Be a miracle if I can beat this, you guys. Into, yes, another game dominated by Dinkus. Hey, you have to put on the show, Jesse. You gotta, like, it's all a part of the charade there. Putting on a performance, you gotta have a little tension, a little conflict. It's writing 101. That giant fortress, how should we go about handling that thing? Ah, yes, the answer was obvious. It's like I just have to break those 8 cannons protecting it. If I can do that, the fortress will be powerless, and I'll win! It's either that or capture their HQ. Or say hello to Frank E. Castle. 1994 in my chat right now as we speak. He says, hello, Dingus. Well, hello, Frank. I'm playing Advanced Wars 2. Well, looks like this terrain has our friends in quite the quandary. Not that it matters. Every option available leads them to failure. CEO Adder of the Black Hole Army, I presume. I should have known the Black Hole was behind this. Listen up. The fortress was built on the immense strength of the Black Hole Nation. It'll never fall to the likes of Gold Comet. Never. You hear me? Once I've taken care of things here, I must destroy this map. It wouldn't do to have these fools showing up at our hidden lab. Now then, let's see what skills this foe possesses. Ah, yes, I love Fog of War. Dude, Fog of War is like the best thing ever that has ever been implemented in any Fire Emblem and or Advance Wars game. I just love when I'm moving units and I can't see what the hell's ahead of me. I just love it. Okay, but we have a Juzzy 51 video release. Yeah, any strategy game and overall, I know it's not exclusive to those alone. Spyro had one of the coolest anti-piracy measures ever. Oh shit, when the beat kicks in.
Anti-piracy may not seem like the most interesting thing to talk about at first glance, but hear me out. Yeah, usually anti-piracy just consists of using some sort of simple check or third-party DRM implementation.
Yeah, that's what I love most about it, the AI.
Or shutting off your game with some sort of intimidating message. But those aren't the ones
the AI allegedly doesn't cheat in the remake.
Sometimes games behave in more interesting and sometimes downright strange ways when they detect you're using a pirated copy. Your gun may start shooting chickens, a terrifying, unkillable crab demon may hunt you down through the entire game, or your precious video game company may meet an ironic end. Sometimes a game might even hurt the legitimate owner's experience just to crack down on crackers. That one's always fun. With all these great examples, some of you may be surprised that I wanted to talk about Spyro Year of the Dragon of all things. I understand it's not exactly the most notable example of cool anti-piracy, and those of you who are
it's actually the one that comes up all the time from what I see.
Some of the more popular ones, but its subtlety is what made it so incredibly effective. The other examples of cool anti-piracy in games are... Is it anti-piracy? Okay, we'll do it that way. The other examples of cool anti-piracy in games are pretty self-explanatory, so there's not exactly a point to making an explanation video of them. I'll let you witness those yourselves if you want. Here's a list of my personal favorites, but Spyro's clever coding requires a bit of explanation, and I happen to know way too much about it, so welcome to Tech Rules. Before we get to the good part, we need to go over some of the PlayStation's background, which suffered from a modding problem a few years after its release. To put it simply, there was a huge growing interest in mod chips for the PlayStation. You simply install these things into your console to bypass the security checks, allowing you to play whatever you want on your PlayStation. Notice how I didn't specifically call it a piracy problem. That's because there was more to the mod chip demand than just piracy. All PlayStation consoles, unfortunately, were region locked, meaning they couldn't play any games outside of their specified region. A US console could only play US games, a Japanese console can only play Japanese games, and so on. Obviously, this was a very frustrating restriction, considering there were a lot of games that were only released in one region. I have to admit, though, the method Sony used to accomplish this was nothing short of genius. Every PlayStation disc had an intentional imperfection designed in its groove. While a normal disc would have a pretty straightforward groove with small imperfections, a PlayStation disc looks like this. Now, the wobble doesn't stop normal CD drives from reading the disc. In fact, they wouldn't even pay it any mind. A PlayStation's disc drive, however, not only does it make sure the wobble exists, but it's able to convert the frequency of the wobble into data intentionally inserted by Sony. If that's confusing to you, think of it like Morse code taken to the extreme. Anyway, this data indicates what region the disc was meant to be played on. If the data in the wobble didn't match the PlayStation's region, or the wobble was missing entirely, the PlayStation wouldn't boot the disc. No consumer CD burners had the ability to replicate this wobble, so making identical burned copies of PlayStation games was more or less impossible, and actually still is to this day. I know my quick explanation may be a bit hard to follow, but the only thing you really need to understand is that it's impossible to make an identical backup of a PlayStation game. If you guys are interested, I might go more in depth on this in a future video. Anyway, this meant that if you wanted to play a bootleg copy of a game, or one from a different region, you needed a mod chip. The mod chip simply intercepted the request for the information present in the wobble with information of its own. To a modded PlayStation, every game inserted looked like a legit disc with the correct region indicator. This is where Spyro Year of the Dragon comes in. Year of the Dragon was one of many PlayStation games that had its own protection in the form of mod chip detection. Most mod chip detection methods took advantage of the chip's biggest flaw. It does its job a little too well. At some point, the game would tell the disk drive to grab the game's region information from the wobble data. In theory, this should always fail, because the drive isn't designed to get this data once gameplay is started. A mod chip, however, is able to give the game this information just fine, because it's only pretending to get this data from the disk. This means that if the game actually succeeds in getting this information, it knows a mod chip is installed in the console. This kind of protection...
All your PS1 games look like that? I had no idea, Juzzy. Now I do. I had Tekken 3 and the disc just had to cover our JPEG over it. Fuck you, friggin' pirates! Why are you pirating game? Don't you know that's illegal? I think you on the kitty, JJ.
Actually succeeds in getting this information, it knows a mod chip is installed in the console. This kind of protection requires a little more work
way
to
to
get
detect
around.
the mod
Without
chip,
the use of
though.
a stealth mod chip that
Ah, yes, we
have,
put in
the game
a
needs to be
phony
manually
request for
cracked.
information
Most
that
release
only
groups
the
were able
mod
to do
chip
this
will be able
around
to
a week or
provide.
two after a game's release, depending on the game's popularity. Interestingly enough, the UK version of Spyro 2 also had this kind of copy protection, which was cracked about as quickly. Oh, and some of you might be wondering why developers even bother with this kind of protection if it gets cracked so easily. Simply put, a large amount of video game sales happen very shortly after a game's release, so it's still worth it to try to protect those early sales. This is why big game companies still shell out millions of dollars for good DRM, even though it eventually does always get cracked. Knowing this,
Oh, what about that one
Insomniac
handball
Games
game,
wanted to try
though?
to make something that would keep pirates at bay a little longer. The idea they came up with was simple, but very effective. The best way to stop hackers from cracking the game was to make them falsely think that they had successfully cracked it. By the way, a lot of the inside information you're about to hear comes from an interesting article by Gavin Dodd, one of the developers of Year of the Dragon. There's a link to that in the description if you want to check that out. It's a fantastic read. Here's the gist of their idea. The copy protection would still function the same way as it did in Spyro 2, halting the game if a mod chip was detected. But they also decided to add crack protection to the game, which was designed to detect attempts to bypass the first form of protection. If that one was triggered, the game wouldn't immediately stop or do anything that would lead you to believe it knows something's up. Instead, gameplay continues normally. The theory behind this was that the cracking groups, seeing that the crack they designed made the game successfully boot, would assume they bypassed all the security measures and move on to the next copy-protected game. However, after players finished a couple levels and checked out the balloon, Zoe would have this to say.
I'm sorry, Spyro, but you seem to be playing a hacked version of this game. This may be an illegal copy. Since this copy has been modified, we may experience problems that would not occur on a legal copy.
But despite that weird message, the game would continue normally. Well, maybe normally isn't the best word to describe it, because weird things start to happen after finding this message. Gems start to disappear from the levels, eggs that you collected suddenly remove themselves from your egg count, the game starts to randomly crash, and the weird effects only get worse the longer you play the game. The goal was to make the game so irritating to play that you just gave up. But here's the big question. Was it effective? I would say yeah. Everything went according to plan, and Paradox, the group that attempted to crack the US version, released a crack shortly after release, which, sure enough, completely failed to remove the crack protection. Even after Paradox realized they had more work to do, they still had a huge amount of trouble actually finishing the crack. The code was incredibly obfuscated, with countless checks and then checks for those checks. Yeah, playing the game wasn't the only thing they made intentionally frustrating. It was apparently such a difficult feat that Paradox ended up taking around a month to finally crack the game. They even thanked the coders for giving them such a difficult challenge. So yeah, I would say that was a pretty successful plan. But I wanted to see exactly what happened when you played an incorrectly cracked copy of Year of the Dragon. So I found a crack online and tried it out. The experience was not fun, to put it lightly. The game was normal at first, despite Zoe's ominous message, but after playing for a little while, I noticed an egg straight up disappeared from my collection. Okay, that was weird, but no big deal. I went back and got the egg again. But it kept happening, and it was always with the final egg of each stage where you play as someone besides Spyro, meaning I had to go through the entire level again every time I wanted to get one of these eggs back. Eventually, it even started happening with—
They made sure it was the levels where you had to play as anyone but Spyro to piss you off even more.
Random eggs. It seemed like every time I turned on the
100% attempt
game,
at the
more
crack
eggs were
version
missing.
dinger?
At some
Yeah,
point,
and then it
start spending
stops you
more
at the
time getting
final
eggs
boss.
back than finding new ones. Speaking of Sheila, Moneybags tried to con me out of more gems to release her a second time, despite the fact she's very clearly not there. Agent 9 also somehow managed to free himself later down the road, but Moneybags still demanded compensation. Poor guy was desperate, I guess. By the way, I played the US version of the game, which was missing one distinct trick that the UK version did, where it would change your language randomly. Here's what that might have sounded like.
Mein taktischer Instinkt sagte mir, dass die Zauberin dich hier angreifen würde. Deshalb flog ich her, um dir zu helfen. Meine Raketenwerfer scheinen nichts gegen diese Kreatur ausrichten zu können. Aber ich kann dir helfen, indem ich Munition fallen lasse.
Is that the version Jesse played there?
Back would have been very difficult if it were anything like the US version, because my pause button straight up stopped working at some point. But much more infuriatingly, this was around the point where sparks randomly turned green as I left a level. I thought this was weird, but it was easily fixable by eating some butterflies to get him back to full health. At least that's what I thought. No matter what I tried, Sparks' health would never go higher than green. For context, that means I'm only ever able to take 2 hits before dying, effectively making the game twice as hard. The only way I could bring Sparks back to full health was to let him die and then find a 1-up. I imagine this was an unintended glitch rather than the game going easy on me, but I had to make sure not to accidentally let him eat any more
they put that much effort into coding
damaged him. The game did a lot of infuriating things.
That means not only did they add good code, they optimized it really well for not being worse than other games. Yeah, exactly.
Was up there. Speaking of infuriating, you never knew where you were going to end up when entering or exiting a stage. There are countless times where I would try to enter a stage and I would end up in one located in a completely different world. It was really hard to keep up with what eggs I needed when all the stages were scrambled like this, and that's on top of them randomly disappearing. Sometimes I would even get on a balloon or rocket and land somewhere completely different, or exit a stage into a different world entirely. And what's the most baffling of all, I managed to somehow crash the rocket into the hot air balloon. The rocket straight up stopped working after that. But what was worse than all of this was the crashing. This game would crash at any time for any reason. Trying to enter a stage? Crash. Trying to switch worlds? Crash. Trying to enter the water? Yeah, it's a crash. And every time I would boot up the game after a crash, even more eggs were missing. It was so much more infuriating than I ever would have expected. But with a little luck, I can say that it's 100% possible to struggle all the way to the final boss of the game, the Sorceress. I figured after all the torment the game put me through along the way, this would have been the easy part. Unfortunately, the boss fight in question contains the most evil trick of them all.
There's more to combat than power.
Did you get to this point, Jesse? They make sure to park Spyro right there next to a red gem that's close enough for Sparks to pick up, so that the gem counter pops up and shows you have only 1 gem.
In case it wasn't clear what just happened there, I immediately got booted out of the stage with no warning. This alone wasn't out of the ordinary for an incorrectly cracked copy. But the worst part of this is ending up in Sunrise Springs, looking in my egg collection, and finding that every single egg I had collected over the course of the game was gone. All the gems were gone. All the purchases were gone. The game had essentially cleared my save file. I would like to tell you what happens if you try to go through it all again, but I don't think I have the mental fortitude to go through all this again. Unfortunately, this is where my playthrough ends. So, did I have fun? It was fun at the start, but by the time I finished the game, I was more infuriated than anything. If I weren't playing the game for the show, I probably would have stopped shortly after the 2nd or 3rd world at the most. If someone were to play through this version of the game for fun, they would have a lot more willpower than me. Despite this, Gavin Dodd stated that, in the long run, they felt too much of the game was playable. To quote the article, if the protection had kicked in faster, perhaps the crackers would have realized sooner that they hadn't been successful with the first crack. But in the end, we were perhaps a little too cautious. We could have reduced the amount of the game that could be played with an incomplete crack. In the long run, though, it seems the developers thought their crack protection was a great success, and to this day, I consider it one of the greatest examples of effective anti-piracy ever. Or anti-piracy, I'm still not very clear. Hey guys, thanks for watching the video, and thanks so much for the—
Well, thank you, Juzzy51, for that amazing video. I have never played a cracked copy of Spyro 3. As you guys know, Dingus never pirates games. Emulation doesn't count because the games that I do emulate are no longer being sold in retail stores, so that is my justification and excuse. But I only played Spyro 3 legally. Yeah, please understand, right? But yeah, good video, Jesse. I knew about the copy protection from videos a while back, but I didn't see this video on it specifically. But I knew about it. And I knew everything from gems disappearing, eggs disappearing, final boss, restarting all your progress. But you say it's possible to do 100% on that. It's possible, but it'll make you tear out your hair. Interesting. Alright, well, we got some more here. I did promise a Crash video. It's also kind of like a tech whiz story here. How Crash Bandicoot hacked the original PlayStation?
Memory was so short in Crash Bandicoot that I took to
His in-game music is kind of whack.
Little bits and
Each
pieces
character
of
has a
extra
different
memory
theme, Frank.
from the Sony libraries. I would like just try
Oh, the
erasing
enemy one?
parts of them that I thought I wasn't using and see if things still worked. If they did, I would mark them as available. I just hacked their code by just changing the byte codes. And I'm like, you can do this. Look, I fixed it. If they wouldn't fix it for me, I was just gonna like edit their code. It was free memory. The memory was finite, but you were definitely not supposed to do that. Hi, I'm Andy Gavin, co-founder of Naughty Dog Inc. and lead.
You don't work there anymore.
We set out to make the first 3D character platform action game, and to do it right, we had to literally hack the hardware. It was part of the Naughty Dog philosophy to leave.
At that
no
time, E3
stone
people thought there was a
unturned.
PC at the Crash demo kiosk thing.
Cycle of CPU you could, or GPU.
Imagine
or
the
byte of memory
conversations
you could
people would be
use
having.
unused. So if it existed there in the machine, whether we were supposed to use it or not,
Forums
whether we had to use
existed
some
back then.
crazy trick to use it or not,
I've
we would
seen them.
figure out
I forget
how
what
to, like, make the most
site it
of
was.
So in the summer of 1994,
Oh, it's my Sun-Kissed
partner,
Pin
Jason
Pam.
Rubin and I
It's
were
still
wrapping
existing
up
right here
Blade
next to me.
Warrior, which was our 3DO fighting game. And we were trying to figure out what kind of game do we want to make next. The biggest genre on consoles at the time were platform action games. Games like Super Mario World and all sorts of other classic 16-bit platform games. And at the same time, in the arcades, there was new 3D hardware, and certain genres were making the transition from their traditional 2D state to 3D. For example, like Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat were still all the
Oh,
rage,
Street
but now
Fighter, you
there's
got my
Virtual
attention
Fighter.
now, man.
That was using 3D graphics, and they were just
Sun-Kissed or Fanta?
It was clear that
I don't have
things were
Fanta
going.
Orange right now, so
New
I can't really
consoles that are
compare.
coming out, they're going to be 3D.
I guess I
Can
like
we make a
Sun-Kissed
3D
more
platform game?
growing
No
up.
one had ever done it. We're like,
Maybe I
it's
just have
gotta
a
happen.
bigger
Think
appreciation
about
for Fanta now.
That world, or like speeding through as Sonic the Hedgehog.
Appreciation for
doing
soda.
those
It's not that
loops in
deep.
3D. What is that
If I
gonna
like
look
it, I'll drink
Prior
it.
to fall of 1994, Naughty
Other
Dog
Sun-Kissed
was
flavors,
just
I have not.
Jason and Andy. And it was the synergy
Unlike
between
Fanta,
Jason
where
and
I have.
We both did all the creative stuff. We were best of friends. We were roommates. And Jason was a phenomenal artist. And I was a game programmer. I think a pretty good one. Between the two of us, like, he would try to make it, like, look incredible. I would try to make the technology really work. And we both try to make it really fun. Jason and I had sold the distribution publishing rights for Way of the Warrior to Universal Studios, to a new unit called Universal Interactive. They're basically like, come out to California.
Yeah,
we're
Neil
going to Universal's
Druckmann,
lot next to Steven
Neil
Spielberg.
Druckmann
and we'll give you,
didn't
like,
come in
bungalow
until Jak
for
3, if I
free
recall
and,
correctly.
like, utilities for free, and you can just do whatever you want, and all you have to do is show it to us. We called the dog, the Naughty Dog Morgan, and ourselves into my Honda Accord, and we drove across country. So we had lots of time to talk. So we're like, well, what would it be really like to do a platformer in 3D? And we're talking about like Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, imagine you're going through loops, or you're running and you're jumping platforms and collecting stuff in 3D. And the camera's always behind you. You see the world, and that looks all great, but it's like the Sonic's ass game. All you do is see Sonic's ass. But the front of the character is where the expression is. Could we do levels where you come at the camera, but how are you going to see where you're going? These eventually led actually to the boulder levels in Crash Bandicoot. Should we do levels sideways? Should he look over his shoulder towards the screen? We're simultaneously designing the game that became Crash Bandicoot and sort of shopping for a platform for it. And we knew because it was
Wow, it's Eddie B. E3 with some trivia. Here's a little trivia for you. And he says, Jak 3 is also the last game Andy Gavin here was lead programmer on. Same role since Crash 1. Yeah, he kind of jumped ship before any of the chicanery started, huh?
Going to be a 3D game. We wanted to do something on one of the new 32-bit platforms. So there's the 3DO, which we'd already made a game on, but the machine was sort of clunky, half 3D machine. It was also very expensive and wasn't selling very well. Then there was the Atari Jaguar, We just sort of took it as a bit of a joke. And then you had the big guys all about to release new machines. You had some mystery machine from Nintendo, but we had no way of knowing what Nintendo was up to. They just basically didn't talk to Americans. Sega had two things going on. They had a 32X, which was coming out that fall, which was some kind of like way in which you souped up the Genesis. And then they were making this new machine that I don't know if it was called the Saturn yet, but it became the Saturn. And then there was this wild card, Sony. They hadn't done video games before. We heard they had this like powerful new machine. So we contacted both Sega and Sony and got the information on the machines, which they gave us. You have to sign your life away and your firstborn and all that. And then you could order the machines and you gave them the deposit and stuff. And then Sony had this new machine, which was like all 3D. It could do TV.
Sign away your firstborn. Don't forget your soul while you're at it.
Very similar to high-end commercial 3D hardware like the Silicon Graphics hardware, but with a bunch of simplifications to make it much more economic. And there were two main custom chips in the PlayStation 1, a graphics, sort of custom MIPS CPU. But the GPUs today...
No, you bring up that Jack 3 is the last game he ever did programming on, and that game was 2004. I don't know how recent this video is. And developing Crash 1 also 1996, conceptually 94, 95. This dude still knows it all. He hasn't skipped a beat at all. It's all coming back to him. And pretty nice to see.
Are wildly more complicated. They also do a lot of the math work that old GPUs in the 90s did not do. The PlayStation 1 GPU just drew triangles on the screen, but it was pretty good at it. It could draw about 120,000 polygons a second of triangles, which was phenomenal. If you were using a PC at the time, they had no 3D graphics hardware. They had like VGA boards. You'd be lucky to get a couple hundred polygons because you had to do them all in software. But here
He's
with the
got away with
PlayStation, which was going to be like 199, 299, whatever it was.
I gotta craft the narrative, guys.
With a CD drive and with the memory and everything. Console machines, like compared to PCs at the time, a world of difference. We're talking Windows 3.1 and DOS. To run a game, you usually had to have a boot disk with like custom auto-exec batch and config sys, and you had to open up your machine. This was not a very game-friendly world on PCs. But PlayStation or Genesis or
why
Super
nobody
Nintendo,
games on PC.
Shoved in the cartridge or the CD, pushed on, boom, it booted. I liked the Sony best. It was neat and clean and powerful and intended for 3D. I really thought it was the only one of those machines that actually do what we were sort of like aiming at. So the core idea behind Crash Bandicoot as a game, it was going to have a mechanic like a game like Donkey Kong Country. You were going to go through levels with successive timing challenges and enemies and jumps. It was going to be platforming, and it was going to have a cartoony animal character, and we wanted to not make it look like a video game exactly. We wanted to look like a Looney Tunes cartoon where the character was highly animated, fluid. If he got mushed by a giant stone roller, he
definitely did a good job with that.
Around. We wanted a world that like looked like cartoon world with a kind of sensibility that was classic cartoons, or sort of it was being reinvented at the time with TV shows like DuckTales, The Simpsons was big, animation was cool again. And Crash 1, in a frame, they were 30 frames a second, and we got about 1,500 polygons on the screen. 600 of them went to Crash. That's how important he was to us. Like most people, they'd use like 80, and so their characters would look like weird walking blocks. We wanted him to look like a real cartoon character. That required a lot of detail, so he gets a third of the entire budget. With Crash, we were forging into new ground everywhere. Like no one had ever made a 3D platform action game. Well, it was completely obvious that PCs, which were the standard thing that people would use for development,
Nintendo was making Mario 64 around this time. Hello?
No 3D graphics, and the things had like effectively 640K of RAM. We made the plunge to buy for everyone in the company, which was about 5 people at this stage, Silicon Graphics workstations, mostly Indigo 2 Extremes. These are like $75,000 to $100,000 workstations. They had 3D graphics. The software to do the 3D graphics was also like about $75,000 per machine. This is what people had done in very recent memory at the time, Terminator 2 or The Abyss or even Jurassic Park on. And so we settled on using as our software alias Power Animator. which is one of the 3 choices at the time. So we got this like clunky big box, which was like the early PlayStation prototype. And it turned out to be a pretty good machine, but first you gotta like understand it. It comes with a bunch of manuals which are incredibly badly translated from the Japanese and are mysterious, and you'd have amusing debates between the programmers what they actually meant by the funny choice of English words. The way to really figure out what's new is to test things empirically. You do that by taking the individual pieces and you write
I
test
never
code
consider
to
like
do
something like
certain things on
the
machine and put it
manual
through its
being
paces.
translated for
It's like,
me.
you know, taking a car out on the track and seeing how fast it can actually corner. There's a bunch of different graphics modes, and so it's like half speed in the high resolution mode. But in the mid-resolution mode, which was clearly just sort of an afterthought, it's the same speed as the low-resolution mode. Jason already made this Crash Bandicoot character, who looks pretty much the same as the final Crash Bandicoot character. And so I had that draw on the screen, and we shrank it down to about the size it would be on the screen. I ran some code to actually calculate the number of pixels that each of his polygons occupied on the screen, and it turned out they were like, the average was like 1.2 pixels. So I'm like, well, why would we texture these polygons? We decided for characters, let's not use the texture mode. Let's just use the faster, easier to use shaded mode, which most people didn't do. Most people just used textures. And part of this is because we ran the tests and found that the texture non-texture mode ran twice as fast. Like if you didn't run the tests, you just sort of like used the numbers in the book, it just gave you one number. You know, so we figured out that PlayStation could actually draw a pretty decent number of polygons per second from the graphics hardware. But you have to do the math to figure out where those polygons are going to be. These days, like almost every computer and even your phone have advanced GPUs, and they have vertex units, and they do tremendous numbers, gigaflops on
Yeah, but back in the day, we didn't have any of that.
But in those days,
And we
like
walked
most computers
to school in
just
the
did
snow.
multiplies and adds one at a time on the CPU, and they could do like hundreds or thousands, not billions. This was a serious problem. There was this fundamental problem in the PlayStation sort of hardware-software interaction where its math side was just not up to snuff. But we kind of knew that this was a software issue, that like Sony just wanted us to use these libraries like that they had written, but they weren't really like using the machine to its fullest. Somewhere in here, the designers had put hardware that was designed to do multiply adds, because you need to do millions of them. But this was all hidden behind a bunch of like C programming language libraries that Sony had, which you gave them the numbers and it multiply added them. And those things performed terribly. While the graphics unit could get 100, 120,000, somewhere in that range, polygons per second drawn, the libraries could only transform the math for them for maybe like 5,000, 10,000, which was just not going to cut it. So the base tested performance on Vertex Math on the PlayStation 1 using the official Sony way of doing it, calling their graphics libraries, was like at least an order of
Look, they
magnitude
needed a good
off,
title
like
for the
1/10 of
video.
what it
Come
should
on.
be. Just didn't run fast enough.
I mean, it's not the first time I've seen people say Naughty Dog hacked the OG PlayStation to get their games to run better.
Apart and got enough of that figured out that I knew that there was like actually some real horsepower in there, but they were kind of like hiding it away. With that particular problem, through a series of campaigns through some of the guys I knew at Sony, the creative solution on both sides turned out to be, here's how it works. 2 pieces of paper slid across the desk. You didn't hear it from me. But that was actually enough. We just sort of systematically worked through what was on there, and it turned out that there was this little sort of math side brain, it's called a coprocessor, inside Sony's custom CPU, which actually could do this very specific and limited math that was needed to do the vertex transformation, and could actually do it just about the speed that the GPU could consume it. In pretty much every dedicated gaming hardware since the beginning of arcade games, there's always been 2 pretty much always there main brains. You've got the graphics unit and you got the CPU. CPUs, like particularly old CPUs, move individual numbers, and that allows them to do anything that computers can do, but it's like they have one thought at a time. The graphics unit, because graphics is a more game-specific area, it was some way in which it renders its graphics like in hardware. Early
Pick up Jesse on the video redeem, thank you.
Galaga or whatever, where like the aliens mountains are sweeping down. Those are what are called sprites. The CPUs at the time could not draw sprites. These little graphics units were designed to do sprites and scrolling backgrounds. Basically, all of computer graphics technology has been driven by the video game. But you always had this balance in these machines between their sort of graphics brain and their sort of general math brain. Graphics units nowadays can do in parallel sometimes thousands of these same operations. And that's why the actual sort of processing power on a GPU is way more than the CPU. Like they have many gigaflops, even teraflops on some of them. But they don't do as general stuff. Let me step back and explain gameplay in the 2D platform. Let's take Donkey Kong Country. You can move forward and backward in the level, sort of left and right. You can jump up and down or jump up on the platform. But essentially, it's kind of linear. Usually, you go to the right, and obstacles come to you. This goes all the way back to like Pitfall in like 1980. You might swing on a vine, swing over a bunch of spiky things. Monsters may be crawling on the platforms or bees flying above. It's a linear progression. You can see where you're going, and it's sort of very fast-paced. It's like jump, jump, strike, jump, jump, strike. So it's all kind of nicely lined up in 2D. The designer measures out this almost rhythmic musical progression of the game. This is one of the things that makes these games really addictive and fun. Your progress in getting better at the game is to first learn the controls, to get good at being Donkey Kong, and then to learn the specific
This game really
movements
makes
of the
you
enemies
feel like
and
you're
the
Donkey
objects in the
Kong.
level, and sort of memorize a route. It's almost like playing back like in a rhythm game. But in 3D, everything's different. You've added an extra dimension. You've now got this side to side too. If you've got in Donkey Kong Country, or Mario, whatever, if 3 turtles are coming at you, you have to jump over or kill or knock away each of the turtles in succession. In 3D, you can just go to the right and avoid them entirely. You've added a whole extra dimension to the space, and so there's too much empty space. So this had the effect of sort of diluting the ratio between choice and conflict. We had to figure out how to compensate for this in order to maintain the intense action pace. We had this realization that basically we had added a dimension. So the simplest strategy was take out a dimension, but take out different dimensions in some way. An example
Yeah,
of that
kind of limit
was,
it.
say, like the boulder level.
The boulder
dimension we're
levels or
actually
the
taking out
side
there
scroller
is time.
levels.
It's not one of the 3 spatial dimensions. Because of the hurried nature of it, that the boulder is going to smush you if you don't move like now. You don't have the luxury to pick around those other dimensions. So it drives you through the otherwise sparser thing so fast that it feels just as intense. And the hog level is a reverse of this. But instead of the thing moving you keep moving at the thing.
Crash until we got Spyro made us think the PS1 couldn't do it.
He's a wild hog. And you have to navigate, really mostly left and right. And then we had the more normal 3D level in something Insanity Beach.
PS1 can only handle hallway simulators.
In order to sort of narrow
Obviously,
that dimension
Spyro
down
debunked that later
partially.
on.
And then there's other things to help narrow it down by, for example, the enemies, say like a crab or skunk in those levels, they track you laterally. It doesn't mean we can't use the new dimension when we wanted to, because you can have a box on the left, a box on the right, and then you can make interesting things where they have to choose to face this parallel and go over to that box, or if you're in like something like Hog Wild, we would deliberately do this. It might be that the spiky thing is over on the left with a box, and the clear path is on the right. So the simple way to survive that obstacle is to go all the way over the right and just ride past the spiky thing. Then you leave the box unbroken. To get the box, you have to like go to the last minute right in front of the spiky thing and then slide over. So it gives you this choice. Or timing elements, like on some of those 3D in-out type levels, like the rollers go in there, and then you can time together things like you got these roller ones, and then you have like a platform before, so you have to jump. But then
It remembers a lot
you
about the
can add
game.
tension by making
I
the
guess that's
platform,
because he
like,
made
drop.
all the
It's like a
levels.
time platform.
But it's been
You
so
go up,
long. Come
and
on.
then drops. And then we had other format levels where we took away a dimension. For example, there's a bunch of levels that are kind of like, say, the wall. It's essentially kind of 2D. I mean, you can come out, but we've just made a somewhat 2D level by fixing the camera looking to the side. And then there's another type of level where the camera's up like this, and Crash moves in a sort of grid, but there's not too much play with the up and down, and instead of being wide open, you're above something deadly on walkways. In each of these cases, we're like adding constraints or removing areas of degrees of freedom freedom to try to narrow it down and increase the intensity. But because we have this extra dimension, the game is more varied than a traditional 2D one would be, because we're removing different dimensions and different levels. We have like 7, 10 different strategies for removing dimensionality. Boxes too actually were designed to fill in the void. There's not actually that many enemies on screen because we couldn't.
Yeah, that I know about. There's not enough. They don't have a lot of memory for enemies to multiple enemies to show up on screen all at once. So the boxes were made up as a,
so they had,
to fill up
a simple
levels.
Object, a few polygons and a few rules. They're incredibly versatile. We totally knew we wanted to do this kind of animation, never really been seen in video games, like this sort of Looney Tunes style, distorting animation. It's a very stretchy, rubbery style of animation, which is done in traditional cell animation. That meant that characters had to really animate. Traditionally, in sort of low polygon, 90s era graphics, you would make your characters by constructing a very small number of bones, upper arm bone, lower arm bone, head bone, and you would stick all of the art.
The bridge level got fucked over in the remake. Shit is way too hard because they got Crash's hitbox wrong. It's pill shaped when it should be circular.
It was like a joint. It could be rotated or moved. It could kind of go like. And if you went fingers, you had to have like lots of bones. That was just too much math for the PlayStation to handle. We just knew it could never handle tons of bones. And you certainly couldn't do something like, say he gets his hand hit by a hammer in a cartoon. Well, what happens? It swells up like a balloon, or it gets flattened into a pancake and something like that. But you just couldn't do that at all with the whole bone system. A game like Virtual Fighter in the arcade used the classic bone system. Now, this worked okay for a fighting game because there's not a ton of deformation, but the characters are a little stiff. With bones, it's almost impossible or very difficult to do facial animation too, and we knew we really wanted facial animation. What kind of cartoon character doesn't like smirk or wink? Is it even possible to get that kind of animation like on a Silicon Graphics workstation? So Jason made this Crash model, and he set about trying to do cool and wacky animations with him. And he found with some work, you could get the power animator to actually do it, because it had these sophisticated bone and vertice weighting tools and these distortion fields, and the way that Power Animator did those things was just not possible on the PlayStation. These are all things that used the expensive floating point hardware that was on the Silicon Graphics workstation, and it couldn't even do them in real time. It had to render them. But a video game is real time. You have to do everything in a 30th of a second. So this was another big problem because he wanted that animation really, really bad. Well, we can read the positions of all the vertices. If you know where the positions of all the vertices are in every frame, then it doesn't matter what kind of bones. The SGI can use 1,000 bones, and it's all the same. You're just drawing the polygons and their vertice positions, and it can be done even quite fast. You don't have to do any bone work, so you don't have to spend any CPU on bones. But the problem with that strategy is then you have an animation where it's 30 frames a second, and Crash is 500 vertices, maybe 600 polygons, and you got to store the position in every frame animation for every vertex. That's a lot of data. But at the same time, we
basically,
are already committed down this
Nintendo
crazy
only gave the secrets of Nintendo 64 to their trusted partners.
Well, we can handle a bit more data than other people can. So we would bake down the animation data using all of Jason's fancy effects in Power Animator. Yeah, I did it and it worked because the PlayStation development unit had 8 or 32 megs of memory. So you could have a much bigger thing than
late in the N64's life, games like fucking Banjo-Tooie.
We're gonna have to.
They used some black magic to get that game working on the 64.
It's gonna have to get smaller, but
at the cost of the frame rate.
That there really wasn't so much data in a mathematical sense that we could write a domain-specific compressor, it's called, for this. So what that means is data in a sort of computer science theory has a certain complexity. There's a pattern to it and limits to it. And with the animation data, it can tolerate some data loss. The same theory is why JPEG works, and why JPEG totally changed the internet and totally changed how images are stored. For JPEG, you transfer transform the image into frequency space, the difficult mathematical transform, and you throw away the high frequency junk, flip it back, and depending on how much junk you throw away, it looks better or worse, but it's still like the most important parts of the image, and it got like 1/20th or 30th the size because you took out the unimportant stuff. But I was pretty convinced that this animation data was like that you could take out the high frequency information, you know, like a vertex's waist, it wouldn't move up and down that much. Mark wrote this program where he took a bunch of the animations and it analyzed every component, every vertex, and calculated the kind of the dynamic range or the amount of change that occurred across animations, and found that indeed the information change was quite low. Like they just didn't do much. So it turned out we could use this very specialized thing where it would analyze a particular animation, and then it would figure out the range that all these things, and would have a map at the beginning that said like vertex 7Y, low information, so it only needs 2 bits and it moves over this range, and this one needs this many bits. The end was something like 50 or 80 to 1 compression. Like the data got like, you know, 50th the size. In looking at the original PlayStation 1 design, while it was well designed and balanced, the machine had 2 megabytes of RAM and 1 megabyte of VRAM. But it also had the CD drive, which was 640 megabytes of read-only storage. And that's a lot more. The ratio is very big. So I had the theory it would be possible to make levels much bigger than 2 megabytes. Like in a normal game, you have a game like Twisted Metal or something. You go to the Eiffel Tower
Twisted
level,
Metal.
it would load the Eiffel Tower level into, say, 1 megabyte.
Yeah, I
They
can.
would have a certain amount of art in an animation. It was about 1 megabyte's worth. Now you could do various things to try to squeeze that down, but there's no way getting around this basic thing, and people didn't really try. Here's how it basically works. So the computer, the CPU and the GPU, can only really access stuff that's in the memory right now. Every 30th of a second in a video game is a right now. It's render my frame.
Right now!
Anything you're actually going to draw right now, any animation you're going to be using right now, any sound you're going to be playing right now, has to be in memory, because you can get to the memory quickly. The CD takes about 1/3 of a second to move its head to any specific spot on the CD. It takes some time to actually load the data. It could load a megabyte in maybe 6 seconds or something.
Sure, it'd be great if that
you can't
ability could
just
break
go
through fog of
draw
war.
1 frame and go get a new different megabyte off the disk, because it's going to take you 8 seconds.
Frank's
to
gonna
get
play
that
stuff like this
different
tomorrow?
megabyte off the disk.
Big
Or
upset,
what
hope
do
he
you do,
doesn't
sit
lose.
there, do nothing for 8 seconds? You can do that between levels. So when a level
I hope he
switches,
also
that's why a
goes to
typical
the
game would go
gym.
to a loading screen,
That's right.
and
I
they
brought it
load
up
that
again.
whole megabyte or whatever off the disk.
Come on,
The
Frank,
CD,
what are you waiting?
It's just a further storage. It's bigger.
took
but it's
another lap
slower.
today.
It's further away from being able to use it. But why can't you use it? It's there. On an early PlayStation game, they have like 1 megabyte levels or 2 megabyte levels, and the CD is 640. Well, that means they could fit 300 levels on the CD. Did they have 300 levels? No. That would take them like 10 years to make the game. So the CD is just mostly empty, or they fill it all with music, because the music is kind of fat, or video or something. But a lot of times it's just empty. Games like Twisted Metal might only be 50 megs on the disc. And so every game's levels are going to look like roughly a megabyte, maybe a megabyte.
We should talk in Twisted Metal, though.
Now that was sufficient. Many, many PlayStation games were made, but it was part of my theory that they didn't have to be so. My idea was that I would use advanced virtual memory techniques to swap chunks of data in and out from the like basically, so if the level was, let's call it 30 megabytes, well, maybe you only need at any one moment in time.
Now, come on, you can't not call this hacking.
30 megabytes. I would
The
chunk
console's not supposed to
entire
do
level
this.
into 64K pages, and then there were chunks of data. They could be something, anything from a crash animation, some crash code, a piece of background. Chunks had to be less than 64K. Like, you piled them in until the page was almost full. But they couldn't go across pages, or you'd have to break the chunks into smaller chunks. Then the level consisted of 30 megs of pages, 16, 18 pages that could fit in memory. So the problem is, can I arrange the chunks in the level such that at any one point in the level, I never need more then 16 pages.
Yeah, the Crash
worth
games
of
basically
data.
streamed
You can actually take
data.
the same chunk, duplicate it
Jack
into
did it
multiple
too.
pages if that makes the whole puzzle work out better. The game is constantly, it's figured this out in advance, but it's constantly figuring out which pages it's going to load in if you're going this way and which pages you're going to load in if you're going that way. And it throws away old pages that it doesn't need and loads new ones into their place. Any page can replace any other page as long as you never need more than 16 active ones at once. Crash textures are all pretty sharp with a lot of color and detail, and Tomb Raiders are like all washed out and pixely and whatever because they only have so much memory. They don't have any
And
place to
now we
put
should talk in
all
Tomb
that
Raider.
extra texture. We had 20, 30 times the amount of space for it. Or the number of polygons the level. Something like Tomb Raider, it's pretty blocky, like square corridors or whatever.
It's not very
Crash has,
good,
weird
it fucking
shapes and whatever,
sucks.
many more polygons. There were a bunch of different technologies that served this, but the memory was a huge one. So this was one of my sort of like patch on a whole bunch of patents on this actually. I was definitely one of the first people to see that you could really use that storage on the CD
I'm
or
the
the disk
one.
drive, it doesn't really matter, as like a dynamic part of your game to sort of expand it. It's done all the time now.
Fear not, plumber boy, the bandicoot will come. I'm coming to get you now.
I think one of the core legacies of Crash Bandicoot is that games can have their own distinct stylistic personality and
Style.
lifestyle. And yes, to some extent, many did before. I mean, Mario has its own sort of Mario style, but it's very much an old
See, he's coping
video
now.
game style. But
Yeah,
Crash
I guess
had
Mario
its
came
own
first, technically.
consistent world, which draws obviously from American cartoon style. And so, but the entire Crash product, by that I mean our first 4 games, are consistent within that style. That the originals still play quite well, and they still look pretty good, even like on a PlayStation 1, because the style sort of
pretty timeless.
transcends the specifics of the pixels. Early on in making it, we had this totally arrogant half hope, half idea, and was another major factor in choosing the PlayStation, was that Nintendo has Mario and Sega has Sonic. Sony doesn't seem to have a mascot. So if we make a mascot game, style game, on the Sony machine, like we might not have the same competition. And then there was this fairly immediate buzz where they're like, we have to have this game. Like, we have to make sure it's like only on the PlayStation. And like we deliberately set up to be in the position to maybe do it, and then we sort of instigated it, but then it worked out was like kind of miraculous.
This cocky
But
bastard.
our dream was to become the mascot.
Yeah,
Now,
we
Sony
knew we
never
were gonna
even-
be the
even when they bought
mascot
it,
here.
They never like officially, they're like, oh, it's not a mascot. We don't have a mascot, like whatever. But like everyone assumed it was a mascot, and they got so behind it that they just bought the rights from Universal.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
Crash
Pack
Bandicoot
up your
started off selling well,
stuff.
but it just kept on going and going and going. The Crash Bandicoot, the first one, sold better in its second year, maybe in its third year, and I'm pretty sure that when we shipped CTR, in the Christmas week of CTR, Crash Bandicoot 1 sold more copies in that week than it had ever sold previously. First of all, it was a really broad appeal game, like everyone could kind of play it, whether you were a young kid or you were a hardcore gamer. It wasn't
The hardcore
highly
gamer
violent,
season?
but the characters were appealing, it was funny, and the gameplay was like pretty intense and approachable. So you could just sit down and play it. And this is one of the things that we really wanted.
Yeah, it's pretty
for it.
timeless.
I wanted a game
Dude,
you
I
didn't
love
have
Crash.
to think too hard about. Crash Bandicoot was really the crucible in which the Naughty Dog philosophy was forged. That every element
I don't
that
think they
goes
follow
into
that
the game
philosophy today.
needs to be great, because we wanted to make a truly great game.
Now the
a game that was
philosophy,
gonna be a
according
hit,
to
a classic. In order to do
Cockman,
that,
is we don't have
came
fun
to
around
believe
here.
that
We don't
everything in
use
it
the
had to be
word
great.
fun.
And you needed the best technology possible to make all that happen. The better your technology, the better the game could feel, the better it could look. If you got enough of these things all right, you could sort of transcend mediocrity to become like a gaming masterpiece.
That was very good and very informative, and reminded me why I love Crash Bandicoot as a game series. Big ups to me, because no one recommended that. That was mine. That was my insertion there. Okay, here's a Juzzy redeem. Back to Spyro. How game music is made. Stuart Copeland, PlayStation Underground. Hey, I saw this video years ago. I don't mind seeing it again.
I'm getting the crap kicked out of me here.
Some people work only for the money. Others do what they love most and manage
This guy's
to get paid
nuts.
for it.
You mind not interrupting me when I'm working?
Stuart Copeland is in the second group. He's been making music all his life. First as a co-founder and drummer of The Police, then as a composer for films such as Rumblefish, Highlander 2, and Wall Street. Now he's writing the music for Spyro the Dragon, his first video game project. What makes composing for video games fun? How does he do it, and why does he like it? PlayStation Underground visited his small, unmarked studio in Hollywood, where he showed us some secrets.
Good, you have sound. Step one is to beat the level. Now for a 10-year-old kid, this is no problem. But for me, I have to beat the level and figure out the jumping, and I kind of navigate my way through the levels.
I'm an old man, you guys. I can't do that.
It's a lot of fun because I find a level that I can beat and get an attitude for it, and then create a piece of music for it. But then as the game progresses,
Dude, they make him beat the level before he starts making the music.
Immediately, I've got to beat this bad guy before I can stay on that level for long enough to write a piece of music.
You know who the composer was,
So I have
NEB?
to learn how to beat all the bad guys, and if I was having to pay for my helpline, I'd be running up a huge tab here.
Ah, yes. Back
So
when
then once I'm
helplines
on the
existed.
level, and I've got a general attitude for the game, I have to, within the atmosphere of that level, have a lot of different changes happen, but stay kind of in the atmosphere. And then I go back and I look for how to make those inner complexities more complex, and to have deeper sublayers and things that don't really hit you.
I can hear all the little instruments in quotes that he uses to make the songs.
Roll some of the cribulation off it there. Give it about 60 feet. Well, let me start something. We'll write something for you.
Oh, that's string levers.
I'm going to do something which is a trade secret here, but I have input quantized, which means that I can play it very badly, and it comes back played very nicely.
That's Skidlow's Badlands. But the beat is also used in, I think, Alpine Ridge in Spyro 1.
2 bars there, so it'll just go around and around and around those 2 bars.
Bars!
Okay, now let's get some bass going there. Okay, so there's a bass line. Now let's get some
Hey,
drums
Expandon,
out of it.
how you doing, buddy?
Big up JJam on the shout out from Wings of Redemption. It triggered one of the ones that isn't DSP
Okay,
reading.
now let's get some heavy metal going here. Okay.
What? The metal? Ah.
They pay me for this. And then, of course, you can get into all the cool stuff like, and copy the bass part of the other instruments to kind of thicken it up.
Yeah, I knew he was drums. Spyro always had strong percussion.
Add to it in various different
This
ways.
is Ice Cave, the Ice Cave level. Like a variant of the main theme for Spyro 1.
No, this
If I want to say Dry
Canyon.
Canyon.
Trade secrets. This is where Mozart would be jumping out of his grave and saying, I want to live in this century, where I transpose that part from there up to there. And it plays that same piece of music. So I've just done a whole transition there. Took all those instruments and moved them up that much. Looks like fun, doesn't it?
In his career, Stuart has both performed music and composed it. We wondered which is more fun.
When I play music, I have the instrument in my hand, I don't think, and my hands do the walking. And it's a bodily function.
This is like a
It's
wizard.
instinctive, it just happens. Composing all happens in
It
the
just
mind,
works.
And my body is an inert, dead fish. Somebody once asked Stravinsky, what's the great moment of being a composer? Is it when the audience lights up into your music, or is it the reviews? He said, no. The best moment is when you find that note you're looking for, and you get that chord, which leads to that chord, and you've got this under thing happening there, which pays off right
It's
here.
better than
At the
sex
same time,
cake.
set it, and you crack it, and you got it. It goes there, and it does it. That's it, and it's downhill from there.
What's it like to compose for the PlayStation?
The Sony PlayStation has room
for high quality music that has full bandwidth. It's the same as you get from a CD, whereas the other platforms has very thin bandwidth. And the thinness of the bandwidth puts
we're putting the
imposition
64 on
the composer. They have
blast.
to create sounds that'll fit within that. On these CD-ROM games, there's so much space. I don't have to worry. I can let up full symphonic sounds there. In fact, I have. In this game, I've got whole orchestra sounds that I recorded in Utah.
Ah, yes, Toasty.
I use the orchestra as a
classic
flourish
song.
here and there to provide drama. Because the game is actually quite grand. He's flying through castles, and there's a big sky, and it's a very open,
See, even he understood it back then. Spyro 1 has a unique atmosphere that has it's not been matched yet, even by Spyro 2 and 3. It just feels different.
And drums and pounding rhythms.
You're a little dragon out there in a big world, and nobody's there to help
It's
you.
about creation of tension and resolution. And in music, it's more subtle how it happens, and it's more esoteric how it happens. But it's the same thing. You create a tension, and then you release it.
Nostalgia brain. Hey.
The most fun part of the process.
Yeah, probably.
Is being able to be in there like this, and I get a phone call, and I can shout at my staff, "Don't interrupt me when I'm working."
Oh yeah, Spyro the Dragon, 1998, available now. A very good video, Jesse. Again, I've seen it before, but feels even better, so watch it again. Oh, that what, a feel-good story? Yeah. I don't think he's ever given. Oh no, he's had other interviews, but that's like the most famous one. All right, now we're gonna go into like fucko territory. And we're so late in the stream, we can watch literally anything. We're gonna watch this because I've had it in the watch later for hours, and by hours I mean months, and by months I actually mean only a couple of weeks. This is a guy DSP wanted to react to, but it never won any of the polls that made it in. We're gonna see a couple of his videos, and only the ancient ones, because I don't know if the newer ones are any.
Proved and open once again.
Fantastic. Anna Gilligan is there this morning. Hello, Anna.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I think you're seeing some guys jump off the Tarzan jump here at Action Park. It's been closed since 1996. They reopened it on June 14th. I'm here with the owner, Andrew.
That
Mulville.
reopening
He's
didn't
also
last
the
too
son
long
of the
either.
man who founded it. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here. Thanks for coming out. What a day we have. It's beautiful here at Action Park.
So I gotta ask you, because Action Park got a bit of a reputation. Some people got injured.
That's putting it lightly.
That was 30 years ago. The world has changed. I mean, when my dad started the park, he was the guy inventing the rides and bringing inventors in. Now it's highly regulated. Everything's engineered.
Yeah, everything's safe now, you guys. Trust me. Alright, who's gonna be first on the fucking Tarzan jump?
The year is 1976. Gene Mulvihill, the head of entertainment company Great American Recreation, has added a new attraction to Vernon, New Jersey's Vernon Valley Ski Resort. 2 brand new Alpine slides were installed to keep business up in the off-season. An Alpine slide is a one-person cart ride, in which the rider rides down a hill on a smooth track. The rider has a brake lever in between their legs, giving them complete control of their speed. The attraction had become popular for ski resorts in the late 70s, and Vernon Valley Ski Resort's Alpine slide was advertised as an attraction for all ages, claiming, "We've had grandfathers and we've had kids of kindergarten age coming down
I
our
know
runs
about the
alone."
loop-the-loop
I also
water
have a picture
slide,
showing
don't
a mother
worry.
controlling the sled with an infant in her arms. It's that easy. After the success of the slide, Mulvihill went forward with his plans to expand the ski resort into a water park during the off-season. He added 2 water slides and a racetrack, and more slides, a softball field, a tennis court, and a swimming pool were added shortly thereafter. The Vernon Valley Summer Park was rebranded to Action Park, a thrilling amusement park where you control the action. More slides and rides were added, and they began their big marketing push to draw audiences into their new water park.
Just go to Action Park, there's no other park like it.
Yeah, that's the problem though.
Place to spend the day with your family. Lots of big things to
There's no other park like it.
I love Action Park because it's so beautiful.
Little did they know what that truly meant.
Broadway is wonderful. Race like a pro. It's great.
These are the most amazing rides in the world. I love it here.
The UK needs more theme parks. Yeah, all Lady B has is what?
was revolutionary.
Blackpool
Not
Pleasure
only was it one
Beach.
of the
That's
first water
UK,
parks of
right?
its kind in the United States, but it also
That was in,
marketed itself
Roller
as the
Coaster Tycoon?
biggest. It was eventually home to 75 rides, 40 of which were water slides. Action Park was split into 3 themed lands. The first was Motorworld consisted of 3 types of attractions: land, water, and air rides. On land was the popular battle action tanks. For an additional fee, guests could ride inside tanks equipped with tennis ball cannons. The goal was to shoot the other tanks in the caged area on one of their targets, disabling their cannons for 15 seconds. Those that chose to ride the tanks were allotted 5 minutes to do so, and those that did not want to ride could pay to use a stationary cannon from the outside. Maintenance employees attempting to fix broken down tanks would be subject to fire from the rowdy guests, making the attraction a nightmare to work at. The other 2 land-based Motor World attractions were the Lola Cars and the Super Go-Karts, both of which were kart race attractions. The Super Go-Karts were driven on a small loop. The karts themselves were designed to
Alton
max out
Towers,
at
that's
20
also
miles
an
per hour,
RCT.
but the employees found that sticking a tennis ball in the governor device allowed the cart to go as fast as possible, with the new maximum speed being around 50 miles an hour. Head-on collisions frequently sent guests to the hospital, and the fumes from the engines overwhelmed riders at times. The Lolo cars were mini open cockpit race cars driven on a longer track, and they cost an additional charge to ride. Their maximum speed could also be tampered with by park employees. These were also used after hours by the workers, sometimes being taken off the track and driven on the nearby highway. There were 2 water rides in Motor World. The super speedboats were driven in a small circle around an island in a pond.
These
a
fucking
pond
kids.
that also had a large
That's why you
population of
never
snakes
hire
in it. The guests would
teenagers.
often attempt to bump nearby boats, as if they were on Motor World's other water attraction, bumper boats. These were boats placed in a small pool and were designed to withstand guests crashing into one another. These were known to leak gasoline, which once required a guest to be examined after too much fuel leaked on their skin. The boats were also incredibly small, and riders with long legs had to position their feet off the side of the boat to fit. This led to injuries and bone fractures after collisions. Finally, Motor World had 2 airbase attractions. One was Space Shot, which was a typical drop tower ride and was one of the safest rides at the park, given it was only open for Action Park's last operating year. The second air ride was another upcharge attraction, Slingshot, which was also fairly safe. This ride was a common amusement park and carnival ride, in which guests were shot up on 2 bungee cords and flipped upside down as they flew through the air. There's no doubt that Motor World had its dangerous attractions, but this is just the beginning of what Action Park has in store.
But it did get
the
worse.
Park was many non-water-based attractions were located in their own section of the park, sometimes labeled the Alpine Center. These included the aforementioned Alpine slides, as well as a bungee jump titled the Snapple Snap-Up Whippersnapper Ride. Originally having 2 jump stations and then later 4, guests could jump off the tower for an additional fee. A skate park also had a short run at Action Park. It was poorly designed, as it was surrounded by concrete and had uneven edges, which led to many injuries during its existence. Interestingly, Action Park also had an attraction entitled the Action Park Gladiator Challenge, partially based off of the popular American Gladiators TV show. This included obstacle courses and jousting matches against the Action Park Gladiators. Finally, Action Park had its own monorail called the Transmobile. This went to the ski lodge, the Alpine Center, and to Motor World. So
I don't know if
far,
I want to
Action
get on
Park
that.
has proved to be dangerous, but where are the absolutely terrifying rides? Where are the rides that are so insane that their mere existence is unbelievable? Moreover, where are the water slides? This section put the action in Action Park. Waterworld had it all. It was home to the tidal wave pool, a 100 feet by 200 feet
Yeah.
pool that could
Yeah,
hold
it's
anywhere
too late for
between
me.
500
No,
and 1,000
no,
people. The pool's
no,
floor
don't
was
put me
slanted,
on the
and further guests
Transmobile,
went in the
please.
deeper it got. Waves went 20 minutes on, 10 minutes off, and they could reach a height of over 3 feet. This was challenging for swimmers of all skill levels, as the pool was hard to read and the fresh water was more difficult to swim in than salt water. A dozen lifeguards were on duty at the pool, and they would have to save around 30 people on a busy day. The Tarzan Swim was a heavily advertised attraction in which guests would swing on a 20-foot cable over a pool. This spring-fed pool was so cool that lifeguards would have to rescue guests that could not swim after the shock of the cold water. This was also a popular attraction for men to pull down their pants or women to pull up their tops for the line of people to see. The appropriately named Aqua Scoot gave guests a sled, with which they would slide down an assembly line-style roller coaster, hurtling them to a shallow pool that they would skip across. If the guest was not in an ideal position, it would get caught under the water.
And
sending
imagine
the rider
DSP
crashing
hobbling there
forward.
and
There
peak
were
season.
originally a pair of these slides, each 30 feet long, but a third third slide was eventually added. The diving cliffs
she's
had two
popping her
jumping
tits
bases,
off over there,
one
John.
23 feet and the other 18 feet tall, with the pool below being 16 feet. The pool was also for non-jumpers, some of which were unaware of the cliffs, which resulted in collisions. There was only one lifeguard on duty, who had to work extra hard to make sure that no one was at the bottom of the pool. The super speed water slides, also known as Geronimo Falls, were a pair of high-speed vertical water slides. One of them was steeper than the other, and both were dangerous.
Yeah, let's fucking boot her, right?
Kamikaze, which was a more traditional
Oh,
tube
yeah,
slide.
whatever,
The kayak
Phil.
experience was pretty self-explanatory and used underwater fans to simulate water rapids. This was
That's my John
dangerous, but that
impression.
goes without saying at this point. A similar ride, the Roarin' Rapids, allowed guests to ride in a 1 or 2 person raft down a similar river. The Surf Hill had riders slide down a multi-laned, multi-hill
You know what?
slide on
That
a
is
mast.
something John would
Riders could
say.
easily cross over to the
You
adjacent
write
lanes
these
and
episodes
cause
better than
collisions.
me.
And the Seventh Hill,
Hold on, let me
nicknamed
check
the
your ass
Backbreaker,
first. I
had
gotta
an
make sure if
additional
it's
hump that would send riders flying, resulting in injury. The Colorado River Ride was another raft ride, this time allowing up to 4 people, and it went through the wooded area of the park. At one point, the riders would come to a fork in the river and had to choose between 2 paths. The first path took guests under a waterfall and a series of tunnels. The second path included a waterfall and another fork, with one path being steeper than the other. The ride also included a foot-tall jump that would allow riders and the raft a short airtime. The Aerodonium was a skydiving simulator that caused injuries when guests would try to stop their falls with their
There are
arms.
any enemies left
Waterworld
besides the
also had a
sub,
variety of
so I
other
guess I'm just
typical water
hurtling my way
slides
to
and pools
victory
that were
now.
less notable, but there's one in particular that has yet to be mentioned. This is the attraction that made Action Park the most infamous, the Cannonball Loop. A tubed water slide with a vertical loop, similar to that of a roller coaster. It was rumored
Get
that during
outta
the testing
here.
of the attraction, Mulvihill offered $100 to employees who were willing to try it. Test dummies apparently came out of the loop without their heads. When it was opened, guests would be weighed, hosed down, and given a set of instructions to decrease the possibility of injury. A hatch was added to the top of the loop to
Hosed
assist stuck
down,
riders that could not
like
make
they're
it all the way
fucking
through the
cattle.
slide. Many guests that completed the loop would come out at the bottom, suffering from bloody noses or other injuries, either from hitting the top of the loop or the impact on the way down. The Cannonball Loop was indicative of a larger issue with Action Park, as many of the other attractions were poorly crafted by designers that were less than engineers, and most were designed to minimize cost rather than maximize safety. The rides became even more dangerous when paired with the fact that the park sold alcohol at many of the convenience stands, often to minors. There was even a microbrewery near Motorworld. Many of the guests visiting the inexpensive park came from low-income areas and did not have the necessary swimming skills to navigate some of the attractions and pools. Action Park also heavily marketed to Spanish populations, but there were no translations or translators for the guests when they visited, so explaining safety instructions was virtually impossible.
You already know that Action Park has the most innovative and exciting rides. The
Innovative.
Alpine Ride, Grand Prix
Is that what they
race
call
cars,
it?
And spectacular water rides. But Action Park means more than just great rides. It means super live shows, fantastic summer festivals, and scrumptious food and drink, including an authentic German brewery. Come to Action Park because the rides aren't the only thing that's great. Labor Day Polish
Well, I mean, how
Festival,
hurt could you
September
get at, like,
6th and 7th.
Oktoberfest?
The majority of those employees were teenagers and were not equipped to handle the rowdy guests of the park. So on any given day, you could have an overcrowded water park filled with drunk teenagers that couldn't swim, riding shoddily built attractions supervised by teenagers that may or may not be able to communicate with them. It is no wonder what happened next.
Oh no! Say it ain't so!
On July 8th, 1980, a male employee was riding the Alpine slide when his cart went off the track. He hit his head on a rock during the crash, killing him. He was only 19. 2 years later, on July 24th, 1982, a 15-year-old guest was overcome by the waves of the tidal wave pool and drowned. On August 1st, a mere week later, a 27-year-old guest was riding the kayak experience when he was trying to re-enter his kayak after falling out. When doing this, he made contact with the live wiring that powered the underwater fans. The electrocution sent him into cardiac arrest, and he passed after being rushed to the hospital. 2 years later, in 1984, a guest died on the Tarzan swing after a heart attack, supposedly due to the unexpected shock from the cold water. That same year, on August 27th, a 20-year-old drowned in the tidal wave pool. And on July 19th, 1987, another guest drowned there, giving it the nickname the Grave Pool. These deaths are tragic and often overshadowed by the lunacy and legacy of Action Park. Interestingly enough, Action Park was able to avoid many lawsuits with these deaths and many other injuries, due in part to its reputation and also the lax regulations New Jersey had for amusement and water parks.
Yeah, we'll
Great
give you a
American
season
Recreation has
pass
been able
if you
to
don't
expand
sue us,
the Action
lady.
Park brand to other parts of the country, opening Pocono Action Park in Tannersville, Pennsylvania in 1980, and Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey in 1984.
Get wet at Action Mountain. Feel the thrill as you zoom through the black holes.
spin and splash
The black
in
hole,
our
huh?
bumper boats, while the kids play in our fun-filled kiddie area, cool off in our huge swimming pool, or race around the Grand Prix track. Get on any of our action-packed rides at Action Mountain in Pine Hill, New Jersey. It's awesome.
Pocono Action Park had many repeat attractions as Action Park and was closed in 1991. Action Mountain ran into some financial difficulties with the IRS and the town it was located
Wait,
in.
what was
and
that
closed
picture
in
he had up?
1980s and ran into some many repeat attractions.
The only
as
Pocono
Action
Action Park reference I could find is this creepy clown Grand Prix ticket from eBay. That is creepy.
Park and was closed in 1991.
You can't pump your own gas in New Jersey, but feel free to die from the gasoline of our boats and our parks.
So why did the original Action Park close? While Action Park and Mulvihill were able to avoid lawsuits with many of the accidents and deaths, the two deaths in 1984 stemmed cases that rightfully plagued the park with a variety of legal problems. Mulvihill eventually pled guilty to 5 charges of insurance fraud. He and his associates claimed that the park saw over 1 million guests a year, and therefore the death toll was comparatively low. The local ER, on the other hand, said that they would have to treat 5 to 10 guests on some days. In response to the high amount of guests visiting the hospital, Action Park bought Vernon, New Jersey new ambulances. Despite all of these issues, the downfall of Action Park wouldn't come until 1996, and it was actually due to Great American Recreation's financial issues and not the park itself. On September 2nd, 1996, Action Park ended its final season, still with the hope that it would reopen the next year. However, Great American Recreation's bankruptcy made it impossible for Action Park to continue operations, so it didn't reopen. After this, the ski resort and Action Park were handed from investor to investor, undergoing renovations for 2 years before reopening in 1998 as Mountain Creek. Safety was a priority under this management, and a valiant effort was put forth to distance Mountain Creek from Action Park's reputation. However, in 2010, Mountain Creek underwent a bankruptcy of its own, and the water park and ski resort was sold to the Mulvihill family. 2 years after this, in 2012, Eugene Mulvihill passed away, and his son Andrew Mulvihill took over ownership of the park. 2 years later, in 2014, Mountain Creek was rebranded back to Action Park. The park reopened many of its classic attractions and started construction on new, terrifying ones. The Sky Caliber was another attempt at a 360-degree vertically looping
No
water
way
slide,
this came
although it
out.
used technology to enhance safety. From my knowledge, it is yet to open at the park, and there's almost no information on its status. The new Action Park tried to use nostalgia to draw guests back for 2 years, before in 2016 it was renamed back to Mountain Creek, in order to once again get away from the negative connotation of Action Park. Early this year it was announced that Johnny Knoxville would be producing, writing, and starring in a film inspired by Action Park, but it was not shot on location. Death is heartbreaking, especially in environments designed for happiness and joy. Despite 6 people losing their lives there, Action Park is not remembered for its death toll. It is remembered for and by the kids that grew up with it and survived it.
Yeah,
it is seen as a
people
place where
loved
the
it.
quote-unquote popular and brave teens hung out. The fact that it was referred to as Traction Park or Class Action Park doesn't matter, because its inherent danger is more of a fond memory to the majority of its visitors. The burns, bruises, and the fractured tibias were a rite of passage for its former guests. You think you're cool because you survived a tame roller coaster at Disney in California or at Universal in Florida? Well, welcome to Vernon, New Jersey. Were you able to survive the Action Park?
Ain't that the truth? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Oh, wait, there's more. Over the credits.
Fun.
Nice job.
Wait, she's gonna go swim and get a microphone. She'll give us her.
Oh, look at her. It's like out of a movie.
This is good. Where is she?
Wait a second.
We lost
What
Anna.
happened to her?
Greg, you need to go rescue
Here we go.
Anna.
Let's see. Let's just take a. Indeed. Yay! First of all,
Starting on Saturday.
nice bathing suit.
They're open from 10:30 to
Greg.
7.
Stay
What's that?
appropriate.
Never mind.
Anna, you look great, and you handled that beautifully. I'm just trying to keep Greg in check.
Why are you so out of breath?
Bye, guys. I'm gonna go put some clothes on.
Hold on a second. No,
was he
not
trying
so
to hit
fast.
on her?
Anna, let's see.
Anna.
Let's see. This is in New Jersey, right?
Be nice.
Well, I just want to talk to her a little while.
Stop milking this shot.
I'm just wondering, Anna, how long did it take you, let's see, to
To
drive?
get undressed?
To drive, yeah, well, we saw that. How long is the trip? Oh, wait a second, wait.
I think that's smart.
The-
Well, Anna, go dry off. We'll see you in a little bit. What is wrong with you?
Relax.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Anna.
Oh, they're just having a little fun.
Don't be so frowning at the...
They're just having a little fun there. No, come on, they're just having some fun. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. Big ups. That was a good one. I'd already seen it years ago, but you know, doesn't hurt to hit us with the rewatch. Hey, the next one is the first one there on the recommended videos. There's also the one he did on Garfield. We saw that one day while I was playing Mario Galaxy. That Garfield video was
in 1999,
weird.
the children's network Nickelodeon was changed forever with the premiere of a new cartoon series named SpongeBob SquarePants. Nickelodeon had developed many popular TV shows in its 20-year existence, but it had never had a hit like SpongeBob. The show debuted to high ratings, with an audience comparable to Nickelodeon's biggest series at the time, Rugrats. But SpongeBob found massive success in an area that other Nickelodeon shows hadn't: merchandising. The company had purposefully shied away from extending the brand too far from the network itself. While Nickelodeon had turned some of its properties into toys, feature films, and video games, they feared that too much merchandising would contradict the brand's goal of appealing to young audiences. Nickelodeon was supposed to appear as a network run by kids, for kids, and the executives believed that children could tell when they were being advertised to, thus interfering with the channel's primary objective. On top of this, a general distaste for the Walt Disney Company and its practices had solidified Nickelodeon's motivation to limit size and avoid feeling corporate. All of this was thrown out the window after SpongeBob premiered. The potential profit from merchandising the show's characters and setting was too large to ignore, and the title character would turn into Nickelodeon's unofficial mascot, its own Mickey Mouse, within just a few years. It appeared as though Nickelodeon was cashing in, but they were still concerned with expanding outside of their comfort zone and tarnishing their brand. In lieu of building its own stores like Disney, a type of project that was deemed too risky, Nickelodeon instead licensed its properties to anyone that wanted them. If you could slap a SpongeBob sticker on it, then Nickelodeon would sign a document that legally allowed you to slap a SpongeBob sticker on it. And since they were already beginning to look like their main competitor, why not act like them too? And what's more Disney than rushing into a huge, difficult project fueled by temporary success? Welcome to the Nick Hotel. Going up?
Big ups, Good Roberts. Yeah, we're just watching videos tonight while I turtle my way through Advance Wars maps. It's a chill DSP birthday detox day off. And life is good, thank you. I took a lap in the park today. Trying to get fit, you guys. Not sure if you knew that.
On October 9th, 2003, Nickelodeon announced that they had formed a partnership with the hotel chain Holiday Inn for the purpose of transforming its Orlando resort, the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort, into the first ever Nickelodeon hotel. The property was less than 5 years old, having just opened in the summer of 1999. The resort was Holiday Inn's first all-suite hotel, featuring 800 suites, 2 pools, water playgrounds, a restaurant, and a food court. The hotel was located just east of the Walt Disney World Resort, and transportation was provided to all 4 Disney parks. Nickelodeon had originally considered constructing a new resort themselves, but decided against this due to their constant fear of failure. Orlando was of course the perfect location for the resort's pilot test. It had a huge tourist population of families and young children, and the company had 2 attractions at Universal Studios Florida.
That's pretty fucking cheeky to make the hotel right next door to Disney. Alright guys, time to take the shuttle over to Disney World there. I bet they tried everything in their power to keep people at the hotel too. What's the point of going to a Nickelodeon hotel resort or any kind of hotel resort and the hotel attempts to keep you at the hotel, spending money at the hotel and refusing to let you leave to the theme park that you came to the hotel to go visit?
Nickelodeon Studios and the newly opened Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast. The Holiday Inn was located closer to Walt Disney World than it was to Universal Studios, but Nickelodeon would take what they could get. During the announcement, Nickelodeon revealed that they had plans to build 4 more resorts throughout the country. The transformation of the Holiday Inn Family Suites Resort was to be completed in early 2005, and the renovation would cost an estimated $20 million. Nickelodeon began advertising the resort leading up to its release, and parents began to book their stays at the new hotel.
Did you hear? Nickelodeon has built a hotel just for you. Opening this Memorial Day, the brand new Nickelodeon Family Suites by Holiday Inn in Orlando, Florida. You get your own bedroom.
I have one at home.
Pool, slides and flumes, a giant arcade.
Get your own bedroom. Where do you think I sleep?
Parents can book reservations by logging on to www.nickhotel.com.
Oh yeah, the old Travel Lodge. I think that was the brand. The Travel Lodge 64s.
On March 9th, 2005, the Nickelodeon
by
Family
my
Suites
era, they had
Holiday
turned
Inn,
them into
commonly
GameCubes.
referred to as the Nick Hotel, opened its doors. Guests would walk up to the bright orange resort, with characters peeking through the window of the main entrance. This led to the lobby and check-in desk. There were 4 room layouts that guests could choose
Look
from.
at this
The
sad-ass
first was a
joint.
1-bedroom suite designed for 1 to 2 people. This included a king-sized bed, full kitchen, and a dishwasher. The second was a 2-bedroom kids suite. This included a private parents' room, a living area, a bathroom, and a themed kids room. The kids room would either feature a bunk bed or 2 twin beds, and the rooms were themed to different Nickelodeon properties, such as SpongeBob, The Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron, Dora the Explorer, Rugrats, Danny Phantom, and more. Guests could request a specific character room and would be assigned.
It's just a bunch of SpongeBob renders plastered onto a background from the show.
If available.
I'm not really
the kids' rooms
impressed.
also featured a television, and some came with a PlayStation 2. Guests could
Oh,
rent
wait,
games from the
now I
hotel
am.
for $5 or bring their own. There was also a CD player and an activity table in most of the suites. Unlike the parents' room, there was no door separating the kids' room from the living area. This was due to a county law restricting doors on kids' suites for safety reasons. The parents' room was unthemed and featured 2 side tables, a closet, a 25-inch TV, and a makeup desk. The main living area featured a pull-out couch, a rocking chair, a dining table, and a 25-inch TV. The third suite layout was a 3-bedroom kid suite. This came with 2 private parent rooms, both with king-sized beds, a themed kids room with a bunk bed and pull-out cot, a full kitchen, a full dining room, and 2 bathrooms. The fourth and final layout was Nick Hotel's honeymoon suite.
How
called
big
the Nick at
room do
Night
you
Suite.
need?
Oh yeah. This included a heart-shaped whirlpool, mood lighting, scented bath lotion, an extra large shower. Shower for 2, baby. And only 1 private bedroom. Leave those kids at home. For some reason, these rooms didn't last very long, and it seems that they were discontinued within a few years of the hotel's opening. All suites had the option of a wake-up call from a Nickelodeon character, and simple room service was available. The suites opened from the outside, resulting in the kids' suites having no windows. 14 6-story buildings housed the suites. The main structure comprised of 9 buildings, enclosing the lagoon pool, and the other 5 buildings enclosed the Oasis pool. The main area also featured the lobby, the fitness center, and Studio B, which was a space for special events such as conferences, birthday parties, and starting in 2009 for inexplicable reasons, weddings. The lagoon pool featured a basketball court, mini golf, a pool and a kiddie area, the Lagoon Bar and Grill poolside restaurant, and a large water park, the main attraction for children staying at the resort. The water park featured large cutouts of Nickelodeon characters, multiple water slides, water features, and a large water bucket at the top of the structure. This would periodically fill up, tip over, and douse guests with water. And at certain times of the day, the water would be colored green to simulate slime. This was treated as a special event, with hotel employees gathering everyone and getting them excited for the mass sliming. The Oasis pool area featured another poolside bar, a kiddie area, a spa, and a less elaborate water park. This was supposed to be the more relaxing area than the often crowded lagoon pool. In between the 2 hotel structures would be a building referred to as the mall. The mall featured an arcade, a kids spa, and a gift shop, which sold both Nickelodeon and Universal Studios merchandise. There was a 4D theater, which had a 3D screen, moving seats, bubbles, and water effects. This would show a SpongeBob 4D film, as well as 15-minute highlight reels from recent movies, such as the Ice Age franchise, and later, Pacific Rim. There was also a theater named Studio Nick for game shows and live character shows. When the hotel opened, Studio Nick had 2 game shows, Who Knows Best and Nick Live. Who Knows Best was a game show that tested how well families knew each other, while Nick Live was a show in which families would compete against other families in physical challenges and trivia, with the winner getting slimed. A smaller scale version of the show called Nick Live Poolside would be performed by the Lagoon Pool, with a small dunk tank dedicated to the show.
Good
The Nick
Roberts.
Hotel also had a wide array of
You
dining
were streaming
options.
while watching
the mall had
me.
its own food court, with restaurants
Thank you for the
rotating
raid.
in and out from time to time. Restaurants included
Scared the
A&W,
shit out of me,
Pizza Hut
man.
Express,
Oh, but they could-
Antonio's Pizzeria, and
Pick up
Starbucks.
Zergaloop.
There was a
Think you
buffet
went
open
there
for
once.
breakfast and lunch, an adult bar named the Nick at Night Lounge, and the hotel's signature restaurant, the Nicktoons Cafe. This reservation-only character dining restaurant served a breakfast and dinner buffet. The main appeal of the Nicktoons Cafe was, of course, the character meet and greets.
And now, a brief tangent. on Nickelodeon character costumes.
Yeah, we're stealing
The
Phil's
Nick Hotel
marathon
allowed guests to meet
content.
many of their favorite Nickelodeon characters. There were meet and greets set up throughout the hotel, Studio Nick character shows such as SpongeBob Alive, and dance parties in the pool area. The art of turning a two-dimensional cartoon into a three-dimensional walk-around costume is underappreciated. If done correctly, it can bring a beloved character to life. If done incorrectly, it is creepy. Today, Disney's walk-around
thank you, good
characters
Robert.
rarely
Didn't
come
have
off
to,
as
but thank you.
unsettling. This is because of the
Appreciate it,
talented
man.
actors that portray them, the brilliant artists that design them, and years of trial and error. Nickelodeon did not have the benefit of the latter. All of the Nick Hotel character costumes seem to be designed in such a way that the characters appear as though they are always smiling for a picture. However, this only works if they are staring directly at the camera, which they almost never are. On the other hand, Disney's costumes are designed to be multi-purposed. For instance, when Mickey is smiling for a picture, he will tilt his head up slightly. By design, he appears to be smiling more from this angle. When he tilts his head back down, he is still smiling, but it is more neutral, as opposed to relentless and terrifying. Also, most Disney costumes are designed for some amount of neck movement. This gives the characters more life, as they don't appear as walking sculptures. Many of Nickelodeon's costumes featured heads that were too large to move. This resulted in a surplus of premium-grade nightmare fuel. Made worse if the children actually did have a nightmare, they would turn on their bed light to reveal the character staring at them while they sleep. In short, every character at the Nick Hotel looked like they were on drugs at all times. Characters appearing at the resort included SpongeBob, Squidward, Sandy, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, Dora, Boots, Diego, Blue, Danny Phantom, Aang, Cosmo, Wanda, Jimmy Neutron, Angelica, the Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Millie and Geo of Team Umizoomi.
Oh, come on.
Ming Duck Ling, Fanboy and Chum Chum.
Alright, well, we don't like those
Chase
guys.
and Marshall, the Paw Patrol dogs. Pablo, the Bubble Guppies, and Little Bill. The costume
they
designs
probably got rid of
improved
that
over
one
time,
early on.
but they were still not optimal for character shows.
But Squidward, today is the day that we honor the greatest sandwich in the seven seas, the Krabby Patty.
Behind the mall, there was a man-made lake. While it was not accessible to guests, various statues of Nickelodeon characters were placed on it. The hotel also had Christmas festivities named the Let It Snow Celebration. The resort was decorated in bright Christmas lights, and it offered hot chocolate and s'mores around fire pits. Many of the walk-around characters were dressed in seasonal costumes, and there was a special Studio Nick character show called Celebrate Nickmas. So, how much did it cost? The renovation to create the resort ended up costing around $25 million, and a total of 777 suites were available to book. Prices fluctuated throughout the year. A two-bedroom kid suite cost between $135 and $275 a night, while a three-bedroom kid suite cost between $300 and $600 a night. The buffet was around $10 for adults, $8 for kids, and free for anyone under 12. The Nicktoons Cafe character dining cost $17 for an adult and $10 for kids. An all-access wristband in later years would allow guests access to the 4D experience and other activities in the mall area.
Imagine
This
working
cost
there,
around
having to dress up
$20.
as
So if
one
you
of the
did the
fucking
math,
Wonder
a
Pets
family
every
of four
day.
spending 2 nights and a full day at the hotel would cost over $750 during peak season. While this was expensive, the Nick Hotel operated as a resort, with enough activities and attractions to keep guests on property during their stay. This was different than Disney, as more often than not, Walt Disney World Resort hotel guests will be purchasing tickets to one or more of the property's theme parks. On April 30th, 2005, just over a month after the Nick Hotel opened its doors, Nickelodeon Studios at Universal Studios Florida closed. A time capsule had been buried outside of the studio in 1992. Kids voted on what they wanted to be placed in the capsule, and items such as a Back to the Future VHS, an MC Hammer CD, and a Nintendo Game Boy were buried. The capsule was to remain for 50 years, to be opened in 2042. After Nickelodeon Studios closed, the time capsule was moved to the Nick Hotel where it was reburied and displayed for guests. The Nickelodeon Hotel continued to operate normally for over a decade, adding new entertainment options and shows periodically. In May of 2012, Double Dare Live, a new game show at Studio Nick based off of the hit TV show, debuted. In 2014, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Summer of the Shell began. Some rooms were rethemed to the heroes, and a laser maze based off of the TV show was added to the mall. In 2015, the Nick Hotel celebrated its 10th anniversary, but just a month after the celebration ended, the Nick Hotel would receive some devastating news. On January 29, 2016, Nickelodeon announced that the Nickelodeon Family Suites would be rebranded back into a Holiday Inn. The
What?
news,
No,
while sad for
this
many,
can't be
was
happening.
not necessarily
Really?
shocking. There were a few signs that the Nick Hotel might not be around for much longer. For one, Nickelodeon had a severely reduced presence at Universal Studios Florida, since Nickelodeon Studios had closed in 2005 and Jimmy Neutron's Nicktoon Blast had closed in 2011. While walk-around characters still appeared at the park, there was no attraction dedicated to Nickelodeon. This made marketing the resort and the park together slightly more difficult, and more than anything, it was an indication that an era of Nickelodeon was over. By 2016, the original branding was dated, as all of the shows, except SpongeBob and the Fairly Odd Parents, had ended. Another issue was that the concept for the resort was flawed from the beginning. The Nick Hotel operated like an all-inclusive resort, similar to those found in tropical destinations. The problem was that the Nick Hotel was in the middle of Orlando. This made guests feel claustrophobic, as the resort was not sitting next to an ocean. They also wanted to go experience Orlando's many attractions. But for the price of the Nick Hotel, guests needed to stay on property to get their money's worth. However, these were all minor issues. The biggest reason for the debranding was Nickelodeon's new partnership with Charisma Hotels. This was created to build Nickelodeon resorts throughout the world. The company had never gone through with the plans for expansion with Holiday Inn, most likely due to the Nick Hotel not being a massive success. The resort was popular, but it was clear that the Holiday Inn concept wouldn't work outside of Orlando. The first Nickelodeon resort with Charisma Hotels would open in Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic later in 2016. The new resort would have many attractions similar to the Nick Hotel, but it had a more elegant and subtle design and was located on a beach. The Punta Cana resort was met with glowing reviews,
prefer theming
and
that
another
isn't
resort
so
is set to
in your
open in
face.
Riviera Maya, Mexico
That might
in
be ironic for
2019.
me to say.
Since Nickelodeon was focusing on a more luxurious resort brand, they decided to end their licensing contract with Holiday Inn. There was also one more reason for the closure. The hotel was not in great shape.
The Nickelodeon Hotel, 10 years later. These images may be disturbing.
Ah! No! Why? Why would you do this, SpongeBob? Maybe I shouldn't make this part full screen. Oh my god! They want you guys to
By
spend money to stay
2016,
here,
the Nick
right?
Hotel desperately needed a renovation. This meant either updating all of the Nickelodeon characters and properties, or removing them completely. The timing just happened to be perfect to end the contract. The resort was to receive a $30 million renovation along with the debranding. It was set to reopen on April 17, 2016. However, construction delays pushed the project back nearly 2 months. Having been announced in January that it was to close, this put the Nick Hotel in a state of limbo for 5 months, and the hotel stayed open for most of the transformation. During this time, certain activities were discontinued, buildings were being repainted, and logos were being removed. The time capsule was once again dug up and moved to the Nickelodeon studios in Burbank. Less people were staying at the hotel during this time, and the resort felt abandoned. Many of the themed kid suites remained, despite the rest of the hotel being given a blue paint job and replacing all Nickelodeon logos with Holiday Inn. Many of the TVs and appliances had not been replaced since the hotel opened. The mall area was almost completely silent, with many of the attractions and restaurants being renovated or removed. Finally, on June 1, 2016, the resort reopened as the Holiday Inn Orlando Suites. The hotel still hosts family game shows, the food court reopened with some new restaurants, the water bucket is now dyed dark blue at certain times, the 4D theater now shows some generic movie, the laser maze is now themed to Batman, and the gift shop now sells both Nickelodeon and Disney merchandise. The prices have also dropped significantly, now typically below $100 a night for a room with a kid's suite.
That doesn't seem so
The Nick
bad.
Hotel
And
was
they
an
got a
interesting
big old
experiment, to say the
renovation
least,
too.
because it didn't not work. Attendance was consistent, it wasn't completely neglected by either company, and it avoided what would have probably been a disastrous expansion. At the same time, it wasn't perfect. The design was cheesy, the activities were immature, and there was little to nothing for parents. Plus, Holiday Inn, known more for having economical prices rather than luxurious facilities, was probably not the best choice for the partnership. Nickelodeon made the right decision in partnering with Charisma Hotels, and it is possible that many new Nickelodeon resorts will open in the future. While these new resorts best the Nickelodeon family suites in almost every category, it is still disappointing to see such an elaborate entertainment experience disappear. Seeing the debranded hotel, a skeleton of what it once was, is devastating to those that stayed there and the many more that wanted to. While it might be gone, the Nick Hotel leaves behind a decade of memories of Nickelodeon fans having the best day ever.
Aw, Beezer mode. It's the best day ever. Oh, what a somber ending. Oh well. Like I said, the hotel got a big renovation. Turns out stripping the theme, it's a good excuse to just freshen up the joint. I knew always knew about the hotel. Obviously I never stayed there. I have been to Disney World on multiple occasions though. One of those occasions was as Baby Dingus, but I don't think that counts. Alright, I actually beat the map, guys. What? It can't be! Our beautiful fortress! Unlucky, nothing more. And so, for now, we must retreat. Ooh, we won! Ah, yes. Sonia. Father, did you observe the battle? I did. Those were bold tactics you employed. Not her! Not unlike your old man. I was mistaken earlier. You were the perfect CO for this fight. Father. However, the war will only become more difficult from here. I understand that I cannot shield you from the violence and dangers of this world. So I ask that you never let your guard down. Stay vigilant, act swiftly, and never forget the value of life itself. Do you understand, Sonia? Yes, sir, I do. We did it, guys. It only took a billion years. Aw, D-rank? Me? That's fine. Fine by me. Hey, a lot of money for that one.
Look who's here.
I'd say we're advancing swimmingly. Okay, 21, 23, 22. That's not liking the 5-star difficulty of that one. Wait, this is Sensei. Dude, that guy is like super broken. A battle is fought upon the shoals at twilight. You've learned the lesson. Is Captain DC here with the haiku? Oh no, you're fine, Good Roberts. I have tons of videos. I'm working down the list here of stuff in my watch later. Where are all the supplies we plundered? They're en route to a factory even as we speak, sir. Well, that was quick. Excellent. Our plans are moving right on schedule. And just look at that beautiful sea. Gazing upon it fills me with an overwhelming desire to see it all destroyed. Sir, we're under attack. It's Gold Comet.
So much for adder time.
All right, send out the order for reinforcements. Prepare for battle. This terrain is tricky. The land routes in particular, they're so narrow. Even if we move in numbers, we're likely to take heavy casualties. Yeah, they turned the black hole troops into Among Us. I think I'll take a crack at it. Hey, what? Sensei? Just you sit back and watch. See if my air units can't do some good. We seasoned veterans like to help out every now and then. Pick up some of LFG, the Let's Fucking Gun. We have unlocked Sensei. And welcome in, Uber Joe. We're back in the trenches. Where we've unlocked, allegedly. It's taken this long, but we allegedly have the most broken character in the game. Well, what do we have here? Have they run out of beds in Gold Comet's infirmaries? Huh? So you're a black hole, hey? What do you want here?
I have no reason to tell you anything, old man.
Have patience. In time, the entire world will kneel at our feet. And any who dare oppose us will find themselves between the ground and our heels. Well, we can't have that now, can we?
No, son. I don't like war. It's tiring.
Yeah, but I guess someone's gotta stop you. To make things fair, I'll give you a little pointer. Did you know that when you join 2 damage units together and their combined HP is over 10, the surplus gets converted into funds? What? I didn't know that! What are you babbling about? Do you think some loose change is going to sway the course of battle? Or are you just worried about your pension?
If you don't grasp what I'm telling you, then you've got no hope of defeating me.
Some of the lines are voiced and some of them are, and then for some of them it's only partially voiced. I hate when games do that. The 3DS Fire Emblems had that issue too. Old ass people called Sensei are always the most broken in any game. Exactly!
Who laughs last, laughs best.
This Adder guy's gonna regret it. You're quite the orator. Still, you're a bit long in the tooth to challenge someone as young and vibrant as me. It's like we could use a nap. So let's make this quick. I'll finish you with time and cash to spare. He's gonna hit the tip skull and laugh his way to the bank. Ah yes, ah yes. And with a good deem to boot. Now we're gonna have to do some gem crushing. Alright, I need to go for a pill. Go ahead and play the next video. Oh, okay, I've seen this one already. I just thought it would be neat to watch on stream. So, we are familiar with Kit Moga guy. He felts Indian scammers. Turns out, scamming is not exclusive to India, though I think we already know this because we all watched the guy. But there are also American scammers, and I thought this one I watched was very interesting because when the scammer's from America, he has there's a different cadence and energy to him. He actually kind of sort of knows halfway what he's talking about. There's still a script, but he's got a better rhythm to it. I thought this one was actually very interesting. It's not even do not redeem. You'll see what I mean.
Good afternoon. Am I speaking with Denver?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Who is this?
This is the main processing center for your Ford F-150. How you doing today, Mr. Lewis?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'll be right back.
Okay for a Wednesday, sir. Your new policy is going to come in. I have your email address. It's
See, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. He's dripping with snake oil. Don't trust him.
Correct?
That's correct.
That's me, minded my own business when I got a call about my Ford truck's extended warranty running out, which is odd because I don't have a Ford truck.
But apparently my grandpa character does.
Because they knew my fake address, fake email, and pretty much everything else about the character.
Okay,
I
lost you for a second. I
don't know if I'm on a list.
Sir. So I have Denver F. Lewis, and then are you still in Chicago, Illinois?
60652, baby.
I'm just gonna play along with it, except every single lie they spew is gonna be recorded, and in the end, I'm gonna give him a taste of his own medicine.
We've been on the phone for 6,218 minutes. Cut the BS, go get your insurance paper, and...
I don't think he likes it. I've been trying to cover these scams for a while, but it's tricky because most of the numbers I receive have your personal information on it or mine. It sucks because most states sell your data. And if you don't believe me, look it up. States like California, North and South Carolina, Florida are making millions of dollars a year selling personal data to places like this. Most states do this, so when I registered my car, I used a separate mailing address and phone number, but I still get calls and mail sent to that address for my car. The thing is, I'm not gonna call them on stream because I have to give my personal information or else they hang up. For whatever reason, my fake character's information was sold to these guys, probably from the scammers I call, but this is normal. It shouldn't be. And it's part of why I partner with Aura. Aura has a whole suite of personal privacy and security tools that can keep you and your family safe. I use their VPN on my phone and have been testing their parental controls for my kids, but one of the most important tools they have is monitoring your identity. Aura monitors credit bureaus, financial records, data brokers, even the dark web for your information. And if you sign up, one of the first things they'll give you is a list of everything they found. It can be surprising to see how much of your data is out there, but it's good to know. And Aura can even help you opt out or sometimes retroactively remove that information. Aura is offering Kitboga viewers an exclusive 21-day free trial. You can sign up at aura.com/Kitboga in minutes, unlike this car warranty scammer who's going to spend hours talking to me.
The reason for the call, Denver, is because it's showing in the system that you're either set to come out of your factory warranty or have just come out of factory warranty. So we're going to go ahead and activate your free maintenance for you now.
Okay.
As well as put you back into the proper coverage. How many miles are currently on the F-150
I didn't even realize that.
How many miles are on the F-150 now?
Like approx, or cause I don't know the exact amount.
Yeah, approximately how many miles?
97.
So what's going to happen is you're going to get your full replica warranty as if the vehicle had no mileage on it. It's going to be the 5 years for an additional 100,000 miles of the top level of protection. It's going to cover 100% of your parts, 100% of your labor, everything powerized in the vehicle, your drive axle, your air conditioning, your heating, your starter, your alternator, your braking system, the navigation, the water pump, the timing belt and chains, your seals, your gasket, your transfer case. We also are going to be covering your maintenance, so your oil changes, your brake pads, your battery, your tire rotation.
What about the consoles?
Your wiper blade.
And like the satellite for the radio?
That's coming. That'll be that's going to be under electrical. So if your radio needs to be reprogrammed, that's covered. Yes, sir. So you know how you have to update the maps and things of that nature? That's all covered for you. And then you're going to get your AAA style roadside assistance, which is your lockout, gassing, and towing, as well as your rental car services. So God forbid you need a rental car. We don't want you coming out of pocket. We're going to be providing that for you. We don't say bumper to bumper anymore because bumpers are technically covered by your insurance company. But it's everything under that engine.
I wonder if the reason he says we don't say bumper to bumper anymore has anything to do with the multiple companies who were charged last year for offering bumper to bumper coverage. It's weird because he doesn't say full coverage or bumper to bumper, but he says a lot of stuff. It's almost like he wants you to believe that your full car is covered bumper to bumper. I'm not a car expert, but I think he might be lying to us.
You're pre-approved, Mr. Lewis, to be as low as $100 a month with 0% interest.
Wow.
Is that a bad wow or a good wow?
No, that's a good wow. Is it cheap?
Oh, okay.
I don't even know anymore. I can't even, I don't know how much I'm paying for my current warranty.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're pre-approved if you're a gold member now, sir. So,
I'm
Mr. Lewis, whether that be because you're over the... Yes, sir. Whether that be because you're over the age of 65, you're ex-military, this is your second Ford. I don't know. Is this your first Ford, second Ford?
Yeah, I've always bought Ford through and through.
So that's why you're
Not
a gold
only
member.
are they
that's why you become a gold member now.
But I feel like they're a main staple of our country.
That's me. They are. Well, here's the thing. With Ford's still made with steel parts.
Hello?
All these other cars
I'm still
now
existing.
are made
Can you
with
believe it?
plastic and aluminum.
I ended up getting some cereal for the road.
Don't I
know it?
Absolutely, sir.
My baby, as I call it, the coverage is gone. And so this is sort of a courtesy
what
call.
happened is you had a
courtesy call from
sir.
Ford
So you had 97.
To get me back in.
Yes, sir. So what happened was you were good up until
'Cause, I don't work on the cereal here.
You're at 97,000 right now, but because you're a gold member, sir, you're getting the maintenance included. With
yes,
that,
the gold
as well as the 5
membership.
years, additional 100,000
They
miles.
basically roll out the red carpet for you there.
Okay. So how did you want your name to appear on the new policy?
Okay, so when you're saying 100,000 miles, what happens in minutes old? Then I don't have it anymore.
I'll get a 3-year 75,000 if you keep the truck.
So it's 5-year 100,000, 3 years 75,000.
Yep. 75,000. Yep.
And
but
then
what I'm
God
gonna do
forbid
for you,
after that, if I'm still alive, God forbid.
If it was just 3 years,
what happens after
75,000
that?
again. Yes, sir. It'd be 3 years, 75,000.
It just keeps repeating?
3 years, yep. Because you're a gold member, sir, so you actually unlock these benefits. If you purchase a new vehicle, say in that time frame you decide, hey, I want a new Ford F-150. I like the way the new model comes out. It will transfer, so you'll keep the premium platinum coverage that you have, and it will go to the new vehicle.
This sounds almost too good to be true. Is it 3 years, 5 years, 100,000 miles, or does it just keep on repeating and going forever, like the average American-made truck? According to the Federal Trade Commission, this is not federally regulated.
Yeah, he goes
stuff.
into
It's a service
the thick of
contract,
it here.
and the fine print is full of garbage. Here's a sample contract from a company that this guy may or may not represent. He did say the name of this company, but he could have been lying about that too. The what is covered section seems kind of nice, but if you pull out your microscope and read the what is not covered section, you might be surprised to learn that literally everything isn't covered. If something happens to your car due to normal
that's
wear
how
and
they get
tear,
you.
incorrect
Isn't that all?
fluids,
Isn't that how
accidental
every
damage, or just
insurance
plain
thing
old
works
misuse,
anyway? Come on.
you can't get it covered. And not only that, but you'd have to get everything pre-approved by the company. So you can't just show up to a repair shop and say, I've got an extended warranty, which is probably what you were expecting. That's why this can last forever, because you don't get anything and they just take your money. It's like an infinite money glitch, but it works for them.
Perfect. And then for the $100 refundable deposit, sir, that can go on a Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover. Which card suits you best? And you will get an email confirmation of this on this call.
I pay this before or after I get to see the details.
The $100 refundable
Are you
deposit,
sending
sir,
me? Did you just email me? Do you mind if I take a peek at the deets?
You're getting your free maintenance that it's going to let you know exactly what your payments would be if you move forward after the
Hey, this
30
guy's
days,
supposed to
which
be
is
good
right around
with
the $100 mark.
air
Okay,
units.
So that the $100 is a refundable deposit today.
Turns out I don't got the funds right now to buy any air units. I just have to work with what I have until I can get some money. I wonder if this map shape is supposed to be significant. It kind of looks like a Pac-Man mouth.
They do have a little bit of a
You're held liable, or Ford is held liable?
Well, not me personally.
No offense, but I don't know you from Adam. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you're going to be able to cover it.
Yes, sir. Well, let me tell you, yes, sir, Mr. Lewis. Well, I want to let you know this. Number one, we have the highest claim payout in the. Yeah, right. We have the highest level claim payout in the industry. It's $15,000, no questions asked. That's paid with our company credit card directly to the facility in which you bring the vehicle.
Just battlecopters, so don't focus on any bombers or fighters. And hello, Eggy. I shall keep this in mind.
Licensed, warranty.
What about a transport copter?
Oh, so Ford
I'm just some people around.
That's correct, sir.
Oh, now let me just focus on the funds first.
Yeah, I mean, when you've been such a loyal customer and a loyal American to them, of course they have to, sir. The gold member status really came about right after COVID, because what was happening, the inflation rates on
Plus one movement on all transports.
You know, the labor of the mechanics
That's good to
and the
know.
parts and everything is just astronomical right now. So we're trying to save our owners a little bit of money in every way possible that we can, okay?
I've given him so many opportunities to say that he doesn't work for Ford and just be honest about it, but he never does. And it honestly only gets worse. It's something that the Federal Trade Commission specifically highlights that these companies do, and it's really scummy.
Everybody wants something for nothing. Okay, so you have...
How ironic.
Talk about that's socialism right there. That's communism.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, you know, and you have all of these companies that would rather use aftermarket parts and still keep the price of the labor's high. Everybody wants to cut corners. Everybody wants to pitch a penny somewhere, and it's...
Well,
that's the issue. That's why I don't know where
you can't cut corners in NASCAR, can you?
I wonder if the scammer here is actually a Republican or a liberal. It does come in. It becomes pertinent later in the call. Like, is he LARPing or is he like being honest?
You're right with that, Mr. Lewis. You're absolutely right with that. You're absolutely right with that. Absolutely right with that.
Like, he's invoking a lot here. You know, religion, politics. Because he assumes it's an old white guy.
And the words you speak after you speak them.
Yeah, geez, they teach you real well at Ford, don't they? God, man.
That I learned from myself. That's just, you know, human. I want to say more of manners and respect being raised.
Right.
Except lying, you know, he's totally cool with lying and cheating and...
Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Let me ask you that.
How can you even ask a question like that?
I'm just asking. I have to ask, and I know you're a Ford owner, so I don't think I know where you lie. But...
Gotta make sure how to tailor his script, so that's why he's asking for his political party.
Amen to that, sir. You never know. I still have to ask. So then you know. I mean, were you a Trump supporter or were you not a Trump supporter? Were you a Trump supporter or were you not a Trump supporter? Yeah, I know it is.
Let me ask you first.
Trump's being crucified.
Were you based or were you a Nazi?
I'm a Republican.
And you voted for Trump?
I did.
Oh, why did he hesitate? No, I don't trust this guy.
I don't really want the warranty.
Okay, so now you don't want the warranty?
I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you. I'm joking.
Okay. I was like,
Well, now why we gotta mess with him like that, though?
I got you there, didn't I?
Anyway,
I got you there.
I mean, it's the way that we were raised on. My grandfather was a New York City iron worker, you know.
He had us in the first half, I'm not gonna lie.
On high-rise buildings in the city and on bridges who, you know, would slide down the cables of the Arizona Bridge on his hard hat. You know, now you have guys that don't go to work because, now you have guys that don't go to work because they broke their pinky nail. And, you know, it's just, getting back to this business, Ford,
what were you calling me again? I can't, something about the car.
For your 2017 Ford F-150, sir. It's time to put that coverage back on it with the, with the
Ford, okay, so during COVID, Ford...
Yeah, take it easy, Frank.
Chose me
Have
along
a
with
good
certain
night.
select group of other
They're sleeping pretty early, I think.
to upgrade us to the gold plan, correct? And,
yes, sir.
And that's right, you're calling...
a gold member.
And you're calling me...
Yes, sir.
Directly from Ford to give me this deal, and it was going to be 100 bumper to bumper, or 100 5-year, 100 3-year 75.
Yep. 5 years, 100,000 miles.
Okay, so
okay,
I have to pay $100, and then I get to hear about how much else I have to pay.
No, sir. You have
That's
to
how
put your
scams
car
work,
on file
right?
because it's a $100 refundable deposit. I don't get paid whether you purchase the policy or you don't purchase the policy. I get paid a salary.
They treat you well. I assume Ford gives you pretty good benefits then.
Yes, sir. So, yes, sir.
Is it similar to...
And
So
then
I
you're going to be...
I had a cousin. I had a family member who works for Ford on the one of those assembly lines, and they took
The old assembly lines there.
Great benefits package. They give you the same... Ford gives you the same hookup working for them? Like, when you retire, you're going to get...
Well, yeah, I mean... technically, it's, you know...
Sounds kind of embarrassed to, you know, admit one way or the other.
Like a gold watch, I think, too.
Oh yeah, well we get that for certain things that we hit, certain plateaus that we hit.
I'm taking L's.
Oh, okay. So not a commission.
Hello,
just a
Capital.
gold watch.
Is this chill hours? You fucking know it! That's Horse 2. I made it into Gold Comet. Renamed from Yellow Comet because we're not allowed to have fun in the now. I've unlocked the Old Man Sensei, and I'm just vibing with some cornflakes and Fanta.
Hey,
I'm just clearing out my watch later list.
That's fine.
I've been dealing with a bunch of...
This game is the perfect move chess pieces while listening to videos game.
To have a friendly person that's on the line because, you know, what happens is you have
this is you know Kip Boga. He usually talks to Indians. This video is interesting, I think, because it's an American scammer. You don't too often see him cover those.
Oh, but it's got to be refreshing, you know, being able to tell him.
He's a good pretender, too. He thinks this is an old white guy, so he's pretending to be a base Republican.
And they chose you directly to get this.
So, of course, it takes every dingus checkbox there.
Such a refreshing.
It's still hard.
Yeah. Can I actually hear you say
He invokes the religion a few times, too. You like God, don't you?
The thing about Ford?
Yeah, Americans would never scam, dude.
That you were calling
Especially in the state of
directly from
Washington.
Florida, that they chose
Wait, what?
me to upgrade me to the gold plan, and that's why I'm getting this warranty. Or can I hear you?
Okay, this is no. So this is the way that it works, Mr. Denver.
I think this one's funny because they start out legit. Like you think it's gonna go the right way. Like they get chummy. They start being real overly friendly, and then it all goes south.
The strongest muscle in your body, you know. You can't take back the words you speak.
I know, especially that I'm on a recorded line. We're the main processing center for your Ford.
Hold on a second. You said Ford about 17 times. So Ford Motor Company, they chose me specifically.
Oh, that's a real good power. What the hell? Every city under my command gets a new infantry. Who the fuck? How is that legal? This guy should be banned. Did they play this competitively at any point in time?
Because I said that before.
Ban Sensei now.
I asked you before. You said yes.
3 times, Mr. Lou.
Oh, he's getting pissed. Mr. Lewis!
Yes, you have been upgraded to a gold member status because this is your 3rd Ford, 4th Ford. You've had Ford your whole lifetime. You are a gold member status.
And Ford Motor Company specifically upgraded me to that.
No, sir. Yeah, I mean, no, Ford didn't go into a hat and say, "Oh, Mr. Lewis, this is your prize. You're a gold member status." So just like
because they chose me, not a lottery. They chose me because I'm an American.
Just like that, I have new infantry units. Pretty cool.
Yes, sir. Since COVID, anybody that's owned 2, 3, 4 Fords have become gold member status.
Oh.
That's believable.
You're saying this is like a participation trophy. I don't believe in those.
A participation trophy? Hold on, Mr. Lewis.
You're saying I thought I was the chosen one.
Hold on, Mr. Lewis.
You're saying anybody who has multiple
Mr. Lewis, what are you talking about
to
here?
be in the gold program? That's it? What kind of joke is that? I thought they chose me. That's what you said before.
You would transfer it over to me so I can get the card information and get you over for those emails.
His partner sounds Indian.
Campbell.
Mr. Campbell transferred you over. I guess you want an email and we need to do the card. We're going to enroll the truck back into the warranty as a gold member.
Was it Ford that upgraded me to the gold membership or NASCAR? I didn't understand.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
So,
yes, that is true.
Okay,
Yes,
so
correct.
We did this with COVID, Mr. Lewis. We need you to buy Fords, so we have things to fix. People can fix their cars, buy warranties again. So this is what we did. We upgraded.
The big brains at Ford Motor Company said, we want to treat our loyal customers.
Yeah.
We want to treat them right.
Right.
You're calling.
He brought in all the good references. He has to make him think he's a Republican, dude. Come on.
I got it. Okay.
Yes. $100.
He's incognito.
I'm just waiting for him to. Campbell was going to send me the agreement so I could take a look at what I'm getting myself into.
I have to put the card information. You're transferred. They're going to go over payments with you. Nothing's processed, so you have an okay.
I have to pay. Okay, I gotta pay before I.
No.
Before I see
you don't have to pay.
You don't have to pay? Oh, that's great. Okay, bye-bye. Hang up.
Is there any way you can get like your VIN number or the plate number so I can put this in? So all the information is in the email that you're going to receive?
It's probably in the gold membership.
I know, but I have to confirm it with you, sweetheart, so I'll hold for you.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine.
So the only last thing we need from you, this way I could get you over to the mailing department, okay, is either the license plate or the VIN number to the vehicle.
Okay. Is this Mr. Campbell? Your voice changed.
No, this is Paul Miller. I'm his boss. Yeah, exactly. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, people don't realize when God built America, some people don't understand. Oh, there's Campbell back there.
Yeah, you can hear the other guy in the background.
You know, that's what it's all
That must be a small office.
It's just positivity.
Wait, positivity?
Word one, there we go.
Sounds pretty positive back there.
Yeah, sorry.
Quiet,
about the
Bogey's
noise.
trying to seal the deal there.
Buddy's gonna close the door there.
Yeah, tell it Campbell that.
I don't think he's doing too hot with that other customer.
With me. He sounds stressed out. We were having a good conversation about.
Yeah, they were being all chummy. You transfer him to a toxic call over here? That was me, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, he's a little stressed.
Oh, I finally get an easy sell, easy phone call. He loves me. He's base Nazi Republican Trump lover, and you gotta transfer me to this liberal cuckold over here.
Here.
What is going on back there? They like won't send me the paperwork too. And I don't know if it's because they're...
Oh yeah, Capital. I don't know if you heard. I can't remember if I've said it in the server or not. But Sav agreed to have me, her, and Blooper do online co-op playthrough of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. But I put it on her to tell us what date she wants us to be. So my schedule's a bit more flexible than hers.
What do I need to do?
Okay. Yeah, so this is what has to happen.
Can you email me the paperwork just so I can get this going?
One, I need the plate number so I can set up the free towing.
Yeah, I've never played it before.
Out to you till I have the proper
and we got the hard blooper signed on a dotted line, contractually obligated signature and confirmation. So I can't bunk an opportunity like that.
No, I still have to. I can't. I get in trouble for insurance fraud.
We got the gun to his head and everything.
All of those things properly in the paperwork. No, that's why we have to have those things in there. I understand.
Hey, but no, I get the blooper strategy. You just go into retirement every couple of months, and you have people fiending for the back in the day streams.
Let me tell you, one time
by back in the day, I mean literally last year.
An internet deal with Concast, as I call them, because they're a bunch of con artists over there.
So let me explain this to you, Mr. Lewis. Okay. It is illegal for me to send you any kind of paperwork without the proper identification of the vehicle on there. Just like car insurance. If you were to call Allstate, hear me out, please. Let me finish.
I don't know.
I will lose.
Why is this Ford guy talking about Allstate?
These guys email me all the time. These third-party guys, you know, they're making up stuff about my. I gotta get windshield wiper. I gotta get windshield wiper warranties, and they're emailing me all the time.
Co-op on the game is nothing more than a massive gimmick. See, now I actually heard the opposite from other people. They were telling me, "Oh, dingus, if you don't do co-op, you can play the game like a normal Kirby game, but your partners are AI, and the AI is like bunk because it's the GBA game. Man, dingus, you really want to do that game full co-op with your pals."
That is not a quote for you. That is just a way. It's a ploy to get you to call into them.
Yeah, I'm just fine. I'm just happy to do anything with him. He's a cool guy. Come on.
On the line with you. Thank you.
Big ups, Manny. Did the guy upload the daily rap? What? It's his day off. The title. It says in the title. It's his day off, doesn't it? No, it says in the pin message. My bad.
This process will go so much quicker.
How long does it normally take?
The 10 minutes.
Wow.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get mad. He actually, the reason he's paused was to think about it.
To be honest with you, we've been on the phone for 6,218 minutes. 6,228 seconds.
Yeah, it's on the app in front of his face that he uses to call you. Nah, it's fine, Manny. This dude changes his day off like every other week.
Is it a good number? Are those good numbers or bad numbers? I don't know.
Nah, those are bad numbers.
It's probably one of my longest phone calls that I've been on since we've been here. And you probably have another
When he just got hired yesterday?
20 minutes.
Because like these scam businesses are always revolving door like.
Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lewis, it's been a pleasure speaking with you too, but that's why I'm saying, just grab that VIN number so I can get you over and get you off the phone. every piece of documentation that we send to you, we have to be by the book. We don't just email out documentation. Anybody and their mother can make an email and send something. Okay. Everything we do...
Yeah, that's why we have to be wary of scammers like you.
I don't know your mother, Mr. Lewis. I'm saying everybody and God's mother can send an email without any documentation.
Mother?
We don't...
Who's God's mother, son? Whoa, what kind of backwards talking? What is this? I've been talking to you for what?
Okay, so Mr. Lewis,
I've been talking to you for what? Half an hour? Half an hour at this point I've been talking to you. You promised me...
And you're right, D-Cypher. Battlecopters are the way to go here.
Chose me to be a gold member. They handpicked me from a premium crop of drivers. And I want to take advantage of that warranty.
Yeah, Louise losing him.
Okay, so then Mr. Lewis, cut the BS, go get your
Cut
insurance
the
paper
BS.
and grab the VIN number off of the insurance
I don't pay the bills. My wife pays the bills.
My wife?
I don't do the insurance.
Okay, so then, but
I don't. Why can't you just give me the paperwork?
Hold on, sir. There's nothing that I can do for you, Mr. Lewis, unless you provide your VIN number for the vehicle.
I should hang up on him then if there's nothing you can do for
My
him.
wife just got back. Give her a minute. She just came in.
Your wife just got back.
She just got back. I was
Yeah, she
telling
just
her I
got
would
back,
need
if you can
I was
believe it.
telling you she got back, but you put me on a hold like
Yeah, be rude over there. You gotta let him speak.
You keep going off on different things. I cannot send you any paperwork.
Now, to be fair, the scammer's kind of indulging him in a lot of these tangents. He can't be too upset.
You have a vintage license plate.
she's getting it right now. Gosh, it's like one of those. It's one of those things. I thought you were a Republican. But now you're acting like a liberal.
I am a Republican, sir.
You're acting like a Democrat.
Acting like a liberal, sir. I'm trying to do my job.
Like a fucking liberal soy cut.
I was trying to help you, sir, but then you keep going off on tangents. And
I haven't gone off on a single tangent.
You just flipped on me, asking me how I know your mother and why I'm talking about your mother. I wasn't talking about your mother. I said anybody and God's mother.
Where are we? What planet are we on?
That means no.
Well, then, if everyone in God's mother can send me an email, send me the email, please.
It's the best because you know this guy's like a smooth talker. When it's like any other kind of customer, and Hippoga's just giving him the runaround. Play Advanced Wars in a PvP setting. Sensei is banned in most cases, being tier 0. Oh, I know about those websites that let you play Advanced Wars competitively.
The VIN, right? VIN, the VIN?
The VIN number. Yes.
Yes, the VIN number.
Yeah,
yes, correct.
For the Ford, for the F-150. We don't have a Ford, sweetheart. What are you talking about? We sold it. We have a Prius.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the defeated side there. No.
Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna let you go. For 2 hours,
I might
on the phone with me.
I might have a Prius. I think we sold the Ford.
He didn't want to talk to me anymore. Surprisingly, the manager
Isn't tier
said
1
they
in
would
high
cover
funds
my
because there's a
Prius.
50 unit cap in the
When I
global
tried to
league?
talk to Campbell again, they hung up. I hope you had a chance to laugh and learn how these scam
Oh yeah, that
companies
one was
operate.
pretty funny.
And as always,
And it's always interesting to see like an American scammer because so much of these tend to cover indie scammers. But this competitive Advanced Wars I imagine that you have to use the biggest maps available, and it's like slow turtling chess the whole time. I bet. Let's take a brief detour back to defunct land. Oh, I can imagine Sturm is gigabanned.
In 1957,
His
a
fucking meteor
24-year-old
special and
Australian
everything.
man named John Longhurst visited the newly opened Disneyland Park in Anaheim, California. A regular viewer of the Disneyland television show, Longhurst was interested
Yeah, I
not just with
definitely
the
already
park,
knew that.
but the man who made it. The trip to Disneyland did not disappoint. Longhurst recalled, quote, "It was something different to anything I'd ever seen. There was something romantic about it." This trip began what would become a lifelong obsession with both Disneyland and Walt Disney. Longhurst studied Walt Disney's life and philosophy. He learned the story of Walt's
You've seen this
inspiration
vid?
for Disneyland,
Yeah.
in which Walt
Well, it's just
describes
been
sitting
sitting
on a
in
bench
the
at Griffith Park,
recommendations,
watching
so I
his
just added it
daughters
to the
on a
watch later
carousel.
list. He's like, you know what? I've seen ads for these stupid guys and this stupid fucking band and all these fucking cassettes I watched growing up.
A few years
Let's see
after
what
he
they're all
returned
about.
to Australia from his first Disneyland trip, Longhurst took his own children to a local animal park. At one point during their visit, Longhurst's children became interested in a monkey exhibit. Shortly after arriving to see the monkeys, the animals began to urinate, and the stench was so potent that one of the kids became ill. In an attempt to turn the day around, Longhurst took the children to get a milkshake, only to be served by a woman who was constantly scratching herself while making the drinks. Longhurst quickly left with his children, and as he drove away, he had his own Walt Disney moment. He said to himself, quote, "Somebody's got to do something about this." After selling a profitable lawnmower business, Longhurst began to more seriously consider the prospect of building his own theme park. He set out to find a suitable site for the project.
There's got to
but
be
after
a better
repeated
way.
failed attempts, Longhurst, in his own recollection of the events, spoke with God, asking, quote, "Lord, where am I going to get this site to build my park?" According to Longhurst, God responded, quote, 10 miles out on the Gold Coast. The area was perfect. Not only was it already a popular holiday destination, but there was land available. However, Longhurst was very selective about the land he needed for his park, requiring that the property have certain features for ideas he had. In 1974,
Hey, new mech
Longhurst
units.
purchased 85 hectares, or 210 acres of land, 10 miles from the Gold Coast, per God's suggestion. Design and construction would take multiple years, with Longhurst spending over 2 years operating a bulldozer by himself to construct the park's layout. 7 years and around $13 million later, the project was finished, and on December 15, 1981, Longhurst's Dream Park, aptly titled Dream World, opened to the public. When guests entered the park, they were introduced to a world of wonder unlike they had ever seen, assuming they had not been to Disneyland. Dream World's entrance was marked
Well, it
by a
is in
building that
Australia,
appeared to
so
be
what
a
are the
large train
chances,
station.
right?
Beyond this was a quaint main street, with buildings that resembled a turn-of-the-century American town. Guests could also find an area resembling an Old West town, with a grand river around which a paddle wheeler would travel. The park was described as Australia's answer to Disneyland, but it might be more fair to say that it was Australia's knockoff of Disneyland. This is exactly what Longhurst had hoped for, and even accounting for the similarities, the results were
Josie's been to
impressive.
this place.
Dreamworld did have a few unique attractions, namely a state-of-the-art IMAX theater that dazzled guests. And even the elements that were directly lifted from Disneyland were given a unique Australian identity. Rather than Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Dreamworld had Kenny Koala and Belinda Brown. Rather than the Steamboat's river simply being the rivers of America, Dreamworld's river was named the Mississippi River, a hybrid of North America's Mississippi River and Australia's Murray River. The river was flanked by Old West buildings
Mississippi?
on one
Oh, that's
side
kinda
and
silly.
Australian buildings
I like
on
that.
the other. This hybrid of Disneyland entertainment with Australian touches was a practice that would continue, and just a few months after opening, Dreamworld had another Disney attraction with an Australian twist. In 1982, a new area named Gumtree Gully debuted on the banks of the Mississippi River. The area was home to Gumtree Gully Hall, where Dreamworld guests could find the Koala Country Jamboree. This was a direct ripoff of Disney's Country Bear Jamboree, but with koalas. This elaborate animatronic
Sounds
show
unique
saw
to
many
me.
scenes of koalas singing both classic Australian and American songs. Just like the Country Bear Jamboree, the show had a host and
Look at these
multiple
fucking
musical
koalas.
acts. Despite the koala focus of the attraction, many other animal musicians were featured. There is a number where a rabbit sings Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. There is a number where an American bear shows up and sings a Confederate Army folk song. And there is
Bass?
even a number where a kangaroo sings an Australian lullaby, and in her pouch is a baby kangaroo who comes out and sings with her. The show also featured a beast known as the bunyip. The bunyip is an aquatic monster that originates from Aboriginal mythology. In the Koala Country Jamboree, though, the bunyip sings a love song and wears a big cowboy hat. All of the acts come
I
back
would've
in the
liked
end
this
to sing
joint.
Peter Allen's I Still Call Australia Home, before the big finale, Tie Me Kangaroo Down Sport, which is the most Australian song of all time.
By the way, this is a video about the Wiggles, but I don't care. I like when we go on complete
Country
tangents.
Jamboree was well received
It's
by
like,
guests
oh,
and would become a
dude,
favorite among
it's like a DSP thing. We have to get the history before we actually talk about the thing we want to talk about.
Dreamworld fans. As time went on, Dreamworld continued to grow and expand, receiving many
Expand?
standard off-the-shelf amusement rides and some signature attractions. By the late 1980s, Dreamworld was Australia's #1 tourist attraction, despite Longhurst originally stating that he would like to own the park for the rest of his life. After consideration, he decided to sell the park to entrepreneur Bruce Jenkins and his company Dreamco.
Bunny also has the animatronic on their bridge as a massive source of submechanophobia?
Unfortunately, this was not the case. After purchasing Dreamworld in 1989, Jenkins and Dreamco were immediately in a dire state, and the park was taken over by financial firm Ernst & Young. The new management was more successful, increasing visits by 51% to a total of 1.8 million visitors per year. The park would change hands twice more before the turn of the century. By the early 2000s, Dreamworld was still struggling with finances, but new attractions gave hope for the park's future. A variety of wildlife exhibits had been added, and in 2002, a partnership with Nickelodeon allowed the park's Kiddyland, Kennyland, to transition to Nickelodeon Central. In 2004, another Australian theme park, Wonderland Sydney, closed for good, and Dreamworld took the crown for the largest theme park in Australia. The success of Nickelodeon Central led Dreamworld to seek out more partnerships with recognizable properties, and in 2005, they were able to secure perhaps their most lucrative agreement yet. And just as Longhurst had done 3 decades prior, Dreamworld set out to make a Disney-caliber attraction with a distinct Australian twist. Lucky for them, there was already an Australian entertainment property that was taking the world by storm.
Hey, it's the guys!
Are a children's music group that was founded in 1991. The group was started by Anthony Field, a member of the Australian pop band
Submechanophobia being the fear of partially or fully submerged metal objects.
At Macquarie University in Sydney, alongside another Cockroaches collaborator,
It has a very
Greg
specific
Page,
fear.
And a guitarist,
But now
Murray
I
Cook.
know. Now I know. The more you know.
Their musical talent with their interest in early childhood development, intending to create an album of songs that could act as an educational tool. After recruiting another Cockroaches band member, keyboardist Jeff Fatt, the group formed The Wiggles. Over 2 years, the group wrote and recorded their first album, repurposing many Cockroaches songs into more child-friendly Wiggles numbers.
It's Wiggle time!
The band evolved slowly over the next few years, adding supporting characters such as Captain Feathersword, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and Dorothy the Dinosaur. The group also began wearing their iconic outfits, brightly colored skivvies. The Wiggles worked diligently, releasing more albums, performing live, and producing music videos and tapes. In 1994, the band released the album
just metal
Yummy
objects.
Yummy,
Okay, replace metal with
featuring
man-made.
2 massive
Yeah,
hits
the
for group,
submechana
Hot
makes me
Potato,
think of just more
and
like
Fruit
anything as
Salad.
long as it's man-made.
In 1995,
It's
they
like
released the album Big Red
an
Car,
oil rig out
along
in the
with
middle of the
accompanying
ocean.
video,
Would that
Big
would
Red
that
Car.
count?
This was a notable moment in Wiggles lore.
What if you
as it
were
introduced
working
the
on
band's
that and you
iconic
fell
vehicle,
off?
The titular Big Red Car. At first, the car was represented with a crude cardboard cutout, and the song featured on the album about the Big Red Car would not be the vehicle's more iconic number. In 1997, the Wiggles' first and only theatrical film, The Wiggles Movie, was released in theaters. This film featured the first 3-dimensional iteration of the Big Red Car, which was built from a dune buggy. The following year, in 1998, the Wiggles released their 9th studio album, Toot Toot, which featured the hit track Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car.
Toot toot chugga chugga big red car. We'll travel near and we'll travel far.
Oh my
This
lord.
would be the car's iconic song, and it would take over the world. Around this time, the Wiggles began to expand into international markets and found major success in the United States, initially touring with Barney Live before embarking on a tour of their own. This is when Wigglemania was at its peak. By 2005, the Wiggles had released 21 studio albums, filmed 3 television series, and toured all over the world. The group was struggling to meet the demand, and the
Because
number
Benjamin
of
started playing
performances were
CSGO
taking
and got a
toll on the health of the
239th
group,
on my first
namely
grade.
Anthony Field and Greg Page.
Congrats.
This level of wiggling
Don't
was
spend it
simply
all in
not
one place.
sustainable, But Wigglemania
We're watching,
was showing no signs of
oh,
stopping.
this is a weird video
The
to come in the
Wiggles
stream
made
on.
45 million
We're watching a
Australian
video
dollars
about the
in
Wiggles.
2004, or nearly 34 million US
Dude, I
dollars.
used to see
This
ads
made
for
them
these
the
guys on my
highest-paid Australian
video
entertainers,
cassettes.
beating
Remember
out
those?
Nicole Kidman and Russell Crowe. The Wiggles empire was an intoxicating gravy train, the kind that only comes from singing about potatoes and dancing with a giant octopus. And it was a machine that could not be stopped. In an effort to maintain their health and stay closer to home, the Wiggles considered cutting down on their live performances. To supplement the lack of live shows, the group began to explore other ventures. The first was a chain of Wiggly Play Centers in Sydney. These entertainment centers were similar to those operated by Chuck E. Cheese and Discovery Zone. The Wiggly Play Centers featured indoor playgrounds, bouncy houses, and event spaces to host birthday parties. The Wiggly Play Centers allowed Wiggles fans to interact with the group without the Wiggles themselves
Here's an
needing to be
example.
present. Shortly after opening, a similar concept was announced, but this
Oh,
venture
okay.
would be far more ambitious than a play center.
So like the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride that
In May
used
of
to be at
2005,
Disney.
the
Was it
Wiggles
Land
announced
or
that they
World?
had
It used to
entered
be at
agreement with
Disney.
Dream
Something
World
like
theme
that
park.
would freak you out.
Dreamworld CEO Greg Shaw told the press, quote, "We will be talking to them about how we can develop that opportunity. These discussions must have occurred fast, because just 2 months later, it was announced that a new Wiggles-themed area was coming to Dreamworld. The expansion would cost 7 million Australian dollars, or around 5.2 million US dollars. The new land would include shops, an activity center, a playground, an animal nursery, and a brand new ride, the first new dark ride to be built in Australia in nearly 2 decades. The new land would take the place of Gumtree Gully. By this point, the space was far past its prime. Gumtree Gully Hall and the Koala Country Jamboree had already been closed for 3 years. Any hope for the return of the show was dashed with the announcement of the new Wiggles Land, whose flagship dark ride would take the space formerly occupied by the Singing Koalas. The new dark ride would not be unique just for its
Takes my
Wiggly
case
theme,
for this
but
stuff.
also for its
Alright, I
advanced
understand.
technology. The planned attraction would be a trackless dark ride, a style of ride that was still being
Oh, those
introduced
kind of rides
to
are
many
pretty
theme
cool.
parks in the mid-2000s. Since their inception, dark rides have sent guests along a rigid and often visible track. This track was limiting to both the attraction's range of movement and its immersive theming. Throughout the late 20th century, ride designers experimented with ways to overcome these obstacles. Disney's Omnimover system allowed ride cars to pivot and for the most part hid the ride path from view, but this system was still on a track. It would not be until October 1st, 1982 that the first trackless ride system would be introduced with Epcot Center's Universe of Energy. Large theater seats full of guests pass throughout the attraction in unison with each other, in a slow-moving dance, with no track perceivable to guests. However, this was not a true trackless ride system either, as a 1/8-inch guide wire was embedded into the attraction's floor, laying out the ride's path. The guide wire would transmit a radio signal to each vehicle, the strength of which would communicate the vehicle's position in relation to the track. This ride system was a technological marvel in 1982. Each vehicle needed its own computer, which would then communicate with the attraction's master computer. The vehicles would also need to have their own propulsion systems, and most challenging, their own power and charging systems. The Imagineer solution to the latter was to embed charging plates into the floor, which used a state-of-the-art inductive power coupling system to charge the ride cars at 2 points throughout their journey. While Universe of Energy was not technically a trackless dark ride by modern standards, it did introduce multiple innovations necessary for later systems to succeed. The guide wire system would be reused in 1989 for the Great Movie Ride, and again in 1994
walked
for the
so the other
Twilight
rides
Zone
could
Tower
run.
of Terror, with the system improving with each iteration. These attractions were all well received, obscuring the ride path and creating a more surprising experience for guests. While these systems delivered the theming benefits of a trackless ride system, the true potential of free range of motion had yet to be achieved. This was until the year 2000, when Tokyo Disneyland received a new dark ride named Pooh's Honey Hunt. Pooh's Honey Hunt was a breathtaking attraction, with a rumored budget of $130 million. On top of innovative effects and elaborate environments, the attraction's most impressive element was its true trackless ride system. Rather than using guide wires, Pooh's Honey Hunt used a local positioning system in which a sensor array communicated with the ride cars and the attraction's main computer. Unlike with a guide wire, this allowed for the ride paths to be completely virtual. Disney made great use of this technology, sending cars on different paths at the same time and synchronizing movements, resulting in fun choreography. This trackless ride system would be implemented and innovated in more Disney parks throughout the world.
Yeah,
with
there's
the
a new
notable additions of
Ratatouille
motion
ride that
simulation
uses
in
it.
Ratatouille the Adventure,
Yeah,
and
see?
an elevator and drop shaft in Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Other companies have developed their own trackless ride systems using local positioning, leading to a trackless ride renaissance in the theme park industry that is still ongoing. However, back in 2005, when the Wiggles ride was being developed, local positioning systems for trackless rides were both new and prohibitively expensive. So while it would be widely promoted as a trackless dark
Oh, it's
ride,
like the Great Movie
the
ride?
attraction
I
would
did
rely
too. too. I did too. I wrote it in one of the last few years that it was out.
Named
well,
Simtech.
you know, still
Simtech
operating.
was a New Zealand-based entertainment company founded by set designer Frank
I didn't mind
Marquette in
it.
1984.
Or I guess by the
Marquette
time I
primarily
wrote it, it
worked
was
on
kind of,
films such
you
as
know,
The Lord
past
of
the
the Rings
heyday.
and small entertainment projects such as mini golf courses. In 2001, the company formed a team to develop an automated wire-guided vehicle system, or AGV, for themed entertainment rides, as Marquette believed that this ride type was the future of the industry. By 2003, the company had developed their system, reportedly piquing the interest of both Disney parks and Universal Studios. To prove their ability to develop a full-scale theme park attraction, Simtech built a proof-of-concept, standalone ride named the Emperor's Tomb. This shooting dark ride was built near the company's headquarters in Christchurch, New Zealand. The ride used the new AGV system and also showcased Simtech's ability to produce animatronics and detailed show scenes. It would not be long after debuting this proof of concept that DreamWorld would contract Simtech to design and construct the Wiggles Dark Ride. Simtech would provide the ride system, animatronics, and show scenes. Arvis, a sound technology company, was also contracted to provide a unique audio system to each ride car. This included a microphone, a push button, and a speaker system. According to Arvis, this was, quote, the world's first onboard karaoke system for an amusement ride vehicle, and that, quote,
That's a lot of
special
words to
microphones
string
had to be
together.
developed so that there was no feedback from the speakers directly next to them. Gumtree Gully was transformed quickly, with the new Wiggles area ready to open after just 4 months of construction. The new land, named Wiggles World, had its opening ceremonies on September 13th, 2005, with the Wiggles themselves appearing and taking a ride on the land's signature dark ride, the Big Red Car Ride. The ride and the land would officially open 4 days later, and on September 17th, 2005, the children of Australia were welcomed inside a brand new Wiggly World.
But it wasn't
Guests
all
entered Wiggles
wiggly,
World
I
under a
bet.
whimsical arch featuring illustrations of all 4 Wiggles, Dorothy the dinosaur, Henry the octopus, Wags the dog, and Captain Feathersword. Inside, families could visit the Fun Spot Activity
Big ups
Center.
SCP. Didn't I finish this one, or was it a different version? What?
This is how it's done.
Oh, you mean the game? Or do you mean the raid? With the Party of 31 from Ann Lee. I finished the first Advance Wars. I didn't finish the second one at SCP. But hello Raiders, Kamino Yurishi, Ann Lee, the guy himself. This is a It Time Chill Detox Dark Dave's Dark Side Day Off, Dave's Day Off, even though it's now Friday again. I'm chilling to Advance Wars. I'm vibing. I'm watching videos on my Watch Later playlist, the legendary Watch Later playlist there that never gets watched until now. Big ups, ENFW1, Praise Dadson, Shout Chatter. We've been all over the place. We saw some true crime. We saw some defunct land, which we're watching now. We saw some scam baiting. And some old interesting tech videos about Crash and Spyro. Obvious Dinger classics. Big ups, everyone. Thank you for coming in.
Or visit the banks of
I
the
know
Mississippi
Ann's
River
kicking
to
you
play on
out.
the SS
Oh, old
Feathersword
Ann, he's
playground.
got work
Throughout the
tomorrow
land,
at
guests
7
could meet Henry
a.m.
the
probably.
octopus, Wags the dog, Dorothy the dinosaur, and even Captain Feathersword himself. The
It's my
Gumtree Gully
Sunkiss.
Farmyard Petting Zoo was rethemed to the
Yeah, if
Wiggles
you couldn't
Farmyard
tell,
Friends.
this is a
The
video
land
about
also
the
had a gift
Wiggles
shop,
and a
marketed
ride
as
they
the
had.
first Wiggles merchandise store, as well as a cafe with healthy foods, appropriately named Yummy Yummy. There was even a recreation of the exterior of the Wiggle House, which allowed guests to get up close and personal with Flora Door, the Wiggle House's sentient door. Wiggles World's main attraction was, of course, the Big Red Car. The exterior featured a prominent
Yeah,
marquee
as far as Advance Wars 2
beckoning
goes,
guests into the
we're
Wiggles
in gold
adventure.
comment. I
Guests
just
entered the ride
unlocked
short
Old
queue,
Man
with the boarding
Sensei,
area just a
who
few
breaks
feet
the
ahead.
game in
A
half
television mounted
and is
to the wall
literally banned
displayed
from the
Wiggles
game's meta.
videos as guests waited in line. Guests watched as their own Big Red Car pulled into the loading station. The ride vehicle was perfectly themed, appearing identical to the Wiggles' iconic car, with the notable additions of room for 3 riders per row and the unique karaoke system. Guests waited patiently for the ride car to reach the loading area, which, depending on how many cars were operating on the track, could take a while. The ride had an advertised top speed of 2 kilometers
Hey, it was
per
worth
hour,
the wait, though.
or about
It's the
1.25
fucking Wiggles.
miles per hour. This is slow. For comparison, the Formula Rossa roller coaster at Ferrari World Abu Dhabi tops out at a speed of 240 kilometers per hour, or 149 miles per hour. That's over 100 times faster than the Big Red Car ride. Even compared to other dark rides,
I mean,
Big
it's
Red
not a
Car
roller
ride was
coaster.
slow. For instance,
The
the Haunted
fucking
Mansion and
Wiggles.
similar Omnimovers move twice as fast, and newer trackless dark rides are even faster. Speed was not an advertised element of the Big Red Car ride, but it would definitely play a role in the energy and pacing of the attraction. Once the car arrived to the loading station, guests board the Big Red Car ride and buckle up. The doors to the first show scene open, and it is officially time to wiggle. As the Wiggles begin singing
See
Toot
what
Toot
this shit
Chugga
looks
Chugga
like.
Big Red Car, the ride vehicles slowly move into the
Oh
Wiggles garden.
god. I feel like I'm in the Wiggle
Lights
dungeon.
illuminate the space as the car turns to face a small TV mounted to the wall. The Wiggles appear on the screen, welcoming guests to the ride and suggesting that they use their microphones to sing along. They then inform riders
we
that they
hate
will be
screen
entering the Wiggle
rides.
House next.
Why don't we go into the house and we can sing some songs together?
Let's
Toot Toot
not.
Chugga Chugga Big Red Car begins to play again. as
Yeah, the
vehicles
Wiggle
slowly
back
move into the
rooms.
Wiggles kitchen. The car turns to face another TV screen. This
Why are
time featuring
4
Just
grown
Anthony,
men living
who
with
instructs
each other?
riders to sing Hot Potato. As the song begins,
Why are they
the
inviting
cabinets,
children to their
refrigerator, and
house?
oven
I
open
have
and
so
close
many
to the
questions
music.
that probably won't be answered.
Next up is the Wiggles Lounge Room. Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car plays again as the cars slowly move into the scene.
Slowly. They're
On
trying
the
their
wall,
best.
The doors to all of the Wiggles bedrooms can be seen, an iconic set to those familiar with Wiggles lore. After entering this
Wiggles
room, the
lore.
car turns to face a third TV screen. In this video, Jeff is sleeping, and the Wiggles are
I
attempting
never
to wake
liked the
him up.
Wiggles,
They ask that you
but
use
I
your
did
microphone to
like
shout,
this
"Wake up, Jeff."
raid with the Party of 5, the double raid from Shybot there. And thank you for the We Like Pikmin. Oh yeah, and is just in time to witness the newest redeem. Since I beat Zelda last night, I took out the Zelda redeem, and guess what we replaced it with, guys? Ah yes, we love Lady Bo. Ack. I tried to find like a human one situation. There were a lot of suspicious ones, I'll tell you that. The one I picked was actually the most tasteful.
Wake up, dude.
Not the real Bo. What you wanted?
Wakes
You
Jeff
wanted
up,
like
and the Wiggles then
the
sing,
ball
"Wake up,
version.
Jeff." The vehicles
The
again
spherical
play Toot Toot
version.
Chugga Chugga Big Red Car as they move into the next room, Wag's Kennel. The cars then
Wait,
turn
the
to
dog
face a
lives
fourth
with them?
TV
I thought he
screen.
was just one of their
In this video,
friends.
Greg explains that if we all sing "Wave to Wags," Wags the dog might slide down his slide. After singing the song, Wags slides down, very slowly. The next scene is by far the most elaborate. Now underwater, guests encounter Henry the Octopus and a variety of sea creatures, including a fish playing a saxophone and a crab playing a guitar. The room is
Aw,
filled
this
with
looks kinda
detailed
neat.
scene
Look at the
work,
effects. It's
immersive
like the fish are
lighting,
actually-
and
like
a
you're actually
fifth TV
underwater.
screen,
The fish are swimming.
On which Murray suggests riders move their arms like Henry and sing "Move Your Arms Like Henry." In response, Henry rocks from side to side, not technically moving his arms at all, but the saxophone fish does move back and forth, which is great. The final scene is in Dorothy's garden. Dorothy is seen rocking back and forth on her swing as the car enters the room. Dorothy greets guests, and as the car begins to exit, riders encounter their sixth and final television screen. The Wiggles express how fun the ride has been, and remind guests to wave to the camera.
Yeah, I was a
After
little
snapping
scared
a
to
photo,
walk
guests
around
return to the
characters and
loading area
such, and
very
animatronics when I was
slowly.
growing up too, Shybot. Turns out a lot of people were. That's why Five Nights at Freddy's was so successful. And isn't what people have for entertainment in
The Big Red
Australia?
Car ride at Dreamworld initially received fairly positive reviews. For Wiggles fans, especially small children, the ride allowed them the unique opportunity to drive in the Big Red Car and visit iconic Wiggles locations.
Yeah, big up Juzzy.
The
I was
karaoke
asking, have you ever
microphones
been on
added a
this
unique
ride or
interactive
to
element,
Dreamworld?
and the more elaborate show scenes toward the end
Are you
of the ride
familiar
were
with
particularly
the
well
Wiggles
received.
or the
In
Wiggles
many ways,
ride?
The dark ride was impressive, especially for a small park like Dreamworld. However, there were many aspects of the ride that were less than great.
Oh, that doesn't look
The attraction
safe.
relied heavily on its television screens, some of which were sloppily mounted with visible wires. The walls of each room did not extend to the show building's ceiling, which detracted from the theming and looked a bit dark and unsettling. Another odd and often frightening aspect of the attraction was the lighting design and timing.
Yeah, look at the lighting. The
There
lights
seemed to be a lack
flickering.
of
That really
consistent
sells the
show scene
Wiggles
lighting,
back
as
room
each
idea.
ride-through from the first few years of operation appears to have different lighting patterns. For instance, when the big red car exits the first room and enters the Wiggles kitchen, sometimes the lights are already on, sometimes the lights are off and turn on immediately, and sometimes the lights stay off in the kitchen until just before the video plays. This results in long stretches of guests entering a dark room with only the light of the other show scenes illuminating the space. The reverse of this problem is also eerie. There are times when the kitchen lights are on, but the lounge room lights are not, so guests can see a very darkly lit lounge room ahead of them as they ride through the kitchen scene. This is even more off-putting in the more elaborate show scenes at the end. For example, sometimes guests will make it all the way into Dorothy's garden before the lights turn on. The other negatives of the Big Red Car Ride are not a fault of the Dreamworld attraction specifically, but are issues found in many trackless dark rides.
Look at that guy's
Both
face!
wire-guided and local
Yeah, he looks like an
positioning system dark
animatronic.
rides have an issue with scene layouts that traditional dark rides do not. Because there's a possibility that a trackless dark ride car will divert from its intended
seems like a
path
place in
in a way that a
Phasmophobia.
tracked dark ride cannot.
Henry,
show elements
Henry
need
the
to be
octopus,
placed
are you
further
there?
away from the planned route
Henry,
to
if you're
account
there,
for
say
this
something.
extra margin of
Henry?
error. This
Henry,
can
wave
make
your
rooms
arms for
feel
me.
empty and show scenes
Henry?
seem distant.
If you're
Another
here, wave your
downside
arms
of
for me.
trackless dark rides is that the designers are encouraged to illuminate the floor, either to create more natural lighting for an environment or to showcase the lack of track to riders, so the unpredictability is more thrilling. The negative to this lighting technique is that it draws more attention to the extra floor space, making some show scenes feel like big empty rooms. One thing that the Big Red Car Ride did better than many trackless dark rides was its unique floor designs. Many show scenes featured fun floor patterns to account for the excessive space. One of the most glaring downsides to trackless dark ride floors was not present when the ride opened, but as with many trackless rides, it would not be long before the issue presented itself. Overall, the ride that Simtech delivered was impressive given the budget and time
we're gonna come back to the issue then?
The Big Red Car Ride,
Oh,
as it
what a
opened,
cliffhanger.
was not awful, but changes were coming sooner than anyone could have anticipated. In September of 2006, a year after the land's opening, the Wiggles returned to their home at Dreamworld for a special concert celebrating the group's 15th birthday. The group also dedicated a new Wiggles World attraction, Dorothy's Rosy Teacup Ride. Fans flocked to Dreamworld to see the Wiggles return, but many longtime fans noticed that something was different. Greg Page, the Yellow Wiggle, was nowhere to be found. Instead, his understudy, Sam Moran, was performing as the Yellow Wiggle.
What?
Moran had been subbing for Page for years, but Page's absences had become more frequent, with compounding health issues cited as the reason. Just 1 month after the Wiggles' visit to Dreamworld, it was announced that Moran would be replacing Page for the rest of the Wiggles' 2006 tour, due to bouts of fainting that Page had been experiencing. Page's illness had still yet to be diagnosed, but he expressed his determination to join the Wiggles on future tours. However,
Yeah,
just
you
1
always
month
have an
later,
understudy,
in November of
Shybot.
2006, Page released a video message
Oh yeah,
to
the
fans
Wiggles are
to
just
deliver
supposed to.
some shocking
The
news.
Wiggles are just supposed to go everywhere all the time. They're supposed to be always on the clock at every concert in every country. No, that's incorrect. They should be allowed to have backups.
For some time now, I've been suffering from a condition called orthostatic intolerance, which basically means that when I stand up, my heart doesn't pump enough blood around my body. It means that I'll no longer be able to sing and dance the way that I want to, and as a result,
that's
I
sad.
decided to stop performing with the Wiggles.
He literally
Moran
can't
replaced
wiggle
Page's Yellow
anymore.
Wiggle completely. In songs, on tour, in videos,
That's
and
depressing.
in no time at all, in Dreamworld. In 2007, Moran replaced Page throughout the park, including on the land's entrance
that's
arch and the
sad.
Big Red Car Ride's marquee. The Wiggles also shot new footage for the Big Red Car Ride with Moran. These changes meant that the original Big Red Car Ride operated for less than 2 years before receiving this significant change. While the new footage used the same script as the original, even the slight adjustment in timing and delivery began to alter the original design intentions of the attraction. On top of this, effects were consistently breaking down, and maintenance seemed to struggle to keep the ride experience consistent.
Don't deem a ride
The door
around
that
a,
opens in the first show
band
scene,
or
separating
something
the
of the
loading area
like
from
with
the rest of the ride,
constantly
did not work
changing
reliably,
members.
and other times it flew open abruptly. As aforementioned, the lighting was inconsistent, but at certain times, they were more obviously malfunctioning. And just a few years after opening, the Big Red Car Ride was experiencing the same issue
Oh, look at the
that
dirt
even the
tracks
most
on the
expensive
ground.
trackless
That's
dark rides struggle with. visible tire marks throughout the
Yep,
attraction.
look, I saw it before
It
you
was
even brought it up.
impressive that Dreamworld received a trackless dark ride with multiple show scenes and animatronics, but maintaining show quality was a huge challenge, and only a few years into the attraction's lifespan, the ride experience was already suffering.
Oh, just pay people to mop the floor,
In
stupid.
December of 2006,
You're just
Dreamworld
lazy.
opened a neighboring water
Why
park,
Australians so
Whitewater
lazy,
World,
Jesse?
that featured an area dedicated to the Wiggles, Wiggle Bay, featuring 4 slides representing each Wiggle. In 2007,
Oh, that sounds
Wiggles World
fun.
came to the United States thanks to a partnership with Six Flags.
We can't help but love you all when you make us so wiggly giggly.
Six Flags Great America, Six Flags Great Adventure, and Six Flags New England received Wiggles Worlds of their own, with many identical features to Dreamworld's, with similar furnishings and signage. One feature that was not identical, though, was the appearance of Floridor. Why is she looking at me like that? The Great Escape and Six Flags Fiesta Texas would also receive Wiggles
Oh,
Worlds
okay.
in 2008 and 2009, respectively.
Jesse
Some of
tells
these
me
lands
you're a
had
big
their own
fan of
big
the
red car
Wiggles.
rides, but these were outdoor driving tracks, not dark rides. As with Dreamworld, the Wiggles made appearances at the Six Flags Wiggles Worlds. However, while guests could meet Dorothy the Dinosaur, Henry the Octopus, Wags the Dog, and even Captain Feathersword, no actors ever filled in for the Wiggles at the park. Likely because if they did, children would be able to tell that they were not the real Wiggles. This went against the expectations of theme park guests.
Oh, that
Used
makes
to seeing
sense.
and interacting with beloved characters. Most of the time, though, guests could not meet the Wiggles at Wiggles World. And without allowing local actors to portray the band, the only way to allow guests to interact with the Wiggles without the Wiggles themselves present would be to create mascot costumes of the 4 that park employees could wear.
Oh, no.
This really only works with animals and cartoon characters.
No.
A theme park would never create
Oh,
mascot
no.
costumes to represent
Don't you
4
do it.
human men.
Don't you do it!
The Six Flags Wiggles Worlds would only last until 2010, when Six Flags ended
they
its
got rid of that
licensing
shit
agreements
quick.
with multiple intellectual properties, including the Wiggles. The Six Flags lands were all rethemed for the
Aw,
2011
these places
season.
sucked.
This left only one Wiggles World. The
My
original
Six
in
Flags didn't
Dreamworld.
get any of
And
this,
more
but
changes were
I
coming to both
I
the
have
land
been to
and
other
the
Six
Wiggles
Flags
themselves.
locations that
In
have
January
had these
2012, the Wiggles announced
those,
that Greg
sub
Page would be
areas.
returning
Or
to don the
they-
yellow
I didn't like
skivvy
'em.
once more, replacing his replacement, Sam Moran. This made headlines around the world. It had been 5 years since Page had performed with the group. And for many children,
Yes, the band's
Moran
getting
was
back
the Yellow
together.
Wiggle. Rumors circulated about the switch, speculating that Page's bad investments and financial troubles since leaving the group had necessitated his return, a claim that Page denied. Many speculated of bad blood between Moran and the rest of the group.
Look at this. Look, it's the fucking Wiggles. It's the Wiggle. Even the Wiggles get TMZ shit thrown under the big red car.
Which was all but confirmed over the course of the next couple of years. The band's
And all the
manager,
fucking
Paul Field,
wiggle
defended
puns
the
for these
decision,
articles.
saying, quote, "If the Stones lost Mick Jagger due to illness and he came back a few years later, there wouldn't be a question." Page's return sparked controversy for the otherwise wholesome musical group, with parents especially not happy with the sudden change. The Wiggles assured fans that they would pay Moran royalties
Oh,
on
God,
all the
look at the
songs that he had
Wig-
written for
Dude, the
group.
Wiggles have gotten
And the band
old.
offered him full access to the Wiggles Hot Potato Studios. Moran would go on to have a successful solo career, creating his own show on Nick Jr. named Play Along with Sam. Shortly after the switch, the Wiggles again reshot footage for the big red car ride with Page, which either means they lost the original files with him, or the band was so obsessed with the Dark Ride's continuity that the difference in their age would have kept them up at night. They also updated the signage around Wiggles World a third time with Old Greg, which was illustrated slightly different than young Greg was years prior.
Oh, I
drama
like
over
the- I
Page's
like the
return to
dedication
band
to
was
the
short-lived
continuity.
and practically all for naught. As in May of
Literally
2012,
nobody would have
just a few
asked or
months after the
cared.
switch, the Wiggles announced that Jeff, Murray, and Greg would be leaving the band.
Oh,
this
no.
was in large part due to exhaustion and various health issues that the three were experiencing.
Yeah, we're fucking
As apparently
old.
nothing makes one face their own mortality more than being a Wiggle. Anthony would be the only Wiggle to remain in the band, and 3 backup performers would be handed the iconic skivvies: Lachlan Gillespie, Simon Price, and the first female Wiggle, Emma
What?
Watkins. Later in 2012, Dreamworld added
We
another
let
Wiggles
smelly
kiddie
girls
ride,
in the
Big
Wiggles
Red
now?
Boat Ride, with the Wiggles once again present to
fucking
dedicate the
world.
attraction.
I can't say
The new
country
group's
'cause
first
it's
performance
Australia.
together was at Dreamworld in 2013. That same year,
Thanks,
the
Cerulean.
signage was again updated, and the Big Red Car
Cerulean,
Ride
what do you know
underwent
about the
fourth
Wiggles?
refurbishment, the most significant in its history. Not only was a fourth round of video shot to account for the new members, but the first room was changed entirely to Emma's room, with music equipment and wallpaper featuring her soon-to-be iconic
Why does she get
yellow
her
bow.
own room?
These changes only worsen the ride's pace.
Now wait a minute. Now hold the phone. In the original ride, you do not go into any of the Wiggles rooms. You only see their door. But when we get the female girl Wiggle, oh, we gotta change the whole set. The whole room has to change. So we gotta show off the female Wiggle here. The Wiggles have fucking gone woke.
And technical issues continue to plague the experience. The door to the first
Yeah,
room
this
was
is how
left
you get to
permanently
say you've been
open,
into a
leaving
girl's
no
room.
barrier between the loading area and the
Yes.
rest of the ride. The cabinets in the kitchen scene continue to open and close.
I mean, at
long
least it's
after the
pink,
segment
so you can
ended,
say it's
and the ride
trad.
cars were consistently too early or too late in arriving to the next show scene. Audio tracks consistently clashed, with Toot Toot Chugga Chugga Big Red Car sometimes playing at the same time as the video.
Okay, but
causing
does
pure
the
audio
female
chaos.
Wiggle drive the big red car? That's the real question.
The lighting issues were as bad as ever, and somehow, almost impressively, the cars moved even slower throughout the ride. And every year the
How do
ride
you
continued to
refurbish the
operate,
ride
the
and-
experience only
and you
worsened.
don't refurbish
In less
it?
than a decade, the Big Red Car Ride had devolved into a truly awful ride experience. In 2015, Dreamworld announced that Wiggles World would be no more, but the Wiggles would not be going anywhere. The land would be rethemed to ABC Kids
Oh,
World
look,
to
Bananas in
incorporate more
Pajamas.
properties from the
Oh,
Australian
I have video
Broadcasting
cassettes of
Company's
those
popular
guys.
children's franchises, including Play
Yeah,
School, Giggle and Hoot, and those bananas that wear pajamas. Dorothy's
I don't know
Rosy
any of these
Teacup
other
Ride,
characters.
the Big Red Boat Ride, and the Big Red Car Ride would remain and retain their Wiggles theming. The SS Feathersword would be rethemed to the Giggle and Hoot pirate ship, and the Fun Spot Activity Center would be rethemed to the ABC Kids World Fun Spot. Two new attractions, the Play School Art Room and the Bananas in Pajamas Fun Maze, would be added to the area.
You know
as
Josie
well.
was watching
The
Bananas in
iconic Wiggles
Pajamas.
arch remained in the new land and was relocated closer to the Wiggle House. ABC Kids World added more
Oh, at least they
relevance
kept
to
the
area,
arch.
but the excitement surrounding the additions would be short-lived. On October 25th, 2016, tragedy struck Dreamworld when the park's Thunder River Rapids ride malfunctioned,
Oh,
leading to
no.
a major accident between two rafts, resulting in the death of 4 riders. The incident became worldwide news, and an investigation was launched into the cause of the accident.
Press
In
that.
the following years, poor maintenance would be cited as a cause of the incident, and Dreamworld would
Wait,
pay
what?
out millions
Oh.
in fines and compensation to
Now wait a minute, Juzzy. Now hold the phone, Juzzy. What did this inquiry find exactly?
Cited-
Wiring on the control panel was described as a dangerous rat's nest. Hello, Broken Mailman.
as a cause of the incident, and Dreamworld would pay out millions in fines and compensation to the victims' families. 3 years after the incident, in 2019, Dreamworld
What a convenient
announced a
excuse to
$70 million
rebrand the
expansion
area.
project, including the addition of a new triple launch coaster to replace the Thunder River Rapids ride. As part of the transformation, ABC Kids World would also receive a multi-million-dollar refurbishment. However,
Wasn't
in
it
March of
just
2020,
refurbished?
Dreamworld
Oh.
closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, putting the expansion project on hold. In August of 2020, it was announced that the park would reopen in September. Before the park's reopening on September 16th, it was revealed that 2 Dreamworld rides would not reopen with the park. These were Flow Rider
take a
in
wild
the Ocean
guess.
Parade section and the Big Red Car Ride
There it
in
is.
ABC Kids World. The attraction received no big send-off, no final rides, not even a true goodbye. Which is a shame because the Wiggles have 4 different songs about saying goodbye. One of the ride cars was placed outside of the attraction for
Pickups Unit W1 on the lurk. Hopefully we can get a couple more maps dominated before it gets too late here.
photos, and the loading area was boarded up. The pandemic delayed Dreamworld's expansion plans significantly. ABC Kids World continued to operate throughout 2020, 2021, and 2022, with the Big Red Car Ride sitting in the dark, closed off to guests.
The
Dreamworld
Wiggle back
eventually
rooms
announced
are
a new
real!
renovation schedule. A children's area, named Kenny and Belinda's Dreamland, would open in 2023. The The Kittyland will replace DreamWorld's DreamWorks area and will feature many ABC Kids properties, including the Wiggles. The Wiggles will receive 2 new attractions, a big red plane spinner and a big red boat coaster. But no plans for a new big red car ride have been made. Once Kenny and Belinda's Dreamland fully opens,
well, that sounds like a happy ending to me.
Close ABC Kids World to make room for a new area called Rivertown. Rivertown will be an homage to the original Rivertown area that Longhurst built for DreamWorld all the way back in 1981. And the land will feature a new family coaster, Jungle Rush. While the Wiggles will live on at DreamWorld, the sudden closure of the Big Red Car Ride was disappointing.
We've really come back full circle. No wonder we talked about the koalas at the start of the video.
A proper send-off. The ride was not the most impressive, and its deterioration
You've never heard of the Wiggles gondola?
In an abysmal state. Still, it had allowed children to take a trip in the Wiggles' Big Red Car, sing along to classic Wiggles songs,
Big Red Car.
and visit iconic Wiggles locations.
My dingus always told me
Even
not
if
to
it
talk
did
to
all
strangers.
those things very slowly. The Wiggles have continued to evolve over the past few years, and the current band continues to spend time at DreamWorld. While the group is still popular, their presence in the park
wait a
and
minute.
the band...
What? Now, what has happened to the Wiggles? Josie, what has become of the Wiggle roster here?
To spend time at DreamWorld, while the group...
Now, we have more than 4 Wiggles and multiple Wiggles of the same color?
is still popular.
We have black
Their presence
Wiggles
in the park
now?
and the band itself might never again reach the prevalence they experienced at the time Wiggles were
Oh, I
open.
guess look, the
For
blue
those
one's
lucky
there,
enough
the
to
classic
experience
blue
the
one.
Wiggles home on the Gold Coast.
Oh, the
in its
blue one
heyday.
never left.
There was never a better time to wiggle.
Now that was a nice. Now that was a nice one. Shame about the ride though. God, giving the Wiggles a trackless dark ride. Yeah, I've never owned anything from the Wiggles, but some VHS tapes I had and I would watch growing up would always have the Wiggles like advertised before the main program started, if you will. You know, the Dinger Classics there. I'm like, who the fuck are these grown-ass? I don't want to watch this shit. Where's Kipper at? Wiggles numbers are growing. Should probably keep an eye on them. They're gonna spread like the plague. Okay, it's 1 a.m. now. I could see myself going on for another hour.
This scammer believed that I had $500,000
Double back
worth
to
of Bitcoin.
scam baiting.
When he tried to steal it from me, I made a mistake.
Why didn't you copy and paste? Might be you typed something wrong.
Maybe you typed something wrong, yes.
You typed the wrong address. I gave you the right address, still you typed the wrong address. Literally, you are the most idiotic, most mother...
In his wallet
Wow,
address,
rude.
I flipped the 3 and the B, and so in his mind, it all went to the wrong place.
All the deposit addresses, all the withdrawal addresses, we have all of that.
What's worse for him is I partnered with Kraken and their fraud team, and we tricked this scammer into giving up all of his personal information. So it didn't exactly surprise me a few weeks later when his phone was disconnected and I couldn't contact him anymore. And then this random woman calls me, pretending to be Kraken.
Hi sir, this is Grace Brown calling from Kraken. Mr. Richard, we got some suspicious activity onto your Kraken account.
She connects to my computer, knows that I have an account with a bunch of Bitcoin on it, and immediately is trying to steal it.
Yeah, we are doing that, sir.
She's trying to change my 2-factor authentication, trying to change my
Maybe some
password.
scammers caught wind of his little operation. It's not like he tries to hide what he does.
She knows way too much, and the phone number she's calling from is one of
fix
the
is
old numbers that the previous scammer I told you about used to use. This guy had spent over a year trying to scam me and lost out on $500,000. This is his attempt with another group of scammers to steal the money that doesn't even exist. This entire thing is just a setup with Kraken and their fraud team. He thinks it's going to be really easy to convince this old man to get rid of all of his Bitcoin, but I am not going to make it easy for them.
Now, your computer is the safe and secured device, I can say.
And not just
Apart from
safe,
this
secure
computer,
too. You gotta make sure you
do
get that
not
one in
use
there.
any
Safe
other
and
device
secure.
in order to access your Kraken, okay?
Okay.
Now, could you please
That means
try
a
to
lot.
log in into your Kraken? I understand.
Not
This is
right now. Now that Kraken has done the work, the real work to get things taken care of and safe and secure.
Can
I'm
you
gonna take a
hear me?
breather.
Wait, what? The map's not over yet. Josie,
You
where's
are
the last
making
enemy
this
at?
Difficult for both of us.
The first thing I do to interrupt her changing my password and everything is to show her some fake ransomware. I want her to believe that she's already messed up.
Oh, he's
and
probably
all of my
hiding
money is gonna
somewhere.
go to
God damn
another
it.
Scammer.
Only 2 minutes. After that, you can have your
Josie, I
lunch.
thought we had this
you
in the
can have
bag.
your dinner. Okay?
I'm just searching for that.
You have Jobla, finally beat Blasphemous 2, nearly snapped my Steam Deck. God damn, what?
computer is
Why?
closer. You
Does the
don't
game
have
really
to
get
worry
that
about
difficult?
that.
Oh, here's last unit.
Do I click login or open bank account?
Congratulations. A lot of people beating games tonight.
Listen
Yeah, Center
to
Slayer
me,
earlier
sister.
beating Liza P.
Don't open any
Joe
other
Blah
website.
beating
You are
Blasphemous?
opening a
Me
wrong
beating a bunch of
website.
maps?
No.
Yeah, I got something weird on my computer right now.
What is this?
Oh, God.
Sir,
Dude,
what
the map is
this?
still going.
Hold
Oh,
on.
this tank.
Oh, no.
Sir, listen.
No.
Listen.
I entered my debit card. Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. $1.99. That's not bad at all.
No, do not put anything, sir. Why can't you listen to me?
Ah, yes. Another one in the bag. You old dog. How could you possibly defeat me? Who are you? Big ups Eagle Wiggle on the kitty. Final boss just spams so much and has an invulnerability period. It pulls out of its ass when it wants to. I hate when bosses do that.
Sensei, you did it!
Whoa, you are victorious!
That's nice.
Yeah, we did it, guys. Wait, now I remember. This country once boasted a CEO who was said to be unbeatable. A man feared by all who faced him in battle. Could it be you? An old man like me? I just came here to visit the hot springs in this area, Sonny. I'm not sure who you're thinking of. Today was unlucky. A bad day. But don't worry, old man. We'll meet again, and he won't be so lucky next time. Well, looks like we managed to pull through. How you holding up there, Sonia? Sonia? Sensei, is it true you were once unbeatable? Everyone feared you? Who, me? Oh, that's so long ago now, I'd nearly forgotten all about it. There might have been rumors of that nature at some point, but... Come now, tomorrow's victories await. Ah, yes. Yes, sir. But what's the ranking?
Guess I still have a trick or two up my sleeve.
Big ups not along the meantime. And Eagle Wiggle as well. B rank! Oh, I hate this place. That guy is ugly. He's like 80 years old. Give him a break. It took me 30 days for that. I'm sure there was a better way to go about it. Alright, we combed through most of Gold Comet. The 4-star, 4-star, 5-star. 2 missions here. Got a 5-star and a 4-star. Let's go back to Blue Moon. And this might be the last one. 3 cannons away. Devise a strategy to cross those woods. Bad Advance Wars. And this is the remake for the Switch. Alright, everyone, keep up the pace. Victory lies beyond those woods. Now, more than ever, we need Blue Moon to be strong. Oh wait, no, I just got that pun. You're making fun of me for getting B rank. Oh my lord. Hold your horses there, boss. How dare you interrupt me when I'm giving orders to the troops? I'm pretty darn sure that's an ambush we're walking into. There are enemy units in those woods. Madness. And that ain't all. They've got some crazy weapons pointed right at us. My, oh my. Getting through this is gonna take some doing. Oh my gosh! What do we do? Don't fret none, this one's mine. I figure my abilities are best suited to take on those monster cannons. Truthfully, Grit, are you sure you can handle this? I'm sure I'll muddle through one way or the other. Can't recall if we've used grit yet or not. Oh well. We all know who we're really here for, in fact, of course.
So, is that you, did they?
Yeah, I guess they did. Blue Moon CO Grid. Your CO power, snipe attack, right? And you're a specialist in indirect combat. Thank you for the last shirt, Lou. Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
You know your stuff, don't ya? Well, I mean, I am a genius and an expert military tactician. The Black Cannon's my invention, too. Cool, right?
Huh?
Black Cannon, what's it good for? Oh, well, that's a dangerous question. You really want to know? For starters, its range of fire is much, much larger than yours. Hello, Drawn Fraga. The partnered streamer Drawn Fraga is existing in my chat currently. He says, this game doesn't capture the true horrors of war. I argue it does, because the units are faceless mobs that I can happily toss into danger and watch as they die, and I won't feel anything about it. I have no emotions tied to the units that I'm given in this game. It's like I'm playing chess, a game you're quite familiar with. It's the opposite in Fire Emblem, where the characters are named and they have backstories and character designs. Just here, only your CO matters. And I tweaked it, so it can now fire every single day. You and your forces will be toast long before you can reach your goal.
Yeah.
I see. I reckon I'll have to sneak along the woods then.
Oh, yeah?
Are you seriously going to try it?
Sure thing.
I suppose I am. I'm sure those cannons are as powerful as can be, but being the biggest don't always mean you're the best. I think I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson. Oh, I'm so fucking scared. Somebody get me a teddy bear to nightlight. Listen here, soldiers. Our goal is simple. Reach our HQ on the far side of these woods. Unit type is not a factor. Any one of y'all can touch down at the HQ and we'll win. And so as long as you're in the woods, you're safe from cannon fire. So rest there if need be. Now we can't go allowing our HQ to be captured. So if y'all have a run-in with the enemy troops, be sure to give them something to remember you by. Alright, it's time to get a move on. This is a different kind of... Oh my god! Why is this map the way it is? Look at this! This is like... It's like a 2-hour map here! As long as nobody captures our HQ, I suppose. I gotta watch out for other cannons. A big ups, Frog Eye. I hope you're doing well. Are you excited for the Assassin's Creed Mirage Madness later today?
I am. I can hear you.
We're watching scam baiting videos.
I don't have much time. I don't remember seeing this on TV, but maybe was there.
Sir, do not.
God, where do I even want to begin? They give me so many units to start off with, but all the units I have are... I can't make any more. I kind of just got what I got.
Why are you making things so difficult? Let me say that to you. Hold on.
I can just type it in. It's $1.99, man. That's it. It's $1.99. It's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. It's gonna. It's already deleted 44% of my stuff. Hold on.
No, it will not do that.
Why can't I?
Why does he have corn as his background?
It's closing. It'd be more convenient if it would just stay open.
Apparently, if you Alt-Tab, it minimizes. I didn't know that. That's why you can see us fighting. It's minimizing the back.
If this virus wants me to pay, why does it close?
Oh, can you do that? Can you do one thing, please? Please, do not do anything, Richard. Do not do anything, please. I request you.
Can you please shut your mouth, though, man? With all due respect. Respectfully. Respectfully, without due respect.
Respectfully.
I am trying to close that. I'm trying to close.
Respectfully. Please shut your mouth. I am trying to stop this virus. How do I know it's not going to spread to your computer and all of Kraken?
Okay, there's the first couple of units I need to watch out for.
I don't want that on my hands.
No, for some reason I was figuring they'd give me more infantry. I really just have these guys to work with.
I pretend to fix the ransomware, and she immediately hides my screen to try to steal my account again. So I tell her I gotta call my bank, and I hang up.
On hold.
I'm gonna call them.
Okay. Hello, hi Richard. This is Grace from.
My name's not Richard, man.
Okay, how are you, Grace?
At this moment, your account is not secured, so we will put security. Try to log in onto your Kraken account.
Man, why did she let him hang up the other day then if his account wasn't secured?
So you do not remember the password?
Ready to click to show my password.
Why is it not It's not showing stars.
Like if you are typing in, once you're done typing, that it will show if you have made a mistake or not. We have upgraded so many features. So whenever you will type the password, once you're done typing, it will show you for 1 second that you have typed in the correct password or not. Then it will hide the password again.
Wow. Okay, I've never seen that before.
Now we are upgrading the account.
This time, she's gonna directly try to add a wallet to my account so she can take all of the Bitcoin herself. But it's not gonna be that easy. Just like the other scammer, I'm gonna flip-flop a P and a Q.
You see how it says this notification again and again. This is the last time I'm sending you this. So please understand, you need to approve that as soon as possible. Because this is the only way we can secure your funds, your
So the wallet I see here, it says your wallet starts with BC1P6K.
Yep. Yeah,
that's a lot of units, ain't it?
But she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know her own wallet.
Someone pretend that.
Say that one more time.
Okay, it's B like boy, C like Charlie, number 1, Q.
Taiwan?
Okay, yeah, that's right. I was just initially I was confused between the P or the P or the Q or whatever was confusing me. But
now please.
No, there's nowhere to heal the units too, till you get all the way up here.
How has she not noticed her blunder? She even tripped over it. Like she noticed she read it wrong, and yet she's still continuing.
She doesn't care. She just moves on to the next part of the script. They don't pay her to give a fuck.
She's like I did it.
And she's ESO too, so that just adds another layer on top of it.
Doesn't realize that there was this big of a mistake. I get a message from Kraken support saying that someone is calling, claiming to be me.
Hey,
what?
Thank you for your patience. This is Cesar speaking. Who am I speaking with?
It's Richard.
What can I help you with?
I'm just seeking the status of the transaction that I made. I just transferred my Bitcoin to my other wallet.
They thought they were so close that they should call Kraken and pretend to be me.
Can I have the email address linked to your Kraken account?
It's havethebestcodes@gmail.com.
All right, thank you for that, Richard. Now I have
no other verification? Are they going to get away with this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What is your favorite brand of toothpaste?
I'm sorry, your voice is breaking.
Oh, sorry for that. Let me ask you again. What is your favorite brand of toothpaste?
For the verification, can you tell me what is the favorite brand of toothpaste of yours?
What's my favorite? Sorry, excuse me?
Sir, we are verifying you so that we are talking to the right person so that we can hand over your account to you.
Oh, jeez. And then everything will be done. Everything will be
Dude, that's wicked. Okay, so this is in real time. So they get the security question from Kraken about what his favorite brand of toothpaste is. The scammers calling Kraken don't know that, so in real time, while the lady has Kipoga on the other line, she tries to ask him what his favorite brand of toothpaste is.
Everything will be upgraded.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind supplying that information. But there's only so many brands of toothpaste.
And what is the other security questions? You need to verify me the questions with the answers, sir, so that I can verify.
I don't know. How would I know?
Like, couldn't you just socially engineer that if you're the scammer? Like, just say Colgate. There's like a 30% chance you're right.
Goldfish. My favorite time of year. Snow time. My favorite pair of shoes. Bowling.
I mean, he could just give any answer and they would tell it's a Kraken, right?
Is the endless soup salad and breadsticks. My favorite teeth. Baby. I prefer baby teeth. Ma'am, this ought to be enough. I ought to have verified, correct?
No. What is your mother's full name?
It's Nanya.
Nanya.
Last name Business. It's
What's your favorite sports?
Favorite sports? Just give me a second. I have written down the questions somewhere.
Yes,
Just
yes.
a second.
Take your time to check.
What is your favorite sport? What is your favorite sport?
My favorite
This is insane. This is all in real time. We're just asking nonsense questions.
Okay, my favorite sport.
Just give me a second, please.
Take your time. Take your time. No problem. There is no rush.
Can you give me a hint?
No, sir. We cannot give you the hint. What is the favorite sport?
Okay, sport or like spork? Like a utensil or
S-P-O-R-T-S.
I'm just trying to find out. Just give me a second.
Yes. No, don't worry. Go ahead. Double check.
Probably. To say bird watching.
That is a sport.
Or tennis or soccer, curling, soccer. No.
Tennis or
do tennis.
Soccer.
It would be probably tennis or soccer.
I have to tell you, Richard, that none of those are the correct answer for the security question. So in this case, I will have to end up the call, and you will have to call back later, okay? Thanks for calling back. Have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Man, that was desperate.
I still don't think she knows that they did the wrong thing. But she's calling them to probably verify, to make sure the transfer's going through.
I don't think it's gonna go through, lady.
Hi, this is Kraken support. I believe you reached out recently.
Hold on. I'm talking to someone on the other line. Hold on 1 second.
Not a problem, Richard.
He's actually Kraken, by the way.
Okay. Grace, I got someone.
Yes, hi. Sorry, we lost you before. This is Martin calling back from Kraken support. How can I help you out?
Hey,
Oh,
Martin.
finally, someone that knows how to speak English.
Your coworker Grace just hung up.
Okay, I think I'll call and just tell her the whole thing about the wallet.
My new account rep, Martin, is great. Seems like he really has his head together and understands the ins and outs of your platform. But I wanted to confirm with you, he gave me the confirmation that the money did get transferred to the wallet. I just want to confirm that I sent the 12 Bitcoin to the right place. Let's do this at the same time, okay? Ready? B. C.
B. C like Charlie. Number 1. P like Peter.
Papa.
Okay.
That's the wrong address.
E like Edward.
She still doesn't know. How can she
like
be
Kevin.
so bad at her job?
Maybe it's just a bad phone connection. Come on.
That's not your address.
Don't read it from my records. Read it from your records.
Yeah, I'm reading it from my records, sir.
This is gonna happen, Grace. So help me God.
What happened?
Is it Q or P? Because they're asking.
It's Q. Q like Quinn. Q
like Anon.
Q like Queen.
They're saying it went through with P. That's what's on my account. There's a P, not a Q. Which one's correct, Grace?
Hold on. Richard, I need to confirm that the address that you have put in is wrong. It is not P, it is Q like Queen.
All this for a couple Bitcoin.
2 hours ago, Grace. Holy!
It's Q like Queen, not P like Peter.
It's P like Papa.
Queen.
That's what's on my account.
No.
It's P like Papa. That's where the money went.
No.
That's where 12,
That is the wrong address.
Bitcoin went. What do you mean?
Sir, we did a mistake. It's not P like Peter, it's Q like Queen. You need to call Kraken.
How do you mess up that badly?
Listen, you just need to call
Yeah, you need to phone up Kraken so we can pretend to we can impersonate you again.
What do you mean call Kraken? I'm on the phone with Kraken right now, Grace. You are Kraken.
You... Yes,
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Sir, you need to call the customer support number.
Gotcha, scammers. Gotcha. Aw, she tripped over herself on that one.
Do one thing, okay?
I thought you were Kraken, motherfucker.
Listen to me carefully. Listen. Call Kraken.
Big ups, Ghost MC.
Call Kraken and tell them. Listen.
These bitches don't know how to scam, right?
No.
Sir, if you will not do that,
That's why there's no money in my account.
Yes, tell them that it is not
in my account because you put it in the wrong place.
Yes.
These are a very special type of games. Yeah, we call them dingus type games.
I didn't do a typing mistake. You did.
I mean, it's no different than Fraga playing chess.
Stay on the line and explain it to him, okay?
No, you need to explain that you did a typing.
It's been a minute since I played this, so I'm trying to get back into it. We got like 4 or 5 maps done today, so progression has been made.
You need to tell them.
I don't know anything about this stuff.
You need to.
I'm not making. I don't want to mess it. You can't mess this up, Grace. You have to fix this.
Call the number. Call your manager and tell him.
You should be fired. That's so much money.
Except Fraga was bad at chess. I was told Fraga was improving.
Call your manager. If you will tell them that the wallet address is wrong, you need to type that again. They will do that happily in a few minutes. So you need to call them right now.
Okay. I'll get them on the line.
Hello, thank you so much for calling Kraken Support today. My name is Summer, and our calls are recorded for training purposes. How may I assist you
Thinking of buying this game? I would wait for a sale, but you do get 2 games for 1. But at $60 for some Game Boy Advance games? Not too fond of the art style either.
I want to remind you,
but I am a sucker for tactic games.
We will ask you, though, for the email address that you've registered your Kraken account.
Some people are more positive than you.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's a grim and negative world out there, ain't it?
My old account manager, Grace, on the line. Grace, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in. Richard, may I please authenticate
thank you for the
your
follow.
account? Can you
Juan
answer
Moa.
a security question
Oh, I
for
just
me
got
you
that.
set up?
Okay.
Yes.
I guess it takes
Thank
one.
you.
So
What is
no
your
one.
favorite vacation spot?
And see, I got some zingers myself here.
Are you certain of that, Richard?
I've been playing this since it came out, but you know, a bunch of chapters, 2 games, a lot of maps. I got other games I played too, so it's like I turtle my way through the maps. I'm turtling my way through the playthrough.
A baked potato.
Those are terrific, but that doesn't seem to be as you have set it up for your Kraken account.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Grace. Are you able to answer the security questions? Good.
Oh, is he putting the real Kraken against the fake Kraken?
Since you're his account manager.
I would not be able to answer the questions because I don't know what questions he put in at the time when he made the account. But the main concern at this moment is that he made a transfer from
Listen, if Fraga wants people to not call him garbage at chess, he should just practice harder to improve himself. Pretty simple, really, huh? I mean, it's not like you can't say Fraga doesn't play chess. Now, sure, he got consumed by Liza P, but you guys told me earlier he finished it. So back to chess full time, right?
Okay, I did that.
Oh shit, Fraga's still here. Everyone shut up! Partner, Fraga is still here! Nobody said anything! I love Fraga streams!
I think it might be gone.
I see that. It's okay, Richard. Don't cry.
I thought
don't
Fraga fell asleep,
yet,
you guys!
We're going to do all that we can for you. I really want to help you here. At this point, I need to escalate.
Thing is, he lives in the Netherlands. It's 8 in the morning for him.
Specialist team here at
You're right.
Kraken. Don't worry, we're going to gather more information information, authenticate him, and fix this withdrawal that he has initiated to the correct
Oh, are you
address.
gonna check the Kraken's two-factor authorization?
You mentioned a different letter. Was that at the beginning of the withdrawal?
He always
address
called it
that-
authorization.
That you typed in a P.
Even when people
and
corrected
you
him,
needed
said no,
to
it's
be a
authentication.
Q, correct?
I was like, no, you're
When
wrong.
she says we, she means she did. Because she works for you guys.
Okay, I did. I'm so sorry. I did that. I have mistyped the
Wow,
word
woman
address.
mistake,
It
right?
should be Q like queen.
Many
not P
such
like P.
cases.
Please, Richard, don't cry, okay?
Sorry.
It's okay, Richard and Grace. Don't
My
worry.
name's not
we
Richard,
have
man.
people feeling this distraught, but we always find a way to fix this and make this right. We do the best that we can here.
Okay.
I don't know Chess enough to know if he's even good.
Nope.
You know, I think Peace said he considers Frogga good at it, but I don't know if Peace knows anything about chess. Maybe he just meant from it from a sense of, oh, it's cool to see Frogga learn and get better at the game. But you'd have to be a chess master to determine if the gameplay is actually clever and good or not.
Swing by Grace's office.
And how many strategies are there in chess anyway? Like,
She hung up, actually,
it's there's only so many moves you can make. It's a finite number of possibilities. It's effectively solved.
Take a deep rest. Go have a nice glass of
What?
cold tea. Please don't hit the hard stuff.
Chess is pretty
because,
expansive.
we'll be
Sadly, a
reaching
lot
out
of
to you
them.
soon, okay?
As good as a drunk dude could be at chess. Everyone should be drunk when they're playing chess. I guess I don't know as much about chess as I thought.
That was actual someone at Kraken support. There's no way they train for this stuff, you know? They've been given some loose instruction about if someone calls with my account that it's gonna be me, you know? But they don't. I'm not like chatting with Summer. I can't feed her lines or anything. I think the reason she stayed on is because now she realizes, oh, I'm not gonna get the money.
Yeah, this is Richard. Are you calling?
I like his ringtone.
About an update on my account?
This is a classic for a reason. Simple on the surface, but hard to master. Like most board games.
I'm happy to let you know.
Including but not limited to Candyland and Snakes and Ladders. And Mousetrap.
Congratulations on your transfer. He said good news. It went through. It looks like we're in the clear then. It's already there. It's already in the right place, right? So.
No, it is not on the right place, sir. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
Understand what I am saying? The words coming out of my mouth right now.
We don't need to put
That's what you said.
No, that would. No, it's Q like queen, not P like. Well, why are you making this difficult, sir?
You said it was P like Poppy.
She's losing her cool. It always feels like the female ones lose their cool. Like you hear how angry the female ones are compared to the male ones. You know, some exceptions like the famous "Do Not Redeem."
For one.
But I can feel the vitriol simmering.
And it's 12. It's 12 coins. You don't double check. Complete opposite side of the keyboard.
Women take everything personal. That's why. Well, you said it, not me.
Summer wouldn't have messed that up.
And if that was me, I'd be like, wow, don't be so grouchy, lady. No wonder your boyfriend left you.
Neither would Mark.
It's my fault.
Oh yeah, okay. At least she took responsibility.
Obviously, she gets it now.
Hang up.
There was clearly some panic. After a few days of trying, she's beginning to realize her mistake. She messed up, and she's not going to be able to get $400,000. I thought this was the end of the story, but a few weeks later, she called back. But that's going to have to be another video. I hope you enjoyed this one.
She went on
As always,
Facecam.
know that you are valuable and that you matter. When I started doing this, I had no idea. So, but that's going to have to be another video.
They got the lady on Facecam. No. He certainly knows how to tease his videos there. Oh, is that sequel video out already? I wanna see a scammer on Facecam. I'm obviously owed this. No, it's not out yet. That was MJ? Finally found out where he was hiding out. India all along, the one place no one would think to look. Is Cheese going to be the new host of the podcast? Oh, this is a break-in banquet. Time for another derail detour.
Local podcast is back on.
And
what?
So, the thumb man who cheated his diet outside Good Springs.
I thought they said there were legal troubles. It wasn't gonna happen.
After the Battle of London, many thought it was the push Richard needed to finally change once and for all.
Hello, Aquasaber.
Tourists arrived in masses.
This is news to me. This video came out today.
Eventually, some got bored. Others left when Richard's true nature inevitably started to show.
My name's not Richard,
more.
man.
In the new world of Trailer 101, teen bullying continued. Pepsi was spilled, and many laughed.
Team Believe.
Just as they had in the old world. Because wings.
Now put me down on Team Believe.
Changes.
I got a message. Cheesehead 69 today too. So I talked to Keemstar yesterday, and the Local podcast is back on.
Anything notable? I think this video will give us the answers.
And Cheesehead wants to do some stuff with that. And that Zaxby's is coming back with a vengeance right now. I will play Diablo 2 until the day I die. I can picture myself in my 60s playing this game. Like
why?
The fact that I literally lost a hardcore character in Diablo 4 while sitting in town kind of killed that game for me. And it was like I kept playing after that. I had a whole nother character, but like that I could lose a character while sitting in town. I didn't time yet. Oh. I thought you were saying
that he was done with Diablo 2. It's the same rotation of games. They just get cycled out in rotation.
And I just left my character standing in town. And I come
back imagine a DSP rotation, but with even less variety somehow.
It's like, really? That's what we're doing? What's my proudest platinum trophy? Either Dragon Age Origins or Final Fantasy X. Those are the ones I put the most time into. Like if I ever could get Diablo 2's, it would be, because Diablo 2 has probably the hardest platinum in gaming.
I don't think you can verify that for sure. You don't know that, Jordy. Is this shirt stained? What is this shirt?
You tried to play D2 for us on stream. Alright. It's kind of like Call of Duty. Like Call of Duty.
What did he spin? It looks like the shirt is stained. Is it tie-dye?
Like brand new to this day. And the reason they do that is because
did he went like to the Nick Hotel or something? He's green.
The new game sucks. I'll be playing the new Call of Duty, yes, because I'm a sucker. I'm that dude that every year I'm hoping
10 videos ago we said he was going to skip it.
The one that captures that magic again.
Look here! Look, listen!
And it's only ever happened one time. Like the last good Call of Duty was Black Ops 3. They charged you $80 for DLC. They promised.
Apparently, according to the chat, most people would agree with that.
Essentially $80
yes, that's
DLC
true.
Because they promised the Modern Warfare 2 maps in Modern Warfare 2. Worst thing about Advanced Warfare is it started out all the microtransactions. Well, at least
we
Black
hate
Ops
those.
3 gave you possibly the best gun as the base gun, like the XM8. The perfectionist in me has to go back and get the jail waypoint.
Yeah, the green along the collar just makes me think he got slimed at Nickelodeon Studios or something.
I think Battlefield 3 was the best FPS. Battlefield 4 is good too. I think you're both wrong. Like, you tag me on Twitter. I'm sure it's me like engorging myself or some shit like that. All right. Joe Wings is showing on stream. What am I showing? I don't understand this at all. Oh, it's supposed to be a tomato. I can't look at his channel from here, and I can't see people who at me either. Like I have my social media locked down. It looks like it's.
I just ban everyone on Twitter.
Somebody
ban
drawing
everyone on
me
Twitter
with like stuff hanging out my mouth.
Can't do a screen share, homeboy.
I'm gonna show you guys this. This guy's Nigel Knows. He been wanting to box forever.
That just looks like we put a black filter over Jordy.
I'm already better than Conor McGregor. That's who I wanted as my second fucking fight. I wanted to fight Charlie Z. Keeps was like, call out DSP. You know, DSP's never gonna do it. Charlie Z might do it. Charlie Z says he fight heavyweights. Kid behind the camera said he didn't want to fight. Kid behind the camera didn't want to fight. Tipster didn't want to fight. Billy the Fridge wanted to fight. Nigel Nose wanted to fight. And there's another guy. God, I forgot his name off the top of my head. The problem is you got to find the right person for the right money. Like me versus like EDP 445. If you can get somebody that would sanction that fight, that'd be a money fight. You know.
See, I would just beat him up for free because he's asleep. But,
Hey.
I mean,
The problem is the people that don't want to fight and the people that do want to fight are people that nobody wants to see him fight.
So like the only thing that would have to happen is they'd have to reinforce the ring. So like the poles didn't
Like
fall
I hate
down,
to be a
but I'm not
Debbie
his ass
Downer,
out.
but it's pretty much like fill or no go.
That's because the standing egg count. I hated that. Like
Maybe EDP, maybe people would pay to see that, but I think people would pay more to see him hung from the gallows.
That I'm actually even slightly worried about would be Billy the Fridge.
Yeah,
because he used
DSP
to
would
be a
never
pro
accept.
wrestler. And like even though he's bigger than me, like he's like 550 pounds or some shit like that. He's on the down. He's coming down. But like those pro wrestler dudes are built different. Their body, they can take a whole level of punishment. I don't know anything about Aerosol Fatty laundering drug money. Last time I seen Aerosol Fatty, he was living in like one of those tiny homes, which is better than living homeless, I guess. Am I an arsonist?
What's wrong with tiny home?
I actually respect.
We made a
people's
whole
stuff.
genre of
Are you looking
shows
for
based off
Zaxby?
tiny homes.
Do you ever cook? Nope. Kelly cooks.
All right, a mini breaking banquet there. All right, so the podcast is back on. Obviously, even though Tommy C had a recent stream revealing that Keem got caught in legal troubles, and in actuality, the podcast is not going back on. Tease is obviously returning from the grave to become the host of this new program. And we got some Lummox videos too. Wings Redemption. Maybe I would work more if I didn't feel like shit every time I came on stream. That makes sense. Here's something from the troll channels.
Are you guys ready?
You guys ready? There's one of the top intros right here.
Barely even winded me.
Barely even winded him.
I have an army of people that want to see me fail. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun. No, I've never been to the factory before.
Hi, everybody.
What's up, boys? Dude. Oh, you punk bitch. That's such shitty fucking...
Oh, absolutely, Aqua Saber.
What was for breakfast today?
You see it all the
Really?
time.
I've been playing Dark Souls 3.
Hey, that's one cannon down.
Baldur's Gate 3 and fucking
Take that
Diablo
too.
2. That's what I've been playing lately. Would you rather be a hoodlum or a hooligan? I don't fucking know. That's like a dumb question.
That's what your
When he
membership
goes back to
titles
Dark
are
Souls
named.
Whenever he's in a dark place in life.
The membership titles for your
Dude,
tiers, Jordy,
I'm
you
a
name
manic
them
depressive,
hoodlum.
man. Like it's who I am as a person. I like to be in a comfort zone. That's one of the problems with my life. How come none of the
Yeah, I can't
interesting troll
stand
moments
Fog of
happen
War.
when you're in the stream? Because they don't happen that often.
It's apparently
Like, some of
nerfed in the
troll
remake,
moments are
but come
actually
on, maps,
fabrications.
the Aqua Saber maps don't need to be this big.
Like they actually make them in editing.
Of course, mountains blocking the way. Can't make the entrance into the HQ there be too simple.
Honestly, you make good money for the part-time job. This ain't a part-time job though. Like it's literally the third of the month, and including your donation, I've made $29 so far this month.
Rip. The month just started though, so you don't have to be such a baby about it.
Look, my goal is $130 a stream. I rarely make it. If you want to help out, help out.
It's too bad even with the nerf, AI moves perfectly without getting trapped and always knows your HP for perfect shot unless you cheese it with APC bait.
Maybe I'd work more if I didn't feel like shit every time I come on stream.
Yeah, I've noticed. I try not to rely on APC bait.
I wanted to play something that I could talk
only
to
because
chat
sometimes I
with
forget about it.
and not actually concentrate on very much.
Speaking of which, I'm about to die.
That's why we're on Dark Souls.
Yeah, now they decide they want to move in.
That and the last time I streamed Rainbow for 4 hours, we only made $25, and 20 of that came from Raul.
All the support can't come from only one person, man. Says who? Should be happy you get any support.
Why don't you make your highlight videos or your channel like Jinxie? Mainly self-esteem. I don't think anything I do is actually worth watching.
Oh, well, maybe that's why you don't get, you know, support.
So, like, I just...
Where's your confidence at, Jordan?
Chill. And I don't... Like, even if I create stuff I don't think is good enough to be uploaded and people just hate on it. So, like, that's what we do. This guy has 521 people watching him play Diablo 2.
Gonna shit on the homepage now?
He has 27,000 subscribers.
Maybe people would watch your stream if you actually played a game.
That makes me feel like a bitch. Like, honestly. It's like, I wish I could play Diablo 2 and have double what I have.
I mean, you know a lot about the game. You were doing commentary playthroughs for Fallout and such, and you were giving commentary explaining the game mechanics and stuff like that. People like stuff like that. I mean, just do more of that.
I mean, like, I have the best camera on the market right here. Y'all guys made fun of me when I hooked it up.
Oh, we reverted the camera back because of trolls? Lame.
No, I'm not avoiding chat. All I'm doing is talking to chat. Oh. No, it's just like people act like every stream out there is way different than mine. Like,
I've seen it myself.
Like every stream is
I've said it before. He can be fun. He can have fun with the game. He can have a good time and have a good game. Even when it's the same ass games he always plays.
The place that allowed me to have overlays.
He just doesn't want to do it.
So if I'm banned off that situation, how am I supposed to have the overlays?
Exactly. He was getting mad tips. You see, it was this. You know the stream. It's the stream that he shouted me out in. The stream the dong shouted us from. That's the stream in question. He was doing good. People want to hear him be autistic about Fallout. Why doesn't he want to be autistic about Fallout? You know he wants to, too. It's not even a matter of, like, he doesn't want to. If you told him, if you gave him the chance, and the chance is always there, he just doesn't take it.
Like people interact.
Yeah, I did. It's one of the random DSP
do
greetings.
Do you have any Castle 2 history, and do I wear shoes? Come on, man. Hey guys, if you can, please like the stream.
Hey, Cookie.
Because there's 150 dislikes, we got 31 likes. Why so many dislikes? Because it's botted.
I wouldn't even say he's shy. Big ups Golem, you didn't get the Wingo shout out.
You can't tell me that with 216 viewers, we have fucking like an 80% engagement ratio with the buttons.
Emblem. Engage.
Really? Really? Oh, I couldn't get away. Fuck.
Oh my lord. By the way, remember when he stopped playing this and deleted it? Why the fuck are we seeing it now?
Really?
We re-downloaded it, Jordy. Why?
You didn't even have fucking power with it on. Oh.
Wings is closer to a normal human than DSP. 100%. I can agree with that easily. No hesitation. Wings is just a large depressed man. Little do most people realize that the country's full of large depressed men.
$25 yet. I need to make like 300 today to stay on track. Same reason there's so many movies with Bigfoot in it. This is easier to wear a fucking costume.
And this dude should go out as Bigfoot for Halloween.
No, I am by no means a successful streamer. If I was successful, I'd be able to hold 500-600 viewers on anything I played at any time of the day. That's what
I mean, you range 200 to 400 on it, no matter what you play. I'm sure a lot of people, a lot of streamers out there would kill for that consistency. Like literally, no matter what you do, even if you're just talking to the camera and having a talk segment. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people would. You know, same with DSP. Like,
looks like this stream.
Ungrateful fucks. They talking about the money. Come on. Yeah, we know it's all about the money at the end of the day for these people. All right, we got Wings Redemption. Can't get off stream because no one is donating? You telling me he can't end the stream because there are no donations? So if you give him a donation, that gives him validation to end the stream because he can see he got a donation? Well then, just don't give him money. Then you can have the longest wing stream ever. Which is ironically the same thing he said about DSP. You know, the sooner you give him his money, man, the more likely it is he clocks out on time, baby. And I'm like, that's right. Excuse me. What I meant to say was, that's right.
All my weights right here.
If he'd set a schedule, he'd start getting steady viewership. Yeah, I'd say he would.
How you doing? They should have fear in their heart.
He can DSP a lot of stuff, but I don't think he can really attack his consistency. Even if he is late by these days by 5 to 10 minutes every day now. Upwards of 15 minutes late to start the pre-stream there. I mean, I'm late to this my own scheduled streams by at least an hour every day now. But guess what? I checked the Dingus archives, and guess what? Swollen _ Dingus. I have not taken a day off from streaming since September 10th. So, piss off. My consistency has shown itself in spades. It doesn't feel like I've been streaming like that long.
Is
consistently. You know what I mean.
The boy to see any rate. No. It's that fat motherfucker.
But actually, yeah, D-Side, he did prep a schedule, like Ghost was saying. He prepped the schedule for a week.
Haters like a Danny's
it didn't
plate.
last.
Grand slam like my boy Acuna, man. We need a nice book. Okay.
Hey, we beat the map. What the heck? They made it through? That shouldn't be possible. I can't be defeated here. You remember this day, Lash. This is where you learn what it means to make Blue Moon your enemy. Oh, I'll remember. Remember to spush you into the ground. Next time we meet, the results will be different. Toodles. My, oh my, I'm glad to see the end of that. That was great, Commander Grit. Yes. Well done, Grit. After today, I can see the day of our ultimate victory approaching. All we need to do is march out to meet it. But I'm thinking S rank.
Hope they don't come any tougher than that.
Oh, I like these points. Oh, fuck off. If I had like above 80 points for technique, but look at my speed and power. I was below the turn limit there. A rank is probably the rarest of the ranks I get. Like it's either S rank or B or C or God forbid D. That wasn't too shabby. I just hate, but the map didn't have to be that big, nor did it have to have that much turtling. A lot of these later stages seem to be pure turtling. All right. Oh no. Oh no, it's the last Blue Moon mission. What do we got? The final battle is at hand. Destroy the factory pipe. I was told this one is That one is pretty scary. Didn't I do one in Orange Star that was like that? Yeah, wasn't it one of the Destroy the Factory? Those are pretty lengthy. Maybe I'll go back to Gold Comet. Most grid maps are turtle until you can build up tons of indirects. I think I lost all my indirects, but one of them in that mission. Yeah, we'll do a 21. Hanbei must protect the village's civilians. Meanwhile, the enemy's newest weapon awaits. I still can't believe they turned these little dudes into Among Us. The laser cannon has been deployed, sir, just as you ordered. Excellent. And exactly how, Adder, are you planning on using the laser cannon high up on that mountain? It's simple, Black, even for you. I'm going to lure the enemy in and fire. And what makes you think you can get them to come all the way out here? I'll burn their cities off the face of the earth. If they don't come, I'll tell the world they gave up their cities. Either way, we come out on top. More importantly, Flack, did you deploy that infantry as I requested? Well, D-Sci-Fi, I saw how their sprites looked in the original, and they do kind of have that shape, but I think what they were going for is that they kind of look like the stereotypical astronauts, you know, they kind of white-suited look. It just the new I don't think the new look looks good. I'm sorry. Yeah, I put them just where you said. They're plenty far from the cities. Did that work for you? Ah, yes, that's fine. March them along slowly. They're merely bait for the enemy. We can't have them capturing those cities too quickly now, can we? I would say a lot of the character designs look better in the original. It's what happens when you ship your remake out to Westerners. They were trying to farm EGS points, obviously. Father, hold on. You must not yet engage in combat. Why not?
What is the meaning of this?
Sonia, the Black Hole Army is set to lay siege to one of our cities. It's nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to lure us in. Don't fall for their trap. Remaining still is not an option. Why not? It's the optimal approach. That city isn't at all important strategically. Wow, what a bitch. In fact, if we allow this enemy to capture it, it should be easier to rout them from the opposite flank. Sonia, listen to me. What are you? What are we? What are we? We're the Gold Comet Army. Yes, and tell me, does the Gold Comet Army sit idly by as its citizens are destroyed? I think not. Even if it's a trap, even if it's not strategically important. Father, moreover, we are COs. The people of Gold Comet look to us for leadership and protection. And it is our honor to serve them. Unless you had a different idea about what it is we do. She kind of did have a different idea. She told you to abandon your phone, to abandon your own fucking citizens. No, Father, you're right. I understand now. Just please be careful. I'm going to see if I can unravel this trap. Well, that was like the worst kind of character development. Okay, so we're protecting cities this time. What are these? Oh, the laser cannon. I feel like I may have saw this on an earlier map, but it's been a minute since I last played. A Lash invention. Whether friend or foe, this laser slice through any that stand in its path. Sammy's a little better in the remake, in my opinion, but true. Most of the characters have that CalArts beam look there. I really don't like the CalArts beam look. It looks awful. Like Max looks like he has a permanent side mouth. It just looks weird.
I don't know. I don't really keep up with the man, honestly. Like, he's obsessed with me for some reason.
But Sammy, I can see your arguments for Sammy. She looks good.
Have a good life.
it was hard for them to mess up with her, right? Alright, how would I approach here?
What's up? We're waiting on the pad as cat.
Alright. I think he's Norwegian. No, it's 0.5.
Oh, 0.5.
Feeling like we should start crossing some mountain?
Yeah, I did get it up to 0.9. And then I dropped.
Hey, big ups Ivan. Chair's dying on him.
I'm Italian.
Ain't it funny how Ralph broke his chair on stream before Jordy? Oh, but that was a while ago. It wasn't recent.
Or some shit like that.
Sad!
Like,
Pathetic!
I hit champ with a fucking negative win ratio.
I bet you could too.
He's got that titanium chair. There's a reason they say holding it down. It ain't just a slogan.
Season is long. Like I've literally, you know, I went on like a 12-game winning streak in solo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put the footage on when it happened live. I don't have it on me right now. But it was pretty humorous. He laughed it off. Not like there's anything else he could do.
That keep people from being drowned out.
Yeah. But it made such a massive difference.
I know.
But I also did come chip in a few situations like.
All right, let's see how we die this time.
I mean, it is because people talk about like Echo shotgun and all these other ops like Jaeger shotgun, but no one ever really talks about shotgun.
Boy, that's a lot of units.
You should be using nuke shotgun or smoke shotgun as your prime, like all the time, and only use SMG-11. Like in certain situations.
Father, I pieced together the enemy's plan.
Like if you're.
They have a monstrous weapon called a laser cannon. Each cannon simultaneously fires a deadly laser in directions up, down, left, and right.
Has decent range, like.
Understood, Sonia. The light of the trap. I must. Father, I've not finished speaking yet. Their current laser cannon is only a prototype. It can't just be fired at any time. I think that's something we can use to our advantage. That is helpful. You are splendid, my child.
Why don't I eat a salad?
Father, you don't need to flatter me just for warning you. If the enemy can capture 10 cities in the upper right, all will be lost.
There's the fastest
be careful. Could have went on another I hate Jim rant over the chair.
Play good.
My chair may have died, but you're the one who's actually gonna die, Medicare.
Is unlimited streaming?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Because the guy just sent me.
Yeah, we know. It's not. Those gift cards ain't real, man.
Can you send that to like Garfield and let Garfield send it to me?
Garfield?
I want to see what they actually say.
Bro, White's just swinging.
Come on! Dude, did he really jump out the fucking window?
Yeah, you're gonna have to forward that to Garfield there, my homeboy Garfield.
Okay, Wings, I'm going to send you the name of my Smurf, just invite me there, yeah?
Alright.
Unlimited, I'm gonna send you, I'm gonna send Wix the...
Okay, cool.
I don't know when this cannon is gonna fire. I'm kind of scared to move.
Because I have to eat.
Alright, buddy. Thank you.
Alright, good luck. Bye-bye.
Okay, my name's Mo.
Father, the enemy lasers have begun to fire. Be careful.
I go so far and say this: everybody in the Olympics is cheating. Like 90% of the players.
Ow.
Yeah, but they will have to do like regular doping checks. So how would that?
That doesn't mean shit. Like there's steroids out there that don't conform.
You know, I thought I was safe from the top laser. I didn't consider the fact that everyone was gonna get hit by the laser on the far right there.
And there was a cream you put on to basically get your numbers right where they need to be to make it look like you're clean. You'd piss clean 100% of the time. Would you be open to investment planning advice? You gotta have money to have investment planning advice, Brown Man. Thank you for the $2. How let me ask this, Brown Man. How would I invest my $2 you just gave me the best way? Dude, you know what's fucked up about the Smash
maybe?
Brothers
Stocks?
community? Like, it's like a den of fucking pedophiles.
What?
Like Smash Brothers and fucking Minecraft for some reason. Whoa, come on.
Well, I mean, there was that controversy a while back.
Fuck.
Yeah, he just straight up walked into your
Who told him to bring that up?
line of sight.
Like, even if it's true, you're not an authority figure on that, Jordy. What you talking about?
Secret. There's another one. There's a Mozzie there as well. Mozzie in lounge as well.
How's that visual?
Y'all know it's full of PDF files, right? Yeah, you know what kind of freaky shit you can find on YouTube?
No. Oh no.
Oh, no, fucking she
your
came down the
platforms
stairs.
aren't
Sophia's
squeaky
coming down
clean
red.
either, Jordy. Stay in your fucking lane. But I agree, the Smash is kind of full of weirdos.
Guess we'll go here again.
Better
Think
at
that's
calls
Guy
than
Williams
me.
guy?
Cheesehead thinks he is.
Like if you bunk bedded with him,
I'm a better drone
and you
than
brought
you.
someone to the McMansion without telling him in advance, he would
Then you woke
break
up.
one of your personal possessions personally?
With soda, my drinking Coke.
Every gaming community is full of weirdos, really. True that.
Strength Coke, son.
It's just, it depends on the degree of weirdness
None of
you
that-
are
none of that
operating
pretty shit,
on.
son. Pour that shit right on with the hot tea in the fucking sink.
I prefer Pepsi Max.
Yeah, that's because y'all don't really have soda over there.
As
Y'all have,
as
like,
Twitter would
imitation
say,
soda that pretends
y'all
to be
aren't
shit.
ready to have that conversation yet.
You can't say obesity because like the world's fattest man lives in the United Kingdom.
Damn, Eddie B. Felted. Mark one needs to go be that guy's trainer.
I ain't gonna lie, the beans on toast is pretty good, but there's a bunch of shit in England that sucks ass.
Like the Pepsi?
Like their
I feel
pizza,
like you're just
the soda.
judging us on all the wrong criteria. You haven't even tried anything. I promise you, if you had a Greg sausage roll, you would love it.
To insertion.
I promise you came to South Carolina, you think you never ate food before in your life.
5 seconds.
You eat all the other food you have is a lie.
He'd also probably gain like 10 kilograms of weight.
Oh, he'd be a fucking glutton by the time he left. He'd be like, my whole life has been a fucking lie. I can give you a fucking
Jordy,
sausage roll in
man.
South Carolina and make you think pussy is overrated. Come on, behind us, behind us, behind us.
I mean,
behind
where's the
us.
lie? Come on.
Through the wall.
That's soul
I don't
food
know.
be
What?
kicking,
Hatch,
though.
Hatch, I guess.
Above.
But-
Yeah, above. Big two wings per way.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
Fucking A, man.
What is Fawn doing, man?
Where's this fucking shield at? Come on! Really?
Failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
I always run into the best player on the team. It's never anybody else. He was fucking Thermite, he was Montaigne, he was Solus, he was every death I took.
MNK.
Well, maybe you're the best player on your teteam. I'm sure. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Cancel.
Because realistically, I need to make another 175. So how much do I actually need? I need
Way too
25.
much.
That would put me. Yeah, so I need another $195 to be where I need to be.
One moto. One moto, then I'll be at the bottom.
Come on, I've hit them both. No, Sonny, I don't play Modern Warfare 2 because nobody donated or showed up for it.
Imagine needing that much money from streaming in one day. I'd probably go crazy, you guys.
I'm gonna give it a shot, but like as soon as I get like less than 250 viewers and no donation goals, it's going in the trash too.
Like at that point, it's time to hit the Amazon warehouse.
I got
I'm sorry.
Black Ices
Or
yesterday.
better
I
yet,
opened 20
become a
packs.
mailman.
Yeah, but better mute than nothing.
Hey, give him an excuse to start walking.
It's a slow day.
How long have you been
It's been pretty slow,
A
guys.
little over 4 hours.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Why don't you go hang out with that wife of yours? Never made $190 humping mail in one day.
Fucking me.
No other job pays as much as streaming does,
Ash
guys.
came in from Old Bridge.
But most jobs are more consistent and like, you know, secure than streaming, Jordy. Oh, there's no guarantee you're going to make Mario and Luigi money every single day, Jordy.
My mod's being a little too soft. I see stuff stepping by, just ban them. Fucking ban them, first offense.
Aw, he was in a good mood
that's a bannable
earlier.
comment. Anything that seems sus or anything that even be sneak dissy troll should be banned.
He still says sneak dissy like that. You know my dumbass ain't getting unbanned. It's over.
Fuck on!
We lost Dinger Bros. I'm never getting unbanned. Not if he's gonna be in this mood all the time. The most I ever made in USPS was 80, 90K. His guys make more than that, it's not enough.
My day's been shit, troll art.
My
I'm
day's
ready to get
shit.
off stream, but I
It's
can't
gonna be
get off
shit
stream 'cause nobody's
today.
donating.
It's gonna be shit tomorrow. Wait, is that... He said the title.
There's no... My day's been shit, troll art. I'm ready to get off stream, but I can't get off stream because nobody's donating.
He rage quit. Sorry for the bad stream, was hangry. We ended up winning last game. See, look, he ended on a good note. Looks like this stream's getting deleted. Imagine being so mad and tired you literally cannot end your stream until at least one person gives you money. That's fucked up. Like I would like, I would just lie down and decompress and then look for something else in the morning. Oh, we got one more. Wings Redemption eats a fat person taco? Has not been taking his meds? No wonder he's so depressed. You need to take your happy pills again. Well, you already knew that. See, big ups Lummox. Can you bring the ear grape intro back? The one where Wings says, like, coming to you live like we do every night. My whole body jiggles. Very apparent, Ivan. Hey, everybody. I'm sorry I was so mad on the last stream, man. We just had no money.
Do I have members only on still?
Do you want it on? Is he want it on?
Take slow mode off too. I was in a bad mood yesterday.
Yeah, we can tell.
I haven't been taking my medicine, right?
No worry on that front.
Nah, it's gonna be a short stream, guys, by the way. Maybe an hour or two. Just wanted to play Diablo 2 this morning. I'm like, well, I should probably stream it.
I mean, you can play games off stream. You don't have to stream everything. Yeah, it is, Mailman. It sucks to see.
Yeah, there's
It
the
sucks
out right
even
there.
more knowing that
I know that from years of fucking
he
playing
doesn't
the game
have to
and
be
how,
like
the
this.
portraits look. Never mind, I'm wrong.
You see him like every other day not acting
Game
like
wants to shit
this.
on me.
Sucks even more to
I tell you what
then
falls
see him
short of
act like this.
expectations.
It's like, I know you can do better, big guy. What's the matter with you?
Before Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. How old was I?
Screw that, we only game on stream. Yes!
2011, I was like 28.
If I'm gonna play a game, why not stream it, baby?
Without a new Elder Scrolls game.
It's a just chatting stream? Like, what is going on?
Time to head into the tower. Retake comments about Beck. At least people donate $3 to write him hate comments. I don't even get that. They write hate comments in my fucking chat and tell me that I should feel good that I made $20 for the entire day. That's enough to live off of. That's what my chat rolls.
It still sucks to take it out on the chat.
Like less than $100 a day.
You shouldn't expect for them to pay your. We hear it every day with the guy. You know what the spiel is. People shouldn't have to pay for this guy to exist and eat more fucking Doritos.
I don't know where you eating at, but I can picture you and your girl sharing like a large fry and like cutting like a double quarter pounder in half, being like this is a bountiful meal. Kelly's supposed to be bringing me some lunch back. I was gonna string Diablo 2 until it was lunchtime.
Okay, well there goes the lasers.
People
I don't know if I'm gonna have time to make it back to defend the cities.
Oh shit, we got a couple donations here.
Oh yeah, you seem shocked.
What would be your choice between having everything but extreme boredom or a super active life with everything having to be earned? Dog, I would take everything with extreme boredom.
You're hungry at 3 in the morning, Niggle? This does not shock me for some reason.
It's better to be rich and unhappy than broke and miserable. All right, it's time to eat lunch, boys.
Did he say it's time to eat? I don't think he did. I'm just hearing stuff. It's gone to that time. Hello, Mr. Pond. No way he said it time to eat. But I'd believe it too, because he brings up DSP way too much when he should be focused on himself. Wait, you got a country kitchen?
No way, I'm under 4. I'm not under 4. I'm about 412 pounds. Kelly got my sauce wrong again.
You should have went with her, bitch. Now that would require me getting out of bed, man.
This is what we got for lunch. This is so much better than Raising Cane's.
Yeah, well, in the chat. We don't have options over here.
Yeah, at least I did get sauce this time. Here's a fat person trick, right? You take the Texas toast, you take the meat, put it in the Texas toast, then you take the sauce and you pour a little bit on top of it, like this right here. Bang, like that. Like
yeah, I live for some mean-ass Texas toast. I'm not gonna lie.
Now you got a fat person taco. I'm here all fucking day. Food hacks.
Yeah, I could go for that right now. We're at that kind of the munchies hour.
What is Texas toast? Texas toast is like a really thick piece of light bread.
Very, very good.
I eat fast food times a day.
Oh yeah, I like garlic bread too.
We have an air fryer. It thing sucks ass. Like, honestly.
And hating on the air fryer though, what the hell?
Air fryer makes everything taste stale. That's my opinion.
I heavily disagree.
Dog, when I was a kid, you might not believe it, but McDonald's fries used to hit.
They kind of still hit if you eat them right away.
You think they hit now? They used to fucking hit. No
How was he using his air fryer? Not at all, if we're to believe him.
I feel like McDonald's fries are good until they get stale. McDonald's fries are good until they get cold. But back in the day, they used to make the McDonald's fries with like this lard. And it was magical. Straight up magical.
Straight lard is just magical to them.
But they used to be like, woo.
Yeah, you know, now that I think about it, you're right. There is no such thing as a good cold fry.
It's amazing how you talk about food like your best friend. Dog. Nerdling Rush. Are you unable to stream for 3 hours without eating?
I still dislike eating on stream, so it's weird for me to see him so confidently munching on fries and fat people tacos. While on mic? He's on mic on top of that!
No, my wife got me a chicken finger plate from Zaxby's. Dog.
Dog. I ate a cookie one time on stream, muted. Like yeah, I gotta like go mute too. You guys don't want to hear that shit.
You look forward to the next time you get to eat, and that's your whole day. Like it goes between meals.
That's the kind of diet you need, big boy.
Wings, have you ever been
the streamer diet?
Damn, I must be missing your streams. Played Dark Souls 3. Why did you delete your Dark Souls 3 VOD? It's because like
I didn't like my VOD, man. I was screaming at y'all too much.
Like right now, I feel like a headache coming on because I haven't took my medicine. I haven't been taking my medicine, right?
Probably should take it. Nice.
Like when I'm not on my medicine, right? Like everything triggers me. I got a message Cheesehead69 today too.
Oh, this is from the banquet video.
The Locale podcast is back on, and Cheesehead wants to do some stuff with that. All right, that Zaxby's is coming out the other end. I'll be right back, boys.
Did he really have to word it like that? What was that? Did his... Hold up. Was that the chair? Did he get up out... What? Okay, so he gets out of the chair.
That Zaxby's is coming out the other.
Yeah, that's what his chair sounds like when it creaks.
And I'll be right back, boys.
Okay, the chair creaks. He gets out the chair. The chair's left alone. That sounds like the chair again. Is there a ghost? Does he weigh down the chair so much it takes a few seconds for the chair to readjust after he gets up out of it? Is that how chairs work? That chair must be... That chair is so punished, it needs recovery time. I guess it could have been a floor or the floor creaking or a door. I want to believe it's the chair, though.
What am I gonna do once
That's my headcanon. The chair has a mind of its own.
And then probably hang out with Kelly for a while. Probably watch some YouTube videos.
Hey, we made it to 52% in the game.
Do you ever cook? No. Kelly cooks.
Kelly cooks.
Yeah, chicken
Snort. It is like that, Goki. Jordy's sheathing his sword, but what could his sword be? Like a sub sandwich? She used it back in the wrapper there. Oh yeah, he's focusing on. He's okay. He's focusing on this because Jordy put out a tweet lately saying he has dandruff. Now, Lumix had his 62 IQ moment and made fun of him for saying this by replying that Richard has no hair. But actually, did you know? Did you know, guys? You learned this in science class. Dandruff is not tied to your hair. It's actually tied to your skin. So that would explain Jordy's dandruff there. But that's why we're focusing on the scalp scratching here. And yet Jordy is baffled as to why Seltz Blue does not make his dandruff go away.
You know, kind of like a wedding ring box. I did that as a way to give trolls.
Look at how often he scratches his scalp,
like,
and the back of his head.
When you do shit like that, that's always the thumbnail of a troll video. Like, just open up the Zaxby's, or they'll take like this and be like,
"There's a thumbnail."
His hair. Big ups to everybody. I hope everybody had a wonderful time. I'll see you guys a little bit later. Looks like this stream's getting deleted.
Well, congratulations to the Plump Pimp there. Another video successfully, another stream delivered, converted into a video by Lumix there. Okay, so I lost in the map, so that was embarrassing. So we might have to come back to it. We did get a good 20% of progress there. The journey continues. The question is, what do I spend my amazing positive funds on? I think a character, obviously. Look at all these things I haven't bought yet.
It's yours.
You know what? Sensei had a good team.
Good choice.
Sensei's team was bopping, as they say. And look at all these maps I still gotta buy. Some of these I can play, some of these I can't. Because, you know, I need to have friends.
Don't be discouraged.
I am every day. Saw myself back in high school. A guy shaved his head to try and, oh, yeah, I enlisted Colin just now. Yes! Saw myself back in high school. A guy shaved his head to try and get rid of his dandruff. And his bald head literally looked like it had snow on it. No! You should have told him to get up on that head and shoulders. Ah, yes, Dr. Paws there. A ranker better in a war room map. I don't know about that. Ah, yeah, this team was bumping. And look, it's the guy himself. Oh, these people get a third guy, don't they? Hey, it's double A on Mario 3D All-Stars. I know there's one more of these guys I haven't met. Ah, yes. But ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're approaching that time once again. Coming up 7 hours. That's the old Dinger classic now. Remember when I used to say streams would go on 8 hours, and that would be the regular time limit? Yes, it is, JC. It's time to go Mimi time. I hear you gonna say, oh my god, no, it's only midnight, but I'm kind of feeling it. 7 hours into 24 hours? No, it's not 7 hours into the 24-hour marathon. That's not true. It's also a bald person, crusty head like he was dried or had a medical condition. I've heard of that. I think that is medical. Raven just ended, but I've been on it 7 hours, and I already kind of had a fucked up sleep schedule that I haven't recovered from. I had to wake up at like 7 today, and I gotta wake up at 7 again tomorrow. This is gonna be a rough set of days for Dingus here. Uncle Dingus needs to recover, you guys. He did 12 hours, you can do 5 more? I don't know about that. You guys are just trolling me. I think we're good. We saw a lot of videos. And I'm kind of progress gated. I'm gonna act like I'm just gonna hone my skills, but in reality, I'm gonna look up guides. And when I come back to this game, I'm gonna ace all the maps I've lost in. Obviously. Nah, but I'm like the guy at the bar. You guys have had too much. It's done. I'm calling it here. We'll search for a person to raid, and then we'll catch you on the next one. I think we'll do Paper Mario again tomorrow, because that's the next game we gotta get off the conveyor belt, as they say. I think if we do a chapter a session, it'll be 3 more sessions, and that'll be all she wrote there on that. Time to sober up, old man. Yeah, hopefully my Fanta can carry me to the finish line. We'll have to see. Yeah, but I'm about ready to conk out. Why did I do that? Why did I assault your ears like that? See, I'm so tired. I removed the limiter on the game, not realizing what I actually wanted to do was mute it. Alright, Pablo, just get us out of here. Get us out of here. We stayed here for way too long. Far longer than anybody ever would have wanted any Dingus stream to go on for, or whatever. Thanks for stopping by! The stream's over again. Yet again, it's over. You don't have to stay here anymore. You can go home now. If you don't want to go home, you can go wherever you want. But you can't stay here. Ah, yes. It time bed. Because it time chill, we chilled way too much. But congrats to the swollen ones who endured the tactical chill session. Like the Uber Joe, Mr. Pun, Wiggle Wiggle, Broken Mailman, JC, Almighty Goki, D-Scythe, Ivan Zypher, Aqua Saber, Juzzy51, Ghost MC, and of course we cannot forget about the lurkers, including but not limited to Almighty Tevin, Alpha Elite, Dron Fraga, Ludwig, which speaking of which, I have tentatively shook hands with Ludwig. There is a potential for a Dinger Shy Gal Halloween costume in the works, but the deets have not been hammered out yet. We've not even settled on a costume choice yet. We are debating. Concepts have been proposed, but we have not settled on a costume idea yet. But hopefully, we can get a Shy Gal costume out there. You know, we're being festive. Yeah, that's the word. We're being festive now. Ain't it sweet? That's what happens when you're get a little bit more production budget. Mr. Pun, Shroom Dukem, Aljanop, Cerulean86, Eternal Hunger, Heavy Metal Gamer, Kamino Yurishi, Yangun, Outrun, Master Remote, Pim Pam, SCP, Ted Stupid, Lord Krugen, and Zitro Zealousy. Big ups to, what do we got? Perez, the raid? As soon as I started the stream. Out of nowhere, he couldn't wait for the chill. Put the party of 1 there. Ultra, re-up tier 1 for 15 months in a row. Dingus playing a Nintendo game. Imagine that. Vikes 1011, the 50 bits. He calls himself a 50-bit bitch. I have to disagree. We love Vikes. A Bearded Biscuit, a re-up with Prime, 4 months. I'm waiting on the Mark Dingle voice actor arc. You'll have to wait a little bit longer. I need to like rest my voice. I spend way too many hours of my day trying to talk and say rant and say funny stuff. I gotta rest my voice more. Like I said, I've been streaming nonstop every day since September 10th. I haven't even taken Saturdays off. Check the archives. You know it to be true. Samurai Santa gifted tier 1 to Flame for their 3rd month. Good Roberts, raid with a party of 1. And 1337, the massive raid with the party of 31. 8_Shybot, raid with a party of 5. And this guy has the best name ever. Juan Moa with the follow. You know, that one strikes a little bit too close to me, if you know what I mean. Hey, Draggers. Yeah, that guy needs to come back. That guy was fun for the 2 seconds that he was here. I mean, obviously he intends to come back if he clicked the heart, right? That's the Draggers sock account? Is it? Draggers, that's not your sock account. Draggers, why you do that shit? No, Draggers is of that disposition, though. I would believe it. Draggers doesn't want to hard on main, but he'll hard on his sock account. It makes sense to me. Alright, I forgot LTG got banned. Why is he still playing Mortal Kombat? I thought people said that game was broken online. Almighty Tevin is on B or B mode. Why? Oh, that's fine. You know, he should get his Mimi time. I see Alpha Elite is on, but he has raids disabled, I think. So I don't wanna bother him. And it looks like he's been on for 4 hours anyway. So I recommend if you want to spend your night somewhere, Alpha Elite is on. But I tried raided him last time, it didn't work out. I think he turned off raids to keep the peace there. You know, not make things a little too hectic. I understand. Okay, well, looks like it's gonna be a quiet Thursday night. I gotta raid someone though. Let's see. Oh, okay. We'll dump you off at the Gacha Guy's place. Dude, it's the Gacha Guy, Sanjuine. But yes, I implore you to check out Alpha Elite. Maybe he'll turn on raids one day. But bye-bye, adios to Mimi time. We'll see you when we see ya. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see ya. But if we did see you, then we saw ya. But if we didn't see you today, hopefully we see you tomorrow. If we can inspire you to look at your... if I can look at myself in the mirror every single day, then perhaps we too can inspire people like you two, viewers like you, to see yourselves in the mirror every day. And such and such. Alright, this guy is playing the Code Geass Gacha. I know of the show. I have not watched the show for some reason, because I have bad taste in anime, nor have I played the game. But he's a chill guy. I watch him for his Fire Emblem guides. 95% of Phil's comments were short in the podcast. He put the suggestion box yesterday, right? Is he gonna talk about that tomorrow? We'll be in for a treat then. No, I think he put the suggestion box up a few days ago. Oh, those people, they really know how to get his goat, as he says. Alright, 7 seconds. Don't be weird over there. He doesn't know about DSP. Just be chill. Enjoy the gacha gameplay. Bye-bye.